Next, Triple M rocks footy. Download the Listener app to hear it live.
Hello, Matt Layton with you. Australians in Russia are being told to leave if it's safe to do so after an armed rebellion by the Wagner Group was called off. A deal has been brokered allowing the leader of the mercenary group to move to Belarus and no longer face Russian prosecution. In a statement on social media, Foreign Minister Penny Wong says Australia is continuing to monitor developments in Russia. Correspondent Peter Grester has told the ABC the past 24 hours have seen Vladimir Putin's grip on power weakened.
It's hard to see how he can possibly come back from this kind of setback politically or militarily. It's exposed a lot of criticism, a lot of weaknesses within his own military.
Also making news, Canberra acknowledges life is pretty tough for renters right now, but its solution is to build more homes. The Greens have been pushing the Albanese government to work with the states and limit rent rises. But Housing Minister Julie Collins has told the ABC the jury is still out on whether that achieves anything.
When you look at the evidence that is being cited by others, the evidence shows that it reduces supply significantly by up to 15%. The other thing that it shows is the quality of the stock diminishes over time. So I will look at the data and the evidence, and the data and the evidence says that it doesn't work.
And it's going to be a soggy start to the school holidays this week across the country's southeast. South Australia is bracing for more storms, with the front continuing east into Victoria tomorrow.
Visit carclarity.com.au.
Fremantle was too good for Essendon last night in Perth, ending the Bombers' 4-game winning streak with a 93-61 victory. Not so good news for Freo's crosstown rivals. West Coast was humiliated by Sydney, conceding its worst ever score in a 171-point demolition, with questions surrounding the coach. But Adam Simpson still thinks he's the man to rebuild the Eagles.
We can't do anything about it, so we just got to accept it and make the most of it and try and be more competitive. Like, it was embarrassing. I'm not accepting it, but there's not much we can do.
Bingley's Yenda Financial Year sale is now on with massive deals store-wide. Head in-store or online to bingley.com.au. Bingley, better living every day.
A shower or two developing for Melbourne today, down to 11 tonight, and more of the same tomorrow, chasing 16 degrees. Triple M's Sunday Rub starts next ahead of the Pies and the Crows. Download the Listener app to hear it wherever you are when Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Sunday is not the day to relax.
Hang on, say it again. Sorry, I was just buying some crypto.
Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Because Triple M footy finishes the weekend with a bang.
And if you think you're better than everyone else, then you do your thing.
Don't worry about me running out of material either.
This is the Sunday Rub for Ream Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy.
Fresh off the bye, it's Collingwood and Adelaide at the MCG. The Pies looking to get top spot back, and for the Crows, they are clinging to their spot in a logjam top 8 as we speak. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. This is the Sunday Rub, a bit of a different looking lineup this week. No Daisy Thomas, he's taking his party game to a whole new level in Ascot right now. Even our producer Rabsy's not here this week as well, but all the regular stuff will still be here. Hitch a Caravan, Jay-Z's top big three, but of course, Nathan Brown not too far away as well, the fearless leader. I'm Jack Heverin in the chair with the boys who have no holidays, starting with Joey Montagna, 287 games, one of the best brains in footy. No days off for you, Joey.
Never a day off, Jack. No, nice to have you with us today. I've slipped into the back row, which will be nice to sit up here with Stevie this afternoon and watch this game, and you'll call it beautifully as you do. And it just did cause a bit of tension in this box a few weeks ago, Jack, when I was doing Saturday night footy with you and Barry Denner.
Oh, yeah.
And I said it was my favourite goal team. And did the boys get their back up? Gee whiz, they got really narky and thought I was just turning on the group, but I was just trying to give a compliment. Love working with you, so nice to be here today and have you in the host chair.
Unbackable favourite, if there was an AFL media rising star, unbackable favourite is Stevie Johnson, who's got his chance at redemption today, Stevie J, because Scotty Selwood is going to join us in about half an hour from now. Are you prepared? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to speaking to Scotty, and no pressure on you today, Jack. Number one ratings Triple M show on the radio, so bring your A game today.
So, do you want to just start that one again?
You even wrote it down.
No, I didn't. But that's what we do.
Jay-Z.
Yes.
Good to see you. The
Hello,
heir to the throne at the Herald Sun.
Yes.
The top 100 earners has gone live this morning. Any feedback from the players?
Oh, I'm glad it's over, Jack. Let's be honest. It does take us about 6 to 8 weeks to all put together. A bit of, difficult times trying to get all the information together, but it's in there again. Always the most read footy piece of the year, so the punters clearly love it, getting all the detail on all the big pay packets and those guys who are actually probably getting unders in some regards too. So, Tommy Mitchell's one, Jake Stringer's not in there as well, Tommy Hawkins not in there for the Cats, a couple of North Melbourne players, Nick Larkey's not in the top 100, Ben Mackay not in the top 100, so they're due for big pay rises. Nick Martin from Essendon, clearly another one who's playing well above his price tag at the moment. And I think in particular regards to West Coast, it is particularly topical right now because the Eagles, as you can see, you've got the magnificent 12-page lift out in front of you right now, Jack. We got Jeremy McGovern and Tim Kelly. What are they, 3 and 4? So 2 inside the top 5. They're both on 7-figure pay packets. I think they got 6 or 7 in total in the top 100. And, we'll talk about the coaching, the West Coast situation in a second. But the list management also, has been an interesting point.
I'll tell you what caught my eye. Can you go to the back, just the very back page, right at the end? Look at that. It says, Ablett now a Saint. Headline.
Oh,
Herald
yes.
Sun. What is going on there? Gary Ablett a Saint.
Is he playing the local footy stuff?
Yeah.
I just read the headline.
Don't worry, he loves a bit of folding. He'll go.
So not St Kilda.
I don't think it's St Kilda, no. It's like the Marupna.
Is it a trick thing in the Herald Sun?
I don't know. I don't even know which local.
I think they call that clickbait now.
Clickbait, right, fair enough.
That's what clickbait is.
But now looking forward to dissecting. We might get Stevie J to cast his eye over that top 100 and just see if there's a couple of names that maybe surprise him on that list. What do you reckon, Steve?
I can see a couple straight away. So,
well, let's not waste any time.
Who's caught your eye?
What's Nick Haynes on?
Plenty.
He's number 15 in the AFL.
Yeah, but
so the Giants have got 4 there inside the top 15.
And wow. This is part of it that's interesting in terms of some of the front-ended and back-ended contracts. So Nick Haynes, a few years ago, he took less earlier in the life of his deal, so 600-700, and then in the later part of his years gets 800-900, and that's the sort of I pay him some of the money that he was owed or forgo earlier.
And is that the same case with McGovern? Because his contract was back-ended.
So
heavily,
is it not better when you do your top 100 to then give what they actually average?
That's right.
A one-off year.
The average.
An average of someone's contract.
And so, for example, Jack Martin from Carlton, I think his first year at Carlton, he was 1.5 or 1.6. So it does go up and down. But I sort of think it's interesting to see how the clubs structure their deals to try and get under that salary cap. As we know, they can front end and back end depending on where the salary pressure is coming. At the moment, North Melbourne would be front ending all their deals because they've got to get to 95% of their salary cap. And now we're talking about pick purchasing, whether you give a club money essentially to buy a first round pick, so potentially mid-season trade period coming in. I find all this stuff really interesting. I mean, Tom Lynch, looking at him at number 9 right now, his first couple of years at Richmond, he was on, I think, only 650. Now he makes his money in the prime years, the back end years of that deal, 925 to 1,025. So he starts to cash in on that now.
So how do you get this information, Jay? Do you just call around the managers? Do you call the football managers?
We break in. What we do, Stevie.
Accounting firms.
We put the balaclavas on. We grab our torches and our crowbars at 2 o'clock in the morning. We aim for the accounting firms, and we get in there to all the filing cabinets. That's what we do.
Right.
Yeah.
So what would Joey be on these days?
Well, this is the
He's
thing
a
that
two-time
I
All-Australian.
What would be going through your heads, you two?
That's what's going through my head. I'm looking at a couple of these blokes thinking they're on 800 to $1 million.
So what would
and
you
they
be
wouldn't
worth,
do up
Steve?
my bootlaces.
Don't be. I'll give you advice. Don't be one of these guys that goes, back in our day, I'm better than them. I should go. It's all different, Stevie. We got paid less. The salaries weren't as high. These are the young.
And we took a lot less money at Geelong to have some success.
That's
Joey,
right. I took a lot less money.
You guys must have taken much more than you deserve.
Not me. The other guys did.
And that's a really relevant point, Stevie, because I think you look at the Sydney clubs in particular, GWS, there are certainly a lot of clubs who are behind the scenes frustrated that sort of attitude hasn't existed as much. Where the Hawthorns, St Kildas, Geelongs really have flatter pay structures, there are other clubs where their big superstars have really put their hand out at key times. I think West Coast is one of those. GWS is another one of those as well. So I've spoken to list managers as well where they're frustrated that hasn't been the case. Now, did you guys ever talk about that as a pact or anything like that?
Yeah, we had a meeting with the whole football team in there, the whole list, and talked about the brackets and how they were going to pay each player. So the top 5 players would be sitting in this bracket. If you see yourself in, say, 6 to 10, this is the amount you'll get paid. No one's going to be paid more than what they deserve. And we need to, you need to be smart about it because we want to be successful. So you may have to take a lot less than what you may be able to get elsewhere if you were to chase the money.
And that's why the Cats have the best system, the salary system in the AFL because of that. And I think it's still to this day, isn't it? It's basically the top 5 players are the top 5 highest paid, and where you sit on that list is where you should be getting paid, which is different to some other clubs where players and managers demand more money than they're probably worth. Clubs fold and bend over for those players, and it throws the whole order of the salary cap out of whack.
And it stuffs your depth up, doesn't it? So the Giants now, they're heavily... their top-end players are making huge money, which then takes away their ability, say Geelong right at the moment, to keep someone like a Brad Close or someone like that
Tommy
is
Atkins.
playing on maybe $300,000 or $400,000 and plays his role unbelievably well. They don't have those type of players. If they have some injuries on their list, well, they're just non-competitive.
Yeah. So Geelong, I think it's no surprise that Jeremy Cameron's on $1 million and has looked like the best player in the competition at times over the last 18 months. Then you go Paddy Dangerfield, whose deal has really been stripped back. He's on sort of 600 to 700 at the moment. Of course, there's incentives which come into play on top of all this. But other than that, it's Tommy Stewart, 650. It really is a flattish pay structure. Joel Selwood and Tommy Hawkins were both out of the top 100 in the later part of their years, even though they still played very good footy. So beyond Dangerfield and Cameron, that really is, as you say, quite flat. You guys would have done something similar, Joey? I mean, Rui was on, obviously.
No, I don't think we did. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't think we necessarily had a team conversation about it, but I was always understood where I sat was what I got paid. I got paid where you were worth. If I was probably in that 5 to 10 bracket of the best players at St Kilda, and you got paid accordingly. I don't think it's a big thing, but I think it's more of a generational feel to me. There's a lot more sense of entitlement with younger players these days, both wanting to get a game, the position they want to play, the money they want to make, the outside influences and the outside money and the opportunities that they want. There seems to be a lot more demand on that. So when Stevie and I played, we just did our time, got paid accordingly, and did what we should have done.
And I think the media plays a role here too, because the last 10 years, I mean, I know all my most read stories, and I get this feedback day by day, are trade stories, contract stories. Everyone wants that sort of information. 10, 15 years ago, I feel like that wasn't as big a factor around players' contract and price. So that has really come into it. I remember I wrote a story about Andrew Mackie, Geelong's list manager, Stevie's great mate, about Port Adelaide's interest in him as sort of things were getting down to
it's not a bad thing when a journalist pumps you up and says that another club wants you. Just that little bit extra.
Previously,
it works both ways.
What happened?
Works both ways.
Previously, he'd been a bit shitty with me because of the 21st story where you guys got locked up, and he sort of carried the grudge a little bit. And then I did the even or upper. I wrote the contract story. He came up to me at the back bar of a Geelong nightclub called the Eureka and said, "Thanks for that, Clarkie. I appreciate that." So a nice little top up on the contract that goes both ways.
Quick straw poll: should players' salaries be made public, Jack?
I'm not interested, to be honest.
Stevie, do you think they should be made public?
No, I don't think so.
You do?
Well,
of course you do.
12
journalist
pages of
gives you some easy fodder. Gives you some great content if you find out exactly what someone's on.
I reckon you'll read this and you'll, at the end of the day, you'll go, well, it's probably a lot what I thought, to be honest. I don't think there's any major chinks in the armour, so I think a lot of it's actually just what you expect.
Yeah, I love it in the American sport, but they celebrate their heroes, whereas there's too much tall poppy syndrome in Australia. If a player's not playing to his ability out on the ground, you can see the crowd, "Oh, you're on 600, you're on 700,000, what are you giving us?" So that's why I wouldn't like it just yet in our game.
And I know you and I have spoken about this, Joey, in Footy Talk. I also think for some in the media, it'd be a lazy crutch for people to lean on and say, that player's not... analysis would go out the window and it'd just be a lazy point of reference for some to just go, well, he's not worth 700. Look at the way he's playing.
And that happened in the West for, I think, round 3 or round 4.
Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson.
Gosh.
It's like, I don't know, to get paid $15,000 a mark or whatever the stat was, or no action Jackson. And he's fired. So I understand that risk. I think that's fine. I mean, I think we relatively understand all these players are on. Quickly, I know we're going to go to break, but the bye. Teams keep losing off the bye. What happens in the bye? Why is it the Bermuda Triangle of the AFL season?
Everyone just relaxes a little bit, breathes out, maybe has a
12 cans.
couple of beers and maybe shouts themselves a chicken parma. Or no, there's a number of factors. I think the one thing that's most obvious is AFL players are creatures of habit. We like routine. That's why routine is all the same for our preparation, our training, because that gives you the best results. So when your routine gets disrupted, it does throw things a little bit. I do think there's an element of breathing out, of relaxing a little bit psychologically, maybe physically. Just takes a little bit longer to switch back on when the footy plays. And there's maybe an element of just a bit of an anomaly, really. You're just a little bit different.
What do you think? What did you do?
No, I think Joey hit the nail on the head. Maybe slightly a little bit of a mentality shift where you just take your eye off the ball a little bit, and maybe a bit of a relaxed training. You want to be, as you said, sticking to your routine, sharp. You don't have the footies in your hands over the weekend. You get away, and maybe it's just that little 1%er.
We've got an update from Daisy Thomas coming up next. It wasn't fit for broadcast, so we've had to manufacture it and just try and tidy it up a little bit.
West Coast.
And we'll talk about the West Coast Eagles, Jay-Z. There is a lot to pull apart there for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
This is the Sunday Rub for Ream Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy.
The Case IH Red Set Go end of financial year event is on now. Get into gear for up to $2,500 cash back and finance rates starting from as low as 0.99% on the Maxim, Puma and the Do-It-All Farmall range. And for a limited time, Jay-Z will throw in a free 4-in-1 bucket upgrade with any Maxim or Farmall M purchase.
How good's that, Jack? Race in your local Case IH dealership today before they all race out. It's the Case IH end of financial year event. Red, set, go. T&Cs apply.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. It has Marty Sheargold.
I'm not the complaints department.
No, that's all right.
If you've got an issue, take it to Recepo.
A man who knows who he is.
I get it. I'm not an idiot. I just don't get it, because I'm an idiot.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. It's a show for grown-ups.
My balls popped out, Sally.
Oh, nothing worse than that.
You're quite right, especially in here.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
The Haval H6 is a smart SUV, mainly because of its smart tech, safety and design, but also because of the driver, someone clever enough to demand more and get it. Haval H6. Smart move.
This exploding bath bomb situation has got me thinking, Sarge. You can really relax knowing you're insured with Budget Direct.
Aye, especially with their sum insured safeguard added to your home insurance policy.
Add Budget Direct's optional sum insured safeguard to your home insurance policy and we'll increase the sum insured up to 25%.
Insurance solved with Budget Direct.
Terms and conditions apply. Issuer Auto and General Insurance Company Limited. Read PDS and TMD at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if products suit you. Individual circumstances and policy terms may vary. Compare for yourself.
Vodafone's end of financial year sale is now on. And right now, you can save a huge $300 on the Samsung Galaxy S23 series when you stay connected to an eligible plan over 24 or 36 months. Plus, get a bonus Galaxy Watch 5 valued at $649 so you can stay connected like never before with the power of Samsung. Why wait? Make your move and save with Vodafone today. Offer ends 3rd July. Must complete Samsung gift redemption process by 31/7/23. T&C apply.
At Coles, help keep the cost of living down with thousands of specials every week. Like half-price Cadbury blocks of chocolate, 162 to 190 gram, just $2.75. Including our new and exclusive raspberry and hazelnut tart block from Curtis Stone. Only at Coles. Offer ends Tuesday.
Things need topping up from time to time, including your COVID-19 protection. Even if you've been vaccinated, boosters can top up your defences and reduce the risk of serious COVID illness. If you're an adult and it's 6 months since your last COVID vaccination or infection, you can now get the latest vaccine. Top up your COVID protection. Visit health.gov.au/top-up to book your free booster or to find out more. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Attention Melbourne! Toolkit Depot is now open in Mentone. Come check out their massive range of tools, equipment, safety gear and workwear at 27 to 29 Nepean Highway, Mentone. Or shop online. Toolkit Depot, your trade pro partner.
Finding a good price on a top quality caravan can be a hard task. Not right now. It's Springvale Caravan's massive $3 million stock clearance sale. Get in now for incredible prices and amazing reductions on all stock Snowy River caravans. These prices are never to be repeated. Springvale Caravan's massive $3 million clearance sale. Always great prices and great service. 723 Springvale Road, Keysborough, or springvalecaravans.com.au.
G'day Australia, Alan from Volkswagen here. Finally, there's a ute that answers the toughest of critics. You. Think more tech, advanced safety, a completely new design, and epic power. The all-new Amarok, born from tough love.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Sunday Rub for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. The Pies and the Crows at the MCG. No change to either team. Ned McHenry, the sub for the Crows, and Bo McCreary will be the sub for Collingwood. JZ Clark, Joey Montagna, Stevie J and Jack Heverin. Nathan Brown not too far away. JZ, my goodness me, where do you want to start with the West Coast Eagles?
Well, it is. We witnessed history yesterday, and you called it, Joey. And I'd imagine it'd be a pretty difficult game to call, to be honest. But it was Sydney, 31 goals, 19, 205. Destroyed the West Coast Eagles 5-4-34 to win by 171 points. It was the equal fourth greatest losing margin of all time, equaling St Kilda's loss to South Melbourne in 1919. We're going to talk about this situation on a second. This is how this game went down.
Funny coloured witches hats out there in blue and gold at the moment. Worrying signs for the Eagles again here.
Pretty embarrassed about today.
This will be 12 straight losses, well over 40 points in all of those, and now fourth time over 100.
It was unacceptable tonight. Like, it was embarrassing. So we're not accepting it, but there's not much we can do outside of keep rolling up our sleeves.
This has just been a whitewash, and actually quite staggered by the scoreline. 170 points.
I've said this a lot. We're on a journey, and this is the pit we're in. So we're just going to keep fronting up.
This was just an insipid performance from West Coast Eagles. You know, they're non-competitive and growing more irrelevant by the week, and there's got to be something to happen.
We can't make too many changes at the moment. We've got two guys playing in the waffle. So outside of keep taking steps forward and keep trying to lead as well as we can, that's the only way you can go.
Push has got to come to shove at some stage in terms of Adam Simpson and just having a whole shake-up of this club. It's such a proud club, the West Coast Eagles, but these are the sort of unacceptable performances. It's just complete rollover.
I know it looks like the end of the world at the moment, but the exposure these kids are getting, it's going to pay us back, but not tomorrow and probably not next week. This will pass. It just hurts a lot at the moment.
Well done to Matty Hayward who put that package together. Did we see a white flag on an AFL field up at the SCG yesterday, Joey?
Yeah, I think it did in a game. You could see once the players lost hope that they didn't play to the competitive standards that is expected of an AFL player. That was obvious. You don't get beaten by 171 points. Doesn't matter what team you put out there, whether they're good enough or not. You don't get beaten by that much if you're competitive and just have a red-hot crack, and that certainly wasn't the case.
So the question now goes to Adam Simpson. You know, he looked pretty defeated in the press conference yesterday. Is removing him as coach, and clearly the senior leaders will be having those sorts of conversations over the next 48 hours. What do we do? How do we address this? What does the group need? What does the club need? What's our next direction here? Is Adam Simpson the answer? Is it that simple, Stevie?
Well, one thing you should never have to do as a coach is question the effort. And when you don't have the effort, the coach might as well not even be there. You could have all the best game plans and systems in place, but if the players don't commit fully to every single contest throughout a game of footy, and they were clearly beaten around the footy early in the game, the Swans were absolutely on fire, but you've got to still respond, and there's little moments within a game where you can still have your moments. When you start to wave the flag like they did, and it was just a procession throughout the rest of the game, he would start to question whether he is having the impact he needs to have on those players. Because I look at that club, and they've only got 6 of their best players out right at the moment. They didn't field their absolute worst team last night, but when things weren't going their way, they didn't find a way to turn it around or give anything to suggest that they're invested in what they want to do going forward.
And for me, this isn't about the kids. For me, this is about some of the senior players. I'm talking about Dom Sheed. I'm talking about Luke Shuey, Tim Kelly. I'm talking about, Elliot Yeo and Alex Witherden, and obviously played at Brisbane. Gaff's played a lot of footy. What did he have yesterday? 13 disposals. Andrew Gaff. Jaden Hunt had 10 touches, formerly of Melbourne. So I don't think the microscope's on the young players here. Isn't it on some of these guys, Joey?
No, look, for me, I feel for Adam Simpson because he's going to be the face of this. Everyone's calling for his head, but you've got to have a solution. Like, what's the point of just sacking Adam Simpson? Is it simply just to say, they've just got to do something? Because when I look at it, and you've got to look a lot deeper, and this is exactly what the West Coast hierarchy are doing, is the reality is there are a lot of other roles that have let Adam Simpson down, that Adam Simpson's hands are tied.
What are you talking about?
Well, the head of high performance, the injury list they've had over 2 or 3 years now, the conditioning of some of these players has hamstrung Adam Simpson's ability to have his best playing group. I think the recruiting team need to be seriously looked at. We're watching some players that are playing at the moment that I don't think are good enough at AFL standard, and the recruiting, who is the young talent that's coming through. You think about the list management committee in regards to what they've paid players, what the decisions they made a couple of years ago in regards to not pivoting with their senior group have hamstrung Adam Simpson. And as Stevie just touched on, some of the players that went out there and played yesterday, and it's up to them what level of effort they want to give. It's not up to the coach. They let Adam Simpson down. So his hands are tied. He's going to be the face of it, but there are so many other elements of this football club that are letting him down. I'm not sure what sacking the coach and putting someone else in the chair is going to change about the playing group. About the team and the way they're playing.
Yeah, that's interesting, a more broader view. Stevie, you played in the famous 186-point win over Melbourne back, 2012, I think, off the top of my head. What is it like on the other side of the fence? When you're absolutely destroying a hapless opposition, you can see that all hope has been beaten out of them. They're going through the motions, can't wait for this game to finish. What did you observe out there when presented in the same situation that Geelong went over Melbourne? Because I think the coach, Dean Bailey, was sacked.
He finished up after that week.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like a training drill that day. And what I liked about Sydney's performance last night is they started in the right fashion. They were unbelievable right from the start of the game. But then when they started to smell blood, they were just at every single contest. As I said, they outnumbered at every contest. Their pressure around the ball was unbelievable. And the most impressive thing about the Sydney's performance last night was how selfless they were. I mean, there was guys that could have been saying, shit, I could kick 7 or 8 goals here today, but they were sharing them off. They were giving them to players in better positions on the ground, and it was just clearly a standout performance for them and a huge percentage boost.
Do you feel sorry for the other team? Sorry, Jack. Do you ever feel sorry for
No,
the
you don't. You've got to be a ruthless club in those situations. So you want to make the most of it, and you want to play 4 quarters of footy and take some confidence into the following week.
You're one of the big journalists in town, Jay-Z. What do you think the West Coast Eagles should do? You've been around for a long time. You've seen a lot of teams and coaches get sacked. What do you think West Coast should do?
I think you're 100% right, and there will be significant change at this football club. And I think in regards to the high performance, it's a major one. The injuries have got out of control, haven't they, over a couple of years now? So that'll be overhauled. I think the recruiting and the list management will be heavily reviewed. I think they paid a price for the 2018 flag, and a lot of those big contracts which we discussed in the first break have potentially hamstrung. Maybe they should have been a bit more aggressive, on the back of that flag, and maybe trade it out, whether it's a Darling or a Gaff or those sorts of things. And as for the coach, I think he was contracted to 2015. I mean, I sort of get the feeling
2025.
So 2025 or 2015. I get the feeling that it's a matter of just when. To be honest, when is the right time to change the senior coach, whether it's Jamie Graham or an Adam Uze or to someone to come in, Dean Cox even? I think there will be a change. It's just what's the right time.
Joey, I'm just putting this all together and just listening. The way that you three have spoken about it is calm, rational, and it makes a lot of sense. But lack of effort, Stevie saying that the team out there yesterday wasn't that bad in comparison to some of the teams they've had this year. We saw Adam Simpson, Jay, in the post-game. Is the club... And I'll say the club as a whole here, not just the coach and the players, is the club broken? Is it that bad now that we're talking total reset from the top down?
Probably. It's hard to know. It's hard to know from the outside. You can never make that call. I get the talk, and I understand having a circuit breaker and just sacking the coach and giving a circuit breaker for this. I think that's for the short-term solution. Like, yeah, they might become more competitive at the back end of the year, but what is going to be different about the West Coast Eagles in all the facets we've just spoken about going forward into the future? So I still think there's some really strong conversations to be had, but I'm not necessarily just having a knee-jerk reaction and being the emotive decision. I think there's got to be a lot of a deeper thought to this because it's such a bigger picture.
We were talking before, Lee and Stevie, about a 2012 game where Geelong destroyed the Saints. You both played in it. Stevie, you got 2 Brownlow votes. The Cats won down there at KP in round 18, 2012 it was, by 100 points. And that was, I think, the final straw for Scotty Waters at the time. Joey, can you tell us about your recollections of that? Because you kicked the goal in the first quarter, put you 3 goals up, and then it was a procession from there. It was one of those games where it was completely one-sided and had ramifications for the senior coach.
But teams that down the bottom of the ladder have games like that where, I mean, it might not be 170 points. We got beaten by 100. It was a poor time, and Scott didn't survive the end of that year. But even I look back to 2002 in my first year. St Kilda won one of their first 8 games. We lost 4 games in 6 weeks by 80-plus points. 2 of them were 100-point margins. So we were having a horrible patch. 2 years later, 2004, we're playing in a prelim. So you're going to have these horrible periods. We understand West Coast are going through it. But they've got to look at the bigger picture and not just to sort of react to a really poor performance, an embarrassing performance from the weekend. They need to look at it more holistically.
The skipper's in the house, Nate Brown. Hello, Brownie.
G'day, boys. Very, very excited. I tell you what, I got a tip from Stevie J. Werribee race 1 today, and I was watching it. I couldn't drive. That's why I was a little bit late. I was watching it.
Did you pull over and watch it?
I pulled over and watched it, and it got smashed, right? And I thought it still won, but it didn't. I was waiting for the protest.
Yes, what's happened?
And then Matty Lloyd texted me, and he said, what about that start from Stevie J? I'm like, actually, the boys are on air. I better turn that on. So I went away from the protest, and then I tried to find out what Stevie did off the top, which must have been funny because Lloydie loved it. But then I missed that as well. And then I come in here, and Stevie looked at me and gave me the fist pump, and he said, we won the protest payout.
There you go.
What a great start to Sunday.
Up and about. You had a good crack at it too, Nate. The next Sunday. Hey,
responsible.
That'll cover the next couple of fillers in the forehead.
It certainly will. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Stevie's just come in and gone, have a piece of that, Brownie.
I got a question. Whose Sunday supper is it?
No, with half our team not here, we've put it on hold.
Probably Joey's, is it?
No, it's
I haven't eaten for 3 days because I thought, you get the call up for the Sunday.
No Daisy, no Rabsy. We'll just put it on hold for a couple of weeks. What's your take? You've come out of the Sunday Rub. I'm sure the boys. The Sunday Footy Show. I'm sure the boys have had a strong view. What's been the collective about the West Coast Eagles and where they're at?
Well, Kane and Lloydie were of the opinion that action needs to happen now, and I was of the opinion, why would you get rid of Adam Simpson now? So you're just putting somebody in there who is a sitting duck for the next 10 weeks. Is that somebody who wants the role? It's not a role that you'd want to take at the moment because you can't see them getting any better in the next 10 weeks. So I think Adam Simpson just plays out the season, but they were very keen for change. They were keen for change from the top all the way down, and the discussion started into the WA Commission. Obviously, they own both the football clubs over there, and they make the decision rather than the football club.
Yeah.
Really?
Trevor Nisbet is the CEO, has run that football club for a long time. I think he has a strong say on most things, but he's been there for such a long period of time. Even his tenure has been called into question.
I'll tell you what they wouldn't be looking forward to. So they've got St Kilda at home next week.
Yep.
Then they've got the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba in a fortnight. Now, the Brisbane Lions, I did flag it. I hitched my caravan. I'm not going to go into that now in any detail, but
you did.
When Brisbane get going and smell blood, they can score heavily. So I'm expecting that to be a huge win, and that's when even more pressure will come the way of the coach.
Redemption time is up next for Stevie J. Scotty Selwood has kindly agreed to join us once again on the Sunday Rub. We'll see how it goes. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy.
This is the Sunday Rub for Ream Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M Rocks Footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Triple M Sunday Rub starts early to fill your footy appetite.
Did you just say pizzas? Because that's all I can think about now.
But apparently, we're filling our face with more than just food.
So what is it, Brownie? What have you done to your forehead and your eyebrows and they don't move from there?
Blessed with youthful good looks, Jay-Z. There's nothing I've done.
Can you raise your eyebrows? Give it a go.
Of course I can. Look at that.
Oh, no!
Join the Temper Mattress call team today from noon for Collingwood and Adelaide. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
The earlier cancer is found, the better the chances of treating it. So if you or one of your loved ones are due for cancer screening, don't delay. If you notice any unexplained changes in your body or on your skin, make an appointment with a doctor, nurse or health professional as soon as possible. They want to see you. Early detection saves lives. To find out more, visit our website at earlydetection.org.au. This is a message brought to you by Cancer Council Victoria.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Hear me out. A new Mazda BT50 for the business.
I'm listening.
We can take advantage of the government's instant asset tax write-off, reduce our taxable income,
And invest in our business.
Plus, it now comes with 3 years or 45,000 kilometres scheduled servicing and a $1,000 deposit contribution before June 30 for approved Mazda finance customers.
Are they in stock?
Yep, Burwood and Frankston Mazda have them ready for delivery.
Visit Burwood or Frankston Mazda and get your new Mazda BT50 before June 30. T's and C's apply. LMCT 12231 and 12232.
Hey Gary, you ready for tax time?
Yeah, nah, Dave. I got a shit load to do.
Yeah, but Toolkit Depot makes tax time easy with bloody great deals like a Lincoln Electric Powercraft MIG welder for just $899 with a bonus accessory pack.
That could be a tax write-off.
Or a Makita 18-volt brushless chainsaw kit, just $849 with 2 bonus batteries worth $378.
That's better than mates rates.
Shop in-store or online at Toolkit Depot, your tax time partner.
Here's something big from your mates at MW Toolbox Vic. Their end of financial year sale is on now, with up to 15% off customised trays and canopies and up to 20% off standard products. Check out their quality Australian-made customised toolboxes, canopies, trays, electrical systems, rooftop tents and slide-on campers. Plus, mention code word MMW for your chance to win a pop-up roof tent and all the gear to go with it, worth $6,000. The MW Toolbox Vic end of financial year sale. On now, ends this Friday. Google MW Toolbox Vic for more info.
When it comes to pitching a tent, more than half of Aussie blokes can struggle in the bush. More than half. And we all know that, camping is a lot funner when you've got a strong tent pole. Pilot's here to change the game when it comes to helping blokes pitch a tent. And with over 94% of Pilot patients reporting a stronger tent pole, it makes sense that Pilot is Australia's favourite ED treatment. Take the quiz at pilot.com.au and get back to happy camping straight away. Pilot. Hard, made easy.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
We're at the MCG for the Sunday Rub. It's the Pies and the Crows on a cold and wet Sunday afternoon. Now, last time this man joined us on Triple M Footy, it went viral. Stevie, it was your first viral moment here on Triple M Footy. For those who missed it, and you'd be one of about 6 that missed it, let's just go back and take a listen.
And Scotty, how's Harry Mackay sort of handled the criticism that's been come his way during the week? Criticism.
I'm the Collingwood coach.
If you go into the other room and find out for us, that'd be great.
I just seen Bossy walk past you and I thought you could just ask.
Sorry,
I'm hiding. Daisy, I'm hiding.
We apologise. He's only new. He's only new, mate. He's doing the best he can.
Sorry about that, Scotty.
See you on the socials.
I appreciate coming on with you boys. It's been good.
It never gets old.
He played 169 AFL games. He's very big over in the West. But, Scotty, I officially put you on the map in Victoria. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you did, mate. I'm not too sure if anyone knew I was before that, other than me and Joel's brother. But now I'm Stevie's side joke. So it's it was quite humorous.
Did you guys find it funny, Scotty? Did it create a laugh amongst the Collingwood camp?
We couldn't stop laughing. I sort of walked in, tried to explain it to the coaching group straight afterwards, and I didn't do it justice. But once I heard it, it did get a very good laugh.
Scotty, are you surprised? Like, now that you think about it, are you surprised that that's something that Stevie threw your way?
I know Dogger well enough, and I'm probably not totally surprised, but I probably just didn't see it coming. I sort of thought maybe he'd moved on to his questions for the Carlton Blues coach at the time a little bit too early, but turns out you actually didn't have a Carlton Blues coach on after me after I was listening to it, so I don't really know wherever you were heading with it at any stage, Dogger, but... Anyway, I guess
not my finest moment, but the bosses were happy because it did go viral.
And the funniest bit was that you thought we were laughing at you for saying criticism.
Scotty, they were looking up at me in disbelief, and I'm thinking, what if I didn't pronounce criticism as well as I would have liked? And then, anyways, we forget about that. We move on, but it's pinned on the Triple M socials as the number one.
Yeah, it's number one. It'll be number one. It'll be hard to beat this year. Scotty, what about today's game, mate? Coming off the bye, we've seen teams struggle so far this year off the bye. We know both teams are, but what have you done as coaching staff to make sure the group are ready to play today?
We just effectively just got to work. So really, it is quite obvious teams are struggling after the bye, and we didn't actually address it. We probably just spoke about re-establishing what we want to do at the start of the year and going back to work and going back to school on that. And the one thing is Adelaide's coming off a bye as well, and hopefully that we can show them up in a couple of areas that we didn't think we did that well against them last time, but we got over the line within the dying moments.
Is one of those areas that have just dropped away from the start of the year, just being that big sort of outnumbered ground ball stat? I mean, you were so dominant early in the year, and we know it's a big feature of the game. The numbers just seem to have dropped off. Has that been a focus area again to get back to being number one in the comp winning ground ball?
Yeah, that's my area. Thanks, Joey, for reminding me about that. But,
sorry, mate.
Yeah, no, it is. Like, we've lost our balance a little bit from contest to contest at the moment, so we just had to re-establish what we were trying to do in our method, and we re-educate that this week. So if it's poor this week, I'm in some strife, but hopefully we can try and get to that. I mean, last time Adelaide played, I think they'd be pretty happy with how they played us. I think they kicked 2 goals, 8 in the first quarter, our 1 goal, and that's really all that kept us in the game. So up until that, I think they feel like they've got the blueprint to players, but there's a lot's changed since then. We get a couple of ruckmen back. We obviously get Howie back today, which is a massive in for us, and we didn't have Pendles last time, plus Pat Lipinski, who's really important to our structure and system.
We are speaking to Collingwood assistant coach Scotty Selwood. And Scotty, let me assure you, we are big fans of your work. I know you don't feel the love right now between these bungles, but we are big fans of your work. Hey, your team is really interesting. You mentioned Jeremy Howe obviously coming back from that horribly fractured arm, and Jamie Elliott in as well. But geez, it's interesting to see Bo McCreary on the emergency bench. I think Jack Ginnivan is there as well. So Harvey Harrison is a preferred small forward over those two. Can you give us a bit of insight into that?
Yeah, I'd actually love some insight into if the slow-cooked meal from last week's finally finished and ready yet. But I know that took quite a while to come out. But, no, I mean, the way the team's been structured up is on purpose. Bo's in our best 22, and we want to make that really clear. And it's the way that you've got to submit the teams to the AFL these days. You don't actually get to really come out and say that he will be the sub today for us. He'll be a part of what we're doing. But Bo had an ankle leading after the West Coast game. He's been sick for 2 weeks all through the bye. So we're actually just trying to protect him rather than put him out there and put it, make sure he's there to succeed, not to fail. And Harvey's done it. We feel like Harvey's done enough to warrant him being a little bit better than where Bo's at currently due to that. But Bo is definitely in our best 22.
And Scotty, Taylor Walker, he kicked 10 goals last week. He'll be feeling pretty good about himself. Is Darcy Moore the obvious matchup for him today?
Yep, Darcy will go to him today, and most likely we have Billy Frampton out of the side. He would have been a perfect matchup, but we thought we were going to go too tall if we had Bill in the side, unfortunately. So due to team size, really, that he sort of misses out, but we're really happy with how Billy's going. But Darcy will go to him, and we've got a couple of contingencies. If we put Nathan Murphy on him and try and release Darcy to jump over the top and make an impact there.
Shish, I did hold my breath for a second there when he started asking about Taylor Walker.
He just saw Matthew Nicks.
I hoped it was going somewhere. What about as we spoke about Jeremy Howe, mate? How great is it, and how much of a lift is it given the playing group to see him back in the team?
Yeah, I'm not too sure if you guys saw how well documented it was this week on our socials, but what he had to do to get back to this moment. There was a lot of probably career-ending moments he probably thought about, and the one thing that he really struggled with is the nerves in his hand. He's really struggled to get the touch back and the feel of the footies and actually just get anything at all, any sort of grip. So that's probably been the one thing that's been holding him back. But he's a vice captain for the club. We're pumped to have him back. We think he's going to have a massive impact on the game today, but also our chances going forward.
And Scotty, the older brother, is just gallivanting across Europe with the little bub at the moment. I saw him, I think, at Royal Ascot over the past 48 hours. Joel looks to be loving life in his retirement. And as a dad, are you on the text with him?
I am. He's wingnuts out at Royal Ascot with the top hat. It didn't look too good. He overpaid for a suit and unfortunately overpaid for the hat as well. It was twice the size of what it needed to be, but he's enjoying it over there. Conveniently enough, Mum and Dad have somehow got themselves on a free trip over there as well. So he's got a babysitter that Mum and Dad's Airbnb is about 100 metres away. I'm not too sure how that panned out and what the story is there, but yeah, they're lucky enough. He's going to do that. He'll go to Lords and join the Aussie cricket team for a couple of days. I think he's going to do the Tour de France plus Wimbledon. So it's not a bad little year off for what he's doing, and then he'll come back here and he'll have to find a job.
And he's got plenty of coins, Scotty, so don't worry about a job. He could probably retire right at the moment. Did he fly your mum over in premium economy,
good
or
question.
up the front?
From what he said to me throughout the week, he's been going through the same guy you went through when you went over to Perth and had that 20k in your pocket. So whatever that guy is, you'd probably have to ask him. He's the guy with the cash.
And Scotty, you're a former West Coast player, of course. Troubled times for the footy club at the moment. We discussed them earlier. You're shocked to see some of the results, particularly the one yesterday.
Yeah, I actually played down in Geelong yesterday, so I didn't catch it. But I did speak to Luke Shuey last night. He's one of my best mates, and it's hard for him at the moment. It's hard to watch, and it'd be hard to be a part of. But things can change really quickly. I know it seems quite significant. Obviously, the loss yesterday. There's obviously some serious change that needs to happen for it to bounce back. But we were in a bit of dire straits here at Collingwood with our salary cap issues, trying to attract people to the club and all those type of things. But you try and get a new coach, potentially try and get new coaching philosophies in, and you try and get different players playing to the top of their ability. And there's potential for you to slowly creep back up, be a bit more wanted to get back to that club. And but you take no joy in seeing the results like that yesterday.
Scotty, always good fun to catch up. Thanks for joining us on Triple M Footy.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Great to hear from Scotty Selwood there joining us. That was a nice little chat with Stevie J. He's gone viral. He's loving it, Scotty Selwood. Hey, we've got to get to our man Jared Timms from Neds, who's on the line. G'day, Timsy. Can you give us a market on this game between the Pies and the Crows this afternoon?
Yeah, afternoon, guys. No real surprises head-to-head in our Neds market today. Pies, they've been typically popular favourites. They're into $1.35 now. There has been a sprinkling of interest for the Crows, but they've been pretty much locked at $3.15 all day. The line for this one, 18.5 points.
What about the favourite to kick the first goal?
Yeah, all the usual suspects prominent in the market. There's been interest for a few of them. Currently, Myercheck holding the top line of betting, $9. Taylor Walker, he certainly had his admirers, I beg your pardon, $9.50. Darcy Fogarty is a $10 chance. It's a bit of a logjam otherwise. Isaac Rankin, Bobby Hill, Ash Johnson and Jamie Elliott are all rated $11 chances.
And you've been on fire with your same game multis. Have you got one for us today?
Yeah, let's have another crack here. Love a Sunday afternoon, same game multi. I'm going to side with the Pies, 1-39 today. I'm going to roll the dice on Myercheck kicking the first goal today, and I think we might go over 167.5 total match points as well. A very, very juicy $32.09.
Like it very much. There's Jared Timms from Neds. Of course, remember, you win some, you lose more. Free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. We'll take a break. Up after this, the best segment on radio. It's Hit Your Caravan. You're listening to the Sunday Rub from McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
This is the Sunday Rub for Ream Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M Rocks Footy.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks football.
It's on the radio.
Max, go on. When you go to the Gold Coast, where do you stay?
Broady, I think.
Yeah, right. Mm. Would you go to Ripley's, believe it or not? Do you do Cavill Avenue?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maisie's still got his theme park pass, so we might go with Steve's sort of theme parks.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6 on Triple M. Get the podcast now from the Listener app.
Ringwood Mazda's end of financial year 5-day sale ends Sunday. Get 3 years free scheduled servicing on new X-Demo and Mazda Executive passenger cars and 2 years free scheduled servicing on X-Demo and Executive BT50s. Plus, get a minimum $2,000 trade-in, $250 aftercare voucher and a $250 fuel voucher when you finance with Ringwood Mazda. But only during their end of financial year 5-day sale. T's and C's apply. LMCT 11143.
Anyone who loses their licence for drink driving will have an alcohol interlock fitted to any vehicle they drive. You might be thinking, I only had a couple. There's no chance I'll get caught. Now, we're not mathematical geniuses, but with breath testing conducted anywhere at any time in Victoria, your chances of getting caught are pretty high. And if you lose your licence, you'll get an interlock. Drinking, driving, they're better apart. A message from the TAC.
Cadbury fans, your favourite chocolates are now available in 3 new frozen dessert tubs. With Cadbury chocolate pieces and filled with a rich and generous core centre, including Cadbury Dairy Milk Vanilla, Caramello and Caramilk. Find them in the ice cream freezer.
Ripe Coward Spec Bathers, you get 50-cent Old Spice funny lemon tins. What? Right now at Sunbathers, you'll get 50 cents off many Lent onions. That can't be right. Oh, right now at Specsavers, you'll get 50% off the price of all lens options, including clarity-enhancing lenses, light reactive lenses, reflection-reducing lenses, and more. Hurry, ends June 30. Should have gone to Specsavers. Conditions apply.
Oh, that's far.
Yeah, so much forgiveness.
Yeah, it's... What? Did you say forgiveness?
Yeah, forgiveness.
It's forgiveness.
That's what I said. Forgiveness.
For?
Far.
For?
Far.
Introducing the Stealth 2 by TaylorMade. More carbon, more forgiveness.
F-O-F-A.
Available now from your authorised TaylorMade stockist.
Spin bowling is a magic trick.
Over 2 big nights.
I became famous as a great magician.
Tonight and tomorrow on 9.
I was the golden boy.
The Australian drama event of the year.
Absolutely brilliant from Shane Moore.
Celebrating the life of an Aussie adored like no other.
You're the guy. You're the one everyone wants to see.
Warning starts tonight at 7 on 9 and 9 now.
Ram Truck's Red Hot DS 1500 run out with a red hot 3.99% finance rate ends June 30. Stock is limited, so see your Ram dealer today. T's and C's apply. Approved ABN applicants of Ram Trucks finance only.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
Really looking forward to this game on a Sunday afternoon. Collingwood up against Adelaide from the MCG. The crowd is building and the tension is building also as we look at this segment.
On Triple M's Sunday Rub.
There's lots of room for you on the bandwagon.
We're hitching the caravan.
We are hitching our caravan. This is a brainchild of Jay-Z Clark, so I'm going to let you lead us off, Jay.
Well, yeah, I noticed that you came in, Brandy, with a real sort of strut and air of confidence in your hitch your caravan today.
I've got one today. I've got a good one.
So I feel like you should take the new ball.
Okay, no problems. I've seen this guy play 2 games now, and I'm going to speak about the Brisbane Lions, and I think young Will Ashcroft's going to be a great player. Don't get me wrong. I think he's going to be a star. He's going to play 250, maybe even more games, and going to be a great player for the Brisbane Lions. But from what I've seen of Jasper Fletcher in only 2 games, I think that he, at the end of their careers, will be just as or even better. I think the upside and the tricks he has, what he can do, I think is I'm thinking he's going to be better. Okay, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be
You're on the
negative.
fence. You're on the fence,
I'm off
Nate.
the fence. I am saying at the end of the careers, and that's not taking away anything from the young man Ashcroft, but I've seen 2 games, and he has upside. So I am hitching my caravan to Jasper Fletcher.
He's seen 2 games and he has upside. I'd like to think so. I'm glad he hasn't peaked after 2 games.
I feel like we need the little hitch your caravan clarification. So you're saying that Jasper Fletcher will be a better player than Will Ashcroft?
Yes.
Basically saying he'll be a Brownlow medalist.
Yes.
Yes, I like it.
I like how he came in and said, I've got a really good one.
Well,
you didn't like that one?
No, it is. Not what I was thinking with you. No, but
Right.
that's
Yeah,
not bad.
go on,
That's not
Joe.
bad. Well, I'll go hitching my cab, and I'm actually giving you a pump up, Nathan Brown, because he's one of the most versatile media performers in the industry. We see him on the Sunday Footy Show. He's the face of Sportsbet. Hosts here on a Sunday, plays his role on a Friday, and then he stepped into the midweek rub because we are missing Daisy Thomas over in Ascot. So we thought, lovely, and get Nathan Brown. I thought that's a good get. And Nathan Brown stepped straight into the host chair. Let's just have a listen to how he went.
There was a big sound in the third of the bye rounds as Port Adelaide Power ascended the high ground. The Cats' final chances cracked with Pat's rib, while the Dockers may as well have worn a bib. The Tigers of old were strong and were bold, with Jaden Short's goals both long and like gold. Carlton hit back with a quality win as Stewie Jew worries about saving his skin. Gazball beat Bazball for a huge Aussie victory, and Rabs and Daisy to Europe to take in some history. So, to stop our numbers from falling down, we made a quick call to Nate Brown.
I thought that was really good.
Yeah, that was good, yeah.
But then I thought, interesting that Brownie's come in. Normally when you're the fill-in, you don't necessarily step straight into the hosting role. But I thought, great job, Brownie. But then I thought, how much work did you put into that? He said, no, I put a fair bit of time and effort into it. Wanted to make sure the show went well. And then I heard this.
Thanks for having me. I will be back next week. One more
inserted
week.
yourself
Daisy's
very-
away, and I must admit that Rudy did write my poem for me, which was great. So
Oh, did
thank
he?
you very much, Rudy.
So he stole Rudy's poem, who was meant to step in for Rabsy, who usually does the poem.
Yep.
So Brownie's just taken over Rudy's role. And then I thought, well, it was nice enough of Brownie to host. But then by the end of it, let's just take a listen to this package.
Daisy and Rabs are away. This is Triple M Footy's Midweek Rub exclusively. There's plenty more still to come on the Midweek Rub Damo's news break. We've got fair dinkum, all Fugazi, and the game predictions later. This is Triple M's Footy Midweek Rub exclusively on the Listen Wrap. We're going to head to a break. Coming up is fair dinkum or Fugazi. This is Triple M's Midweek Rub exclusively on the Listen Wrap. This is Triple M Midweek Rub exclusively on the Listen Wrap. Lee Montagna, Damien Barrett, Nathan Brown, and this man.
Brownie didn't actually intro me, so I'll intro myself. My name's Rudy. I'm here to do the fair dinkum or Fugazi's.
It's Rudy, is it? Yep.
And I'm Damien.
I've got one late one here. The GWS Giants, for the benefit of the AFL and them, should relocate and be played out of Canberra.
You've got way off track at fair dinkum for Fugazi.
I was about to say that.
Don't come in here. Don't come in here as the fill-in for the bogan from Druin and take it over, Brownie.
Sorry, I asked you a question that you had no answer for. And the last game is only 6 games, Heritage Bank Stadium, Gold Coast up against Hawthorn. And how can you tip Hawthorn or not tip Hawthorn? They've been very good when you not expect them to be, and ordinary when you think they're going to be ordinary.
Yeah. So you came in, Brownie, you're up and about early, you stole the poem, you took over fair dinkum or Fugazi, and by the end of it, you slaughtered the midweek rub.
I did. That little thing I did about Hawthorn, halfway through I'm going, what am I talking about? How am I getting out of this? And it just got worse and worse. Sometimes, like Bill says, you just got to stop and go, nope, stuff that up. Next.
It made me feel better, no.
Stevie, hit your caravan.
Well, back in 1992, round 7, 1992, Jay, Geelong kicked a record score. So Ablett kicked 9, Paul Brown kicked 6, Billy and Ricker and Stoneham kicked 3 each.
Gavin Exel?
Exel, I don't think he was a backman, wasn't he? So he didn't kick a goal. But they kicked 37 goals, 17 for 239 points. I'm hitching my caravan in 2 weeks' time, so I'm getting in early, that Brisbane will surpass that number of 239 points against the West Coast Eagles.
That's a big hit your caravan, Stevie.
Geez, they would have been down Cavalav that night, wouldn't they, Billy and the boys?
Yes, would have been.
It's a real positive, that one, isn't it?
You've already hitched your caravan to Adam Simpson potentially getting the boot.
No, not the boot. No.
Oh, he's
I said
stepping away.
He might step away. I don't think he'll get sacked.
Probably
at
the
all.
same thing. I'm going to hitch my caravan to the most selfless man in football, and he's playing out here in the MCG today. Man by the name of Taylor Adams. So he's an All-Australian midfielder, a best and fairest winner, finished second in the Norm Smith medal for Collingwood. But what has flown under the radar this year is that he's played largely as a forward. So stepping out for Tom Mitchell, for the growth of Nick Dacos, he's done something absolutely for the team's benefit, playing a completely different role. Joe, have you heard any sooking? Any whinging from the Collingwood or from Taylor Adams?
Not while they're winning.
So he's putting the pressure on in the forward half. He's crucial to the tackle pressure that goes on there, and he'd love to be in the midfield a lot more, Taylor Adams, I'm sure, but he is an example of someone who's playing in a different role, which probably doesn't suit his strengths as much, but it's benefit for the greater good.
So what are you hitching your caravan to?
Yeah.
The fact that he's the most selfless man in the league.
Oh.
The most selfless player in the AFL is Taylor Adams.
That's what I said off the top. Yep.
Do you agree with that, Steve?
No, Tom Hawkins is the most selfless. Do you agree with that?
I think he is very selfless. I do like that. There's a lot of selfless players. Taylor Adams, I believe, is a selfless player, but it's a big claim to make that he is the most selfless player in the AFL amongst 700, 800 odd players.
Well,
Big call.
It's a good segment. That's
I think you can only
face.
quantify that by speaking to every club insider and just say, who is your most selfless player? Have you done that?
We'll do the expose league-wide. Name your clubs, each club's most selfless player. We'll start with Collingwood, Taylor Adams. What's on your face, Brownie? What is that on the left side of your face there?
I've got no idea.
There's going to be a chicken souvlaki soon. We've just ordered 2 chicken souvers.
Did you? We certainly have. Which
And here they are.
Did you bring anything to the table, Hev, or are you just you zoning out there?
No, I'm observing. Just a master at his craft, Brownie,
Thank
hosting. No, I've got a small one. It was a negative.
Yep.
I'm hitching my caravan to this buy-round month changing.
Good,
because
Jack.
It is
Foxy.
shit. It is absolute garbage. This buy-round month, it's...
Oh, beep that out, Rabs.
It's almost... Honestly,
Easy.
it's
The dump button
almost as if the competition has just gone into second or third gear for the last
flattened,
month.
hasn't it?
It's completely switched off around the same time as the Ashes. Around
Why do
the
we
same
need to buy
time as the
anyway?
State of Origin. It's
Why?
ridiculous.
That's the best one.
It's gotta
That's a
change.
Good.
Yep.
Into my caravan.
Give the players a bit of a freshener.
Well, it's easy to come up with one. We're going to come up with 23 over the course of the year.
That's true. Can't we do it over 2 weeks?
Yeah,
Daisy?
probably could.
A buy over 2 weeks.
Hey, quickly, Essendon last night versus Fremantle. Fremantle got the job done very, very good out of the stoppage. I'm not surprised by this, but it's a bit of life in the Dockers season yet, Joey.
Yeah, Dockers are the better team, I think, particularly at home. Still not 100% convinced on the Bombers' profile. They've done a really good job. Everyone's sort of almost declaring they're going to make finals because of their run home, but I think they've got a tricky 3 weeks. They'll need to win 1 or 2 of them, but Fremantle, back to their best, around the ball, dominating. Sean Darcy, big influence.
And I think the Darcy Jackson thing is just starting to get some wheels as well. We're going to head to a break, but first of all, time for a news update with Matty Leighton.
Thanks very much. There are questions surrounding Russian President Vladimir Putin's authority after civil unrest was averted in the 11th hour. Tensions between the Wagner Group and the Kremlin are simmering after the private military group staged an armed rebellion. Correspondent Peter Grester has told the ABC the disunity couldn't come at a better time for Ukraine.
It's undercut the primary reason for going to fight in Ukraine, for launching the special military operation, as he calls it, which was originally intended to make Russia safer, when patently it's done quite the opposite.
The Wagner Group has stood down its march to Moscow, with the leader accepting a deal to move to Belarus. A Nationals leadership shake-up is on the cards, with current boss David Littleproud facing internal pressure. There are reports he could be replaced by former Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce or ex-Resources Minister Keith Pitt. And social media giants could be fined 5% of their global turnover for misleading the public. It's part of new measures from the Albanese government tackling misinformation from big tech.
Come celebrate with Mathers, the shoe fit experts, at their Eastland grand opening. There's 25% off store-wide this weekend. Mathers, master shoe fitters since 1923.
Wet and windy at the MCG ahead of the Pies and Crows clash. Right now, 11 degrees. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, from a mum who was worried so much.
Triple M's 5th annual No Talk Day is Monday, July 3.
I've had a son who's been struggling with his mental health quite some time.
When you're sure you've had enough, hang on.
Thanks for No Talk. It made him feel that he wasn't alone, that there are men struggling, and he's finally got himself some help at long last, and I cannot thank you guys enough for this.
If you're not feeling yourself, Beyond Blue is making it easier for people to access support earlier, to get well and stay well.
Everybody hurts.
Yeah, he's on the right track. Thank you.
Sometimes.
Monday, July 3 is Triple M's No Talk Day.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level.
T's and C's apply. See website for details. What are you really gambling with?
Whether you're an electrician, builder or interior designer, Beacon Trade now works harder for you to power your job. With perks like special trade prices and free lighting design services. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
If there's one thing better than watching the footy, it's watching the footy with your mates. Talking about footy with your mates. And raising a Jim Beam with your mates. So here's to winning together, losing together, but hopefully winning. And here's to you, grabbing some Jim Beam before the game this week. But remember, everyone can benefit from a spell on the interchange. Drink responsibly.
At Total Tools, we've got totally epic deals this end of financial year. Check out our 2 massive catalogues with hundreds of epic offers on big tool brands. Like the Makita 18-volt 7-piece combo kit, $1,999, plus a free Makita battery worth over $180. Tax time deals end June 30, so get cracking. Unbeatable end of financial year deals, totally. Total Tools, totally sorted.
The Volkswagen T-Cross 85 TSI Life available from $33,490 drive away. With App Connect and wireless charging, you'll wish you made the switch sooner. Isn't it time you SUVW? Device compatibility and data usage required. Conditions at volkswagen.com.au.
Is being stuck in an office or classroom really not your thing? Get stuck into a trade instead with a huge range of free TAFE courses on offer at Victoria University Polytechnic, including building and construction, and start crafting an in-demand career you can really build on. RTO code 3113.
It's the final call to save on your American adventure with the Qantas North America Red Tail Sale. Whether you want to go wine tasting in Napa Valley, stargazing in Hollywood, or hop across the Big Apple's rooftop bars, now's the time to do it for less with Qantas. Don't miss great sale fares to LA, San Francisco, New York, Dallas, Vancouver and Honolulu, and experience the Qantas difference at every step. Book now at qantas.com.
I've been everywhere.
Sale ends 26 June unless sold out prior. Conditions apply.
It's the final days of Amart's end of financial year sale. Save big with a minimum of 20 to 60% off everything. From stylish sofas, lounges, quality dining, bedroom furniture and more. Stores are open late, so hurry into Amart.
After 10 years as the world's #1 OLED TV brand, LG has just released their best 4K OLED TV yet, the G3 OLED Evo. If you're looking to upgrade your entertainment, it doesn't get much better than LG OLED TV.
The footy's on the radio.
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
We're at the MCG on a Sunday afternoon. Collingwood taking on Adelaide. You've got Lee Montagna. You've also got Dale Thomas is not here, so you're going to have Stevie Johnson in the back row. We're going to head down to the boundary. Robbo for Bob Jane T-Mart. Set the scene down there, please.
Brownie, magnificent, really, considering I drove up from the peninsula. It was actually heaving rain, but I don't think we'll get too much until late afternoon, so it's a north-northwest. It'll play a small part, but pretty good for footy, I reckon. The two big ins at Collingwood, though, Jeremy Howe, as we talked about, first game since the opening round after that awkward fall, an infection, 6 breaks, 4 surgeries later. Didn't think he was going to play at one stage, so he's back. Good luck to him. Jamie Elliott, shoulder injury, back after a month. Billy Frampton's the unlucky one. He's completely out of the side. Adelaide, no changes from last round. And apparently they've learned a bit from their 1-point defeat at round 7, so we'll see about that. Their record's not flashy at the MCG either. The subs, Beau McCreery and also Ned McHenry from Adelaide. I'll tell you what, if Adelaide want the comp to stand up and watch them, today's it, but I give them no chance against the Pies. Big crowd too, I reckon. They're saying a whisper of about 70,000, which is quite surprising.
That'd be big for an Adelaide team travelling here to Melbourne MCG, but Collingwood do have a massive supporter base. This is the Triple M footy prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly. Okay, let's get into full game mode because we're not far away. About 5 minutes from the bounce. You've got Steve Johnson, you've got Lee Montagna going to do the specials for today. Now, Adelaide, flat track bullies or not? Do they arrive today and announce themselves as a football club that is a genuine finals contender, or is Collingwood going to roll on?
Well, that's what we're fascinated to find out. That's why we're here. And you're right. If Adelaide can find a way to win today at the MCG, they're in. They're playing finals with the run home. They've got some really winnable games back at the Adelaide Oval. They will announce themselves this season. On the flip side, if they don't and they put in a really poor performance, Stevie, and they get beaten by 40 points or 30 points to the Pies at the MCG, we're still going to have the same doubts on whether this Adelaide Footy Club are just still part of a rebuild, and it's the next step as a rebuild to win on the road. You've got to take care of business at home, but they've still got a bit of a way to go. That's what we're going to be fascinated to finding out, and I'm not sure which way it's going to go.
Yeah, it's a huge challenge for them, and we're in for an entertaining game of footy because both teams can score really quickly, and I think Adelaide have to really try and take Collingwood on and try and score to win this game of footy. But does that play into Collingwood's hands because they love that up and back game style? So they're the best team of the competition at scoring from turnover.
I think we've seen you can't be scared to take on Collingwood at their own game, because if you try and do the opposite and go slow against them, they thrive on that. They breed off it. That's what they do in fourth quarters when the team has the lead. They play conservative, and Collingwood love that. So you've got to attack against the Magpies because they do give you looks, and we'll see it live today, Stevie. Because they do outnumber around the footy, they can be susceptible and vulnerable in their back half. They might be outnumbered down there, but that's their method, and more often than not, they win the contest and win the outnumber battle, so they protect their defence. So I've got to see if Adelaide can take them on. They did a pretty good job of it last time they met, Chew. We'll get to those numbers last time, but they were 16 points up at three-quarter time, the Adelaide Crows, and Adelaide went into their shells. They played safe, and as we touched on earlier, Collingwood thrive on that and got that win. So I reckon the Crows would have learned a lot. What were some of the numbers from that game that gave Adelaide a chance?
Yeah, firstly, they led by 26 points at one stage, Joey, 6 minutes into the second quarter, and led by 22 early in that final term as well. But perhaps for the Crows, the strength for them has been their scores from stoppages overall. In fact, they're ranked number one for scores from stoppages. But in that particular game, the Pies outdid them by 26 points.
One matchup I'm really looking forward to today, and Scotty Selwood touched on it, Darcy Moore and Taylor Walker. So you spoke about it. If Adelaide can defend well and go back at Collingwood, Darcy Moore does like to play off his opponent, whereas Adelaide are really good at lowering their eyes, and Taylor Walker being the lead-up forward, I think that he could have a day out today, Taylor Walker. If Adelaide win, I think he'll kick 4 or 5 goals.
Gee, big call against the All-Australian defender in Darcy Moore. I'm going to keep an eye out for the ground balls battle. Brownie, Scotty Selwood also told us that was Collingwood's greatest strength early in the season. Their numbers have just dropped away in that outnumber battle, the contest around the middle of the ground. So we're going to keep an eye on that. If Collingwood get back to dominating that stat, that's when they're at their absolute best. That's when they pile on scores, and that might be how they get the Crows. So we're going to keep an eye on that battle.
Just looking forward to the game. Like, you look out there and there's so many talented players. Isaac Quona at one end. You've got Fogarty at the other end. You've got Isaac Rankin, the players through the middle, Dawson, obviously Taylor Adams. Those guys roll through there. There's stars on every line. I'm just looking forward to what is sure to be a good spectacle.
And the one matchup we always look for is who goes to Nick Dacos. And last time Adelaide come up against Collingwood, it was Ben Keys that went to him and played a role. I think Dacos still ended up with 27 possessions or something like that, but
not the influence,
the influence that he has had on games of football. And you spoke about Jordan Dawson. He's playing his 100th game today, so he's turned into an absolute A-grader of the competition and an unbelievable captain for the Crows.
Robbo, Bob Jones, teammates.
Yeah, toss has been done. Moore and Dawson out there. Moore's won the toss going city end. Brownie, there's a wind going across to the southern stand. I don't reckon it'll affect the game whatsoever. Perfect, lights on. Let's get it on.
Nice work, Robbo. Ash Stewart, not Bob Jones, teammates, your Triple M Red Z Lending Stats. Welcome to the Sunday Rub.
Yeah, thanks, Brownie. Speaking of Jordan Dawson, he's number one in the AFL for kicks retained going inside 50, averaging career-high disposals and tackles at 28 and 5. And Joey spoke about the ground ball with the Pies. Overall ranked second for differential, but spot on. Past 4 rounds ranked 16th.
No, just something caught my eye, Brownie, just real Triple M style. Darcy Moore's headband, right? But he's got his hair in a man bun, so that there's actually no hair getting in his eyes. So I'm not actually sure what the headband does. If you look at it there, it's on his forehead.
It's for looks.
There's no hair actually.
It's for looks.
To protect, because it's all back in a man bun. It's just strange. Anyway, must be a bit of a thing for him. He's going to wear
and Nathan Murphy's got the Pat Cash one on with the little square.
Yes.
All right, not far away from this one. This is going to be an absolute ripping game from the MCG. Collingwood up against Adelaide. Triple M footy for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Here's the Hev.
Thank you, Brownie.
As the scoreboard rolls down to 1. Good crowd as well for Sunday afternoon footy.
Just a quick one, Nick Dacos starting on the bench, so maybe just trying to shake that little Ben Keys tag early. Ben Keys starting in the centre bounce on Pendlebury.
That'll confuse him, Joey.
That old chestnut. So it'll be Cameron and O'Brien in the ruck to start the game. Not a great bounce from umpire Brendan Hosking. Pack forms in the middle of the MCG. Dawson in game number 100. Tried to bend down and pick it up. Couldn't take it with him. Ball still bouncing around the centre. Keys lost that handball. It was a little bit too hot. Collingwood's tackling pressure normally pretty good, but the Crows have found a way out and they drive long to half forward. Moore's got front position on Walker, who gave a push. Umpire said play on. Moore back on the footy now, dropped it. Great tackle from Tex.
Throw.
It'll be a throw.
Well, it was the perfect tackle because he was spinning him and then sort of let him go and corralled him to the ground to make sure that it wasn't a dangerous tackle. And in doing so, Darcy Moore threw the footy, and he probably could have taken the mark in the first place, Stevie J, Tex Walker. So your man, you've just said for them to win today, he's got to kick 4 or 5 and he'll have the perfect start.
Well, this is right in his wheelhouse, this Texan from about 50 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Game number 251 today for Tex. Kick 10 in his 250th against the West Coast Eagles. Kept it low into the breeze and it sways off to the left. Opening score of the afternoon, a minute gone on the scoreboard with thanks to Titanium Caravans. 1 behind the Crows. The Pies yet to score.
Maynard to do the kicking out.
Stay behind
Josh Dacos says to go long. The 2 ruckman. Cox sets himself, not going to get there, and over the top, a nice mark by Hinge. So he'll punt. The Adelaide Crows back inside forward 50, just taking his time, surveying the scene, looking around. There's not a lot of movement. Hands in the air, kick it to me. Inside forward 50. Numbers get back for the Pies. Maynard smothered off the boot. Rochelle, quick one out of the pack, but it missed to the right-hand side. And the Adelaide Crows 2 points in front, early stages.
The Pies bring it back in. Quaynor just on defensive 50. Looks the little short kick, put Maynard under pressure. He just pushed off from Shoal and kept moving. He kicks up to the wing for Elliott, who's back into the team today. First game since round 11. He has a fumble and the Crows mop up. Miller off half-back. Now Keys. Handball to the skipper Dawson. It gets onto his left foot. The kick was a good one. And the Crows have started well. Here's Rochelle from centre half forward. Walker's got the set. Got rid of Howe. And a desperate lunge from Nathan Murphy forces it through for a behind. But opening 2.5 minutes, it's all Crows. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Quick kick in for the Pies. There's going to be a free kick again. Mitch Hinge in the right spot.
Gee, Tex has let a couple slip too as well. He could have taken 2 contested marks early in this game. He'd be disappointed.
Absolutely, Joe. Triple M Seabus Super special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Hinge, has he got the distance here? He doesn't look like he's going to have a crack. Now the left foot sets the ball up. Tex is there, he'll have the fly at the back. Tex can't mark it. Front of the pack, Rankin. Can he pick the footy up? Quaynor's with him. Handball out to Rochelle. Rochelle gets one back as well. Quick chain of handballs. Ends up with Dawson. And Dawson out of bounds on the full. Adelaide doing all the attacking but not putting Collingwood to the sword at the moment. They're 3 behind. Collingwood yet to score.
This often happens in a game of footy where a team dominates the start of the game, doesn't put the score on the board, and then the opposition goes down the other end and kicks a goal.
Stevie J, Joey Montagna, Triple M Seabus Super special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Dawson kicks into the pocket. Murphy smacks it out of bounds in front of Fogarty. 3.5 minutes played. All Adelaide so far. The ball has lived up the punt road end. The Crows are 3 behind. Pies yet to score. Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Boundary throw in. Cameron Walker. Cameron, I'll give that one to him. Brought it to the front of the pack. Quaynor was there. Mitchell stands in and then steps out. Left foot to the boundary line. They need to touch it, otherwise it will be a free kick to the Adelaide Crows, which Taylor Adams did, and now we'll have another boundary throw in.
Jordan Dawson has started well for the Crows. 4 disposals already, couple contested.
So who's going to do the ruck work for Adelaide, as Tex Walker's been doing a lot of it. Coming in is O'Brien. O'Brien wins that one down to Dawson. Couldn't take it with him. Crashing through was Laird, got it to Dawson. Dawson standing start. Murphy sits underneath it, can't mark it. Rankin at ground level. Opportunity now for Pedlar. Left foot around the corner. Look at Benny Keys go. Can Benny Keys just pick it out of the air? He can't. The Pies got back with numbers, and here's Mitchell.
He wants to get back onto his left foot. Into the corridor he goes. And Keys has stayed down behind play. Robbo will keep an eye on that. Collingwood change direction into the afternoon sun here at the MCG. Quaynor A bounce and a dash down the members' side, down the Shane Warne stand side.
Stand.
That's a nice mark taken by Harvey Harrison. Game number 3 today.
Play on.
Made his debut a couple of weeks ago against the Eagles. Kicks inside 50, goes over the head of Myercheck. And Adelaide set up behind the footy. Scholl kicks on his non-preferred, not a great kick. Up to the wing, 50-50 ball. Good contest by Noble, but Laird won it out. Flicked a handball out to Rochelle, and now they've got some space, the Crows.
Miller up. Right foot leads up. Fogarty. Fogarty from 60. There's no one in the goal square. He surveys that now. 60 metres out. Fogarty goes for home, but it's left. It's really left, and it's out of bounds. Boundary throw in. Adelaide moving the ball well. Robbo, Bob Jane T-Marts.
Things Keys is okay, just got a corky. And don't forget Jeremy Howe playing in a black padded sleeve because of that broken arm. He's been given permission for that.
Bob Jane T-Marts, buy 3, get 1 free. Instant cash back deals. Call, order online. T's and C's apply.
3 separate breaks in that arm for Jeremy Howe. As Robbo told us pre-game, first game since round 1. Hoskin Elliott didn't clear the area. Keys with a quick snap. That's across the face as well. 4 behinds early for the Crows, Joey. They haven't cashed in. 6 minutes gone. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
And they're getting it done. Contested ball, 12-4 at the moment. So we spoke to Scotty Selwood about the Magpies contested ball game. At the moment, Adelaide dominating that stat. That's why they've had all the inside 50s. What is it, inside 50s? It's 8-1.
That applause is for Jeremy Howe. Gets his first kick in the back pocket. A darting ball. Hinge has done this so well today, but he can't mark that one. Tom Mitchell at ground level. Fed the handball out. Josh Dacos. Adams loops the handball to Pendlebury. Fumble, don't see that too often. Had enough time to get back, get his kick, a bouncing ball. Smith in the middle, Lipinski get a free kick.
In the back, Collingwood.
So Lipinski, this is the first real thrust forward for the Pies. He's got players running on the outer side. Darcy Moore's one of them. He's got Joey's man, Hoskin Elliott, just forward of that. Doesn't go there. Now turns back, chips the football. Noble, have to play on, not 15. Into the pocket, the lead comes from Myercheck. Can't mark it, hits the ground level, and the Crows will run away.
Laird nearly run down from behind. He got his kick away. It'll bounce end on end on end and stay in after all of that. So Maynard handballs back inside to Moore. And then a short kick for Hoskin Elliott. Gave it to Noble running by from left half forward. Pumps it to the danger area. Myercheck not that time. Lipinski was spoiled by his own man. Mitchell went to pick it up. Quick handball out to Crisp from 35 against the flow. A behind for the Pies. It takes them 7 minutes. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Titanium Caravans built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
I know we made a joke about Nick Dacos starting on the bench, but do either of you like it? Because he's still on the bench where 7.5 minutes in, I don't see any point to it, Stephen.
No, he's a good enough player. Even if someone goes to him, he's a good enough player to beat him. So you've got to have your best players on the ground to get that momentum early.
Long kick in, and Pedler with a big climb. And the umpire picked out a free kick, but I thought it was a serious attempt.
Well, it was on the 2 ruckmen whose heads he got some elevation up. That was huge.
Would have been absolutely massive as Jeremy Howe pumps it back in. Big cock sits underneath it. Can't mark it. Fisted away into the pocket. Under pressure now Adelaide. And the ball's out of bounds. Robbo on the boundary.
Yeah, to answer your question, Dacos has just come on, but they had to actually drag Pendlebury off. The ball's been on that outer side and up in Adelaide's forward. They haven't been able to get the Magpie rotation going at all down here.
I'm here to tell you, Pedler has got higher than any man, I think, in the history of the AFL. If he had to mark that, that is the best mark of all time.
He just got nowhere near it, unfortunately.
He's going to come off.
He's got vertigo.
Yeah.
Collingwood, yep.
Blood rule.
Darcy Cameron.
Robbo's down there for Bob Jane T-Marts this end of financial year. Bob Jane T-Marts have got great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today.
Just seeing it again on the replay. That'll look good just paused when he's right at the top and just get a photo of that. Even though the ball's not there, it doesn't matter.
So I'll throw in right forward pocket for Collingwood. They kick to the city end in this opening quarter. Dacos sat off the stoppage, snaps and goals. Nick's still sitting on the bench until now. He goes over and high-fives his brother Josh, who had all sorts of space to kick Collingwood's first of the afternoon and the first of the match. They're 1-1-7. Crows 4 behinds. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, Stevie, you can do everything right with your style of play, locking the game in your forward half, all the things that Adelaide have done for the first 10 minutes. The one thing you can't do is cover class. Just a bit of class. Adelaide have had 4 snaps at goal, missed them all. Collingwood get their first chance. It gets in the right hands of Brownie. I reckon you think he's one of the best kicks in the competition. He just proved it why.
Triple M Red Z, Collingwood winning a bit more territory, 4 out of the last 5 entries inside 50, and Josh Dacos averaging career-high disposals, already 4 disposals, 1 clearance, and that major.
Robbo for Bob Jane T-March, you've been busy early.
Yeah, Cox into the ruck, Brownie, and the reason for that is Cameron into the changing rooms, got a nick in the back of the head. They might have to stitch it.
So for McDonald's, Remont Water, Pies get the first run at the MCG. Cox into the ruck, O'Brien won that one. Dawson tried to crash through. The umpire's going to ball it up.
Riley Mason separate.
The umpire mic'd up for Triple M, comes in, quickly elevates it. O'Brien wins that one as well. Quick handball from Sloan, tumbling ball inside forward 50. Fogarty can't take it. Maynard's hands were good. Darcy Moore, that'll be a free kick against him. Straight out of bounds, and the free kick will be taken by Chase Jones.
He was a little bit unlucky. He was under pressure and it didn't really have time to settle and get a kick away. Just a rush kick, which was off the side of the boot.
Feel like they need reward here, Adelaide. Chase Jones kicks it to the hot spot. Tex will be the flyer. Can't mark it. Front of the pack, Mitchell. Might have got one high. Tex come through. Handball to Sloan. Another one back to Keys. Keys had a couple of those shots and been pretty poor at it. Back to Quainer.
He kicks long out of defence. That's Johnson the target. 3 Crows to beat. Big fly at the back from Nick Murray. They're going for their hangers early, and then Murray got back over his mark. Drills one for Fogarty, who drops it. And now Keys turns it over. Bobby Hill dashes through half-back and gave a handball to Maynard. Collingwood have got the corridor, though Johnson was charged down from behind. Good pick up from O'Brien. Now Chase Jones has his kick smothered. Ball still inside the middle at the MCG. It's a hot one to be won. Umpire Matt Stevick out there with Hayden Gavine, Brendan Hosking, and Simon Meredith calls for it. Triple M Harvey Norman replay. There's the fly from Nick Murray.
It's a good game of footy so far. Mitchell worked his way through the pack, only as far as Dawson, who couldn't pick it up. He laid the tackle on Chris. Chris got his foot to it, but couldn't get it too far. Rankin picked it up, went back, got it. Trying to pick this one up was Murphy. He's about centre-half forward. Collingwood working hard. Here's Nick Dacos for the first time. Fogarty stepped out of trouble. Smith from 55. It's a long ball. He's a big kick. He's a great kick. Marked on the line by Thilthorpe. And he kicked the goal. So a big start for Adelaide. They kicked the first 4 behinds. Collingwood got one back, and now Thilthorpe kicks their first. And they lead by 3 points. Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, good to see them get some reward for effort. Their inside 50s 12-4. During this game. It actually come back, Joey, to the tackle in the middle of the ground by young Hinge. Was able to force another stoppage. It looked like Collingwood was going to be away and get that flow and be very hard to stop, but a huge tackle in the middle of the ground was able to help create a stoppage, and then from there they were good enough to get a clearance and get it forward and take a mark in the goal square.
Watch Matty Nix a bit ease now that Nick Dacos is back on. He would have been worried, where is he, what's going on? They confused me.
Well, it's been a good start for Adelaide.
You're not happy with that, are you?
No.
I just don't get it.
It's part of the rotations. The Keys hasn't gone to Nick Dacos anyway, so I think Dacos is playing as a midfielder.
Rory Laird standing next to him. From McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. Sloan has to burrow his way through the middle. Loose ball fell to Dawson, who sold the dummy, then chips a little left foot ball to centre-half forward, beats everyone, and at the back waiting for it, Jeremy Howe. Tumbly left foot ball to the wing. Harrison's pick up was clean. Handball's back inside to Mason Cox. Did well on hands and knees. The Dacos boys combine. Now Tom Mitchell at the back of the centre circle. And chip out for Josh Dacos, who's kicked Collingwood's only goal. And he marks members wing here at the MCG.
Gets up slowly. Jones did well to hold him up. He's got Oleg Markov. Chips the ball to him now. He likes to play on Markov. That could be 50 metres almost. Should have been 50 metres against Hinge, not paid by the umpire. Markov kicks it. Low ball, looking for my check. Good kick, good mark, good footy.
It's been an important pickup for Collingwood. We see his athleticism, but that was just smart football. Everyone sort of rolled back thinking that kick would go to the hot spot, and he just checked his kick late, lowered the eyes. My check on the lead. This is where he's at his best.
What are his set shots like, Ash?
This season, 21 goals, 6.
Brody Myercheck in many people's All-Australian side at the moment from 40. Keeps it low, but it's going wide through for one behind. So a bit of a swirly breeze, as Robbo had pointed out, for Bob Jane team marks before the game. Collingwood 1-2-8. The Crows are 1-4-10. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Still to come today. The Suns and the Hawks will finish off round 15. I'll take you there as soon as we finish up here. The Crows play the outer side. Lincoln's kick was well short of the target. Fogarty and Jeremy Howe. It's only been 10 minutes, 14 minutes, I should say, Stevie, but he slotted back in nicely. Sure has.
Halfway through my chicken soup.
I thought I could hear chewing. Now I know who it was. We'll get back to you in a moment. Joey, just pick up the slack while Stevie.
I will.
There's Laird. Handballs to Scholl. Hard up against the boundary line from the wing. Murphy let himself under the footy. Misjudged it in the end. His man Walker got back onto his right foot and kicks to the hot spot. Beautifully weighted kick, and Pedler sliding in marks 25 metres out directly in front.
Well, that's the Pies' method, the way they play. Murphy came off Taylor Walker to get to the contest, but just, as you call, Jack, ran the foot. He just sort of ran under it, He just didn't quite judge it. And then the clever little kick from Tex. Darcy Moore just sagging off Pedler, so he just put it to his advantage, and only Pedler could get to the ball.
13th game of the season for Luke Pedler. Had only played 5 games in the 2 years prior, so now looking very comfortable at the level, but he's got to kick them. 1-5 early on for Adelaide. They've controlled things, but the scoreboard says otherwise. Collingwood 1-2. 16 minutes gone. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Nick Dacos numbers, Ash.
Nick Dacos, 2 disposals.
Very similar to last time they played, when Adelaide had all the play, and as Scott Selwood said, couldn't put the score on the board.
Darcy Moore under pressure now. They get the ball out towards Oleg Markov. He's wrapped up on the 50, and he's going to get a free kick, a lucky one.
Their pressure's been unbelievable to start this game, Adelaide.
Certainly has. They're going at 202. The AFL average is 180.
Josh Dacos looks for Mason Cox. Stuck up the one hand, and it's stuck. Chips it towards Myercheck. Couldn't get there. The Crows win the ball out the back. The Millerer slipped over. Bobby Hill came in and tackled him. The umpire's going to pig him. He did. Unfortunately, fell over to Millerer, and Bobby Hill, first name Ian, chips the ball towards Josh Dacos.
First name Josh. He kicks long. Collingwood marking targets everywhere. One of them, Johnson, had good purchase on it and didn't mark. Now Sloane takes possession. Adams gets him straight away. Pies force the ball up inside their forward 50. They trail by 3 points, 1-2 to 1-5. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Umpire balls it up quickly. Hill was there. Miller up, tackled as soon as he got it, and we'll have another ball up.
Just a positive for the Magpies. Past 4 rounds, ranked 18th for tackles inside 50, averaging 5 per game. They've already laid 5 in this first quarter.
Cox and O'Brien to do the battling. 20 metres out from the Pies' goal. They tapped it clear. Dacos has already kicked one, Josh. Can he pick this one up? Just inside 50. Fed it up to Pendlebury. Another one back. They're outside 50 now. Pumping it back in. Cox is the target. Myercheck from the side. Bouncing ball. Can they get the footy out? Collingwood will have another ball up. They wrap it in. 11 plays 8. Adelaide by 3 points.
Mason, Riley, hold the meter, please.
Tick up to 18 minutes in this first quarter. 1 goal apiece. The Crows have been wasteful. Elliott taken to the boundary line and thrown in.
Yeah, Pies are starting to even up the contested ball numbers now. Back within 3. They were down by about 8 or 9 at one stage, so getting the game a bit more in their terms after Adelaide were beating the Pies at their own game the first 10 or 12 minutes.
Joey Montagna and Stevie Jade, Triple M Seabus Super special comments. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Cox is being held from the throw-in. Saligo went down and picked it up, and handball's off to Keys, who just kicks it as far as he can up to the members' wing. Moore and Fogarty trail it to the boundary line, and both will see it over.
Mason, Riley.
So boundary throw-in on centre wing. Perfectly positioned in front of the boxes. 11 plays 8. Adelaide by 3 points. Been wasteful early. Had some very good opportunities to put some space between themselves and the Pies, but haven't capitalised. Ball comes back into play. Here's Nick Dacos. Quick handball out to Pendlebury. Pendlebury on the left foot. Kicks towards centre half forward. Myercheck will have to duck back. Can't take the mark back there. Was Adelaide defenders. It's slapped back. Opportunity still for the Pies. Jamie Elliott just let the ball go in the end. And here they run off half back, but a poor kick straight back to Cameron.
He lays off a handball to Darcy Moore. And Collingwood have got some numbers ahead of the footy. One of them Chris, but ordinary sort of handball to Tom Mitch. Had to go back and find it and set it up to the hot spot. Myercheck almost diving down. couldn't mark, and now Adelaide, Michael Lanny, last line of defence. He's got Lockie Murphy in the long sleeves. He'll have to be careful with this kick. Long to Thilthorpe. He's eased under the footy. And Quaynor riding shotgun for the Pies. Handballs back into the corridor for Pendlebury. And his short kick's a good one to Noble.
So John Noble stands on the logo. Every player ahead of him at the moment.
Move on. Play on.
It's a very stagnant inside forward 50 the Pies. So Noble goes for a long one. It lands about 20 out. Jamie Elliott, the target, coming in from the side. Easy mark taken by Riley O'Brien.
Collingwood's entries, they've just been sort of banging the ball long inside their attacking 50. They need to try and find a 50 to 70 mark and then try and lower their eyes going inside 50 with a composed possession.
Pedler takes the mark and he kicks it now towards Murphy. Robbo Bob Jane team arts.
Darcy Cameron finally out of the rooms. Nice little gash in the back of his head. 11 minutes he was down there, so back on for Cox.
Nicely done, Robbo. Still thought juggles that mark. It'll be out of bounds before that. A throw in.
Yeah, kicks inside 50 retained. Sorry, Joey. Collingwood going only at 22%. Crows going at 50.
Till it's thrown.
That's a two-man for Red Z Lenders. Loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com.
A lot sharper today than what he was Friday night, two-man.
Was he a bit off Friday, was he?
He had a long lunch.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. With the Red Z crew.
Couple of Chardonnay.
Yeah. Tends to carry on if you start at lunchtime. It's hard to work in the afternoon and then into the evening. Adams, left foot kick. Unselfish, as Jay-Z told us. That was a good one. He's got Elliott. Right next to where the boundary and the 50 meet each other. He wants to bring it back inside to Adams. 65 out from goal. The distance will test him, but he puts it high and long. Bobby Hill flies. Pack forms at the top of the goal square, and Laird can find a way through for the Crows. He tumbles the ball outside 50.
Trying to slap it back in, only as far as Keys. Quaynor was there, picking the football up at half-back. They fall over again, Adelaide. Been a couple of times now. Quaynor, he fell over as well, but the umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt.
So that entry was exactly what I'm talking about with Collingwood. They got the mark 50 to 70, but what the Collingwood forwards need to do is start moving, create chaos, and then hopefully open up some holes where they can then find a lower the eyes kick inside 50. If they just keep banging it to the same spot, they're going to keep getting the same result.
Yeah, both teams defending well, though, inside their defensive 50. Adelaide are getting numbers back, so it's not easy to find space in there, but at the other end, the Pies are defending just as well.
Boundary throw in. Ben Keys going to Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos trying to go with Sloane.
Here, yours.
Slap forward towards centre wing. Oleg Markov was the first one there. Maynard fumbled. Hoskin Elliott, Joey's man, just pushed it forward. Here's the unselfish one. Adams got a ball out to Pendlebury. It was so unselfish inside forward 50. And the mark dropped by Elliott. Smith picked it up, turned it around the other way. It's a bouncing ball towards centre wing. Rankin, haven't seen much of him yet. Right foot ball out towards half forward. And Fogarty couldn't mark. It just looks a little bit off so far. Fogarty, a couple of drops, and Quaynor. Fancy footwork, Fred Astaire style. High up and underboard towards centre wing. Get underneath that and mark it if you can. At the front of the pack was Nick Dacos. Handball was good to Mitchell. Into the middle to Pendlebury.
He's got options too, Pendlebury. They got 5 in the corridor. Collingwood. Adams gave a handball. Now Johnson on the end of it from 52. Vacant goal square. Got it. Transition footy at its best from Collingwood. They take the lead back at the 22-minute mark. They're 2-2-14. Adelaide 1-5-11. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, this is exactly what the Pies do from this contest. On that sort of wing line, when they won the ball, it was Pendlebury. It's normally De Goey when he's playing that just stays in the corridor, inboard. Collingwood's handball, inboard, and then away they go. That's how they get that run and that wave of numbers from behind. That's been the Collingwood textbook all year. Great bit of play.
Robbo Bob Jane team arts.
Yeah, Jamie Elliott's coming off. We know he's missed a month of footy with that shoulder. Blown pretty hard. Some big efforts in the forward line. They'll rotate him. They'll look after him today.
Best in the business, Robbo. A throw down to him with nothing to do, and he comes back with something like that. That's brilliant. Ash, Triple M Red Z lending stats. What do you got?
Pies 7 out of the last 8 inside 50s, just for the 1-goal one.
They're going to go forward again. Nick Dacos, quick handball to Noble on the run. Chipping ball down towards Adams. It's a bouncing ball. Can he pick it up? He can now. He's done his play. Hinge went back, got him. Trying to get the handball to Noble. Noble kept running. And now Adelaide with numbers. Hinge, left foot towards centre wing. Trying to get it towards Saligo. Sign a new deal during the week. Tackle on Moore. Centre wing. piles on the pack, and Tex jumps on and will have a ball up.
24-minute mark of this first quarter. He's thrown up Cameron, as Robbo told us, spent a bit of time off the ground. Back out there now. Josh flicks a handball to Nick, who stood up in the tackle. And Cameron kicks quickly to half forward. There's a whistle for a hold off the ball. Non-controlling paid it. Free kick goes to Mason Cox. He's kicked that about 7 metres to Ash Johnson. Goes back to Cox. 60 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Mitchell sees something he likes. Kicks to a dangerous area. Hoskin Elliott couldn't mark. Lipinski front and centre. Handball over the top from Elliott was to no one. The Crows have got some time to sort it out at half-back through Smith.
They've been under siege the last 5 minutes, the Crows. O'Brien couldn't mark it. Trying to keep the ball in was Saligo. With the mullet down there, he'll have a boundary throw-in. So Collingwood half forward, still 2 kicks from goal. 14 plays 11. Collingwood lead by 3 points. Entertaining first quarter, low scoring. Adelaide missing a lot of goals to start. Collingwood just starting to win the arm wrestle at the moment. Boundary throw in, a bouncing ball. Smith picked it up. It's a wobbly ball towards centre wing. The bounce will be interesting and it goes out of bounds. And the umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt off the side of the boot. Down to 3 minutes to go before quarter time. Boundary throw in on centre wing.
Two-man, Red Z Lenders, some of the major ball winners.
For the Pies, 9 apiece to Maynard, Dacos and Mitchell, and for the Crows, 8 to Keys, but going at 33% by foot.
And Nick Dacos at the stoppage, gave a 1-2 with Pendlebury. He crosses the Toyota logo, instructs his man Bobby Hill to go exactly where he kicks it. Hill right forward pocket, tried to bend it around the corner. He was a little too ambitious. Out of bounds on the full, but last 4 or 5 minutes, Collingwood, Joey, just starting to get the game on their terms.
Yeah, off the back of their pressure too, Chu-man. What's their pressure been in the last 10 minutes?
Yeah, last 10 minutes, 256. Crows going only at 159.
They've ramped it up, the Pies, like good teams do.
Dawson, a relieving mark at half-back, so they've got a bit of time to build this one. Chips the ball, and he finds Keys. Keys got players screaming for it in the middle. He looks in there. Collingwood have that covered. So Keys runs 15 and then pumps the ball towards half forward. O'Brien and Walker and Moore. Intercept mark.
Yeah, you've got to bring that down to ground if you're an Adelaide forward. That's the last thing you can do is let Darcy Moore, Maynard, Howe, these guys mark the footy.
As Joey pointed out, he's got the man bun going, so there's no need for the headband, but still got the headband on to half forward at ground level. Dawson copped the Falcon. Johnson off to Nick Dacos. Dacos inside forward 50. Really good kick, and he finds Jamie Elliott. He just makes the ball sing, Nick Dacos.
Yeah, that's been their quality. That's where they've really stood up for mine in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Obviously, the pressure is one thing, but their chain with their handball around the stoppages has been a standout compared to Adelaide. They've got the ball around the stoppage and sort of bang the ball on the boot, whereas the Dacos brothers, in particular, have been able to find avenues and find space and create these opportunities for Collingwood.
Going at just under a goal again this year, Jamie Elliott. 45 out, 45 degree angle, misses. 1-5-11 Adelaide, 2-3-15 the Magpies, 4-point lead. Robbo, just update us on that breeze down there for Bob Jane team arts.
Yeah, it's blown straight across the ground, so no real advantage. It'll still affect kicks. But I've just noticed that Nick Murray grabbed his hamstring, so physio and doctor having a good look at the 28th. Let's see if he gets back on.
Keep an eye on him, Robbo. Nicely done for Bob Jane team arts. Collingwood reload and go again. Josh Dacos kicks long and direct. Lipinski front and centre. Hamill into the pocket now for Elliott, who squares it up. Cox just using the one arm. Almost had it. Hill almost kicked it off the ground. And Adelaide just hanging in there, Joey. They force another rush behind.
And I'll tell you what, that Nick Dacos plan to start on the bench is starting to pay off, Chu-man. What's he up to?
He's already up to 10 disposals. Second most on the ground.
Well, he probably could have 16 if he's not on the ground. You never leave anything out there. You always take what you can. Ball towards centre wing. Walker uses the body, got out the back. Here's Jeremy Howe. Good to see him back. Down towards half forward. Elliott couldn't mark it, but he's good enough to go back after the football and slap it to Tom Mitchell. Another one to Josh Dacos. Underground ball. Tricky one for the Adelaide defenders, but they handle it okay. Smith at half back. Chips the ball looking for Isaac. Rankin pinpoint. Rankin 1 by 2 by 3. Then got it out to Tex Walker. This kick needs to be good by Walker. He can't kick it back to Collingwood, and that's exactly what he does. He had 3 Adelaide players, and the only one back there was a Collingwood player in Murphy, and he kicked it straight to him. Quarter time here at the MCG. Big quarter of football. Not a lot of goals kicked, but an entertaining one at that. 2-4-16, the Magpies. They lead by 5 points. Adelaide, inaccurate. 1-5-11. We'll be back. Lee Montagna and also that man Stevie J will take us through what happened in that first quarter. For McDonald's Remote Water, Triple M, Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For McDonald's,
Triple M Rocks Footy.
the McFeast is back. You can't keep a legend out of the lineup.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
What a show.
Featuring
Hello!
Marty Sheargold.
My job in the mornings is attitude and energy.
It's a show for grown-ups.
As I continue in my never-ending search to close the ring.
A show that can get a little bit fruity.
Check out the junk in my trunk. Let's all show each other our freckles.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
It's the final call to save on your American adventure with the Qantas North America Red Tail Sale. Whether you want to go wine tasting in Napa Valley, stargazing in Hollywood, or hop across the Big Apple's rooftop bars, now's the time to do it for less with Qantas. Don't miss great sale fares to LA, San Francisco, New York, Dallas, Vancouver, and Honolulu, and experience the Qantas difference at every step. Book now at Qantas.com.
I've been everywhere.
Sale ends 26 June unless sold out prior. Conditions apply.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. What are you really gambling with?
You don't have to exhaust yourself at the gym to put your health first. You could ditch the work emails after hours. Put more good stuff in your mouth. Even just drink more water. Whatever health first means to you, NIB is here to help you live it. Enjoy discounts on popular health and wellbeing brands. Have helpful tools and services at the ready. Even earn rewards for healthy living. So what are you waiting for? Start living health first and join NIB today at nib.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Do your Coles shopping on DoorDash and pay the same price as in-store. From grocery top-ups to stocking the pantry or planning your weekly meals, shop Coles at in-store prices and get it delivered in 45 minutes on DoorDash. Plus, if an item you order is out of stock, your Dasher will message you while shopping, keeping you in control with no surprises. DoorDash, more to your door than you think. Based on average delivery times. Delivery times not guaranteed. Delivery and service fees apply.
Hi at user-VK4VD7VR5TL. Alan here from Volkswagen. I'm not sure you're a real person, a bot, or a person with a bot's name, but I am sure you said utes are dreadful family vehicles and dreary as a wet weekend. Not ours. With over 30 safety and driver assistance systems, it's a fantastic family vehicle with a powerful V6 engine. Book a test drive today. If bots can book things. The all-new Amarok, born from tough love.
Meerkat Motivationals with Alexander and Sergey.
Ah, Bill, doing the shopping?
Yeah, out of milk.
Tell me, would you buy 20 litres?
Of course not.
But you like wasting money.
What?
You have health insurance that covers pregnancy.
Really? On my gold cover?
Ask yourself, is it overkill, Bill? Wake up to waste! Switching health insurance is easy. Visit Compare the Market to see the range of brands and products we compare. Or call 13 32 32. Simples.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. What are you really gambling with?
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M Rocks Footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with their new range of standard to premium switches. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
Two attacking sides, but only 3 goals kicked in the first quarter. Collingwood got 2 of those, 2-4-16. Adelaide wasteful, 1-5-11. A 5-point lead to the Pies at quarter time. Let's head down to the boundary. Robbo, Bob Jane T-Marts.
Brownie, keep an eye on number 28, Nick Murray. He came off the ground, grabbed his left hamstring. Not every day that you actually see the vision of what happened. He went from mark and landed poorly, grabbed the back of the hamstring. So we don't know whether it's a nick or a strain or a spasm through the back. Still pretty stiff-legged in the huddle.
Been very busy down there, Robbo, end of financial year. Bob J. T-Marts. Buy 3, get 1 free. Instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T's and C's apply. Ash, Red Z Lending.
Back half of that first quarter, Collingwood's pressure at 224. They had the last 12 entries inside 50, and the Dacos brothers are the ranked at 1 and 2 players on the ground. Josh Dacos with 12 in a major. Nick with 10 only played 72% of the quarter.
Triple M C-Bus Super special comments. C-Bus Super making hard work pay off.
Well, Collingwood got control of that game, probably the last 10 or 15 minutes. That was certainly on their terms. Adelaide early were really beating Collingwood at their own game. They were getting numbers around the footy. They were winning contested ball, and they were using handball to get out. And when they did, they looked threatening, but it wasn't often enough. In the end, Collingwood held up really well inside their defensive 50. Adelaide missed a few chances and probably dropped a few marks to really put some scoreboard pressure on. And then, as we said, once the game got on Collingwood's terms, they are able to find a way to make you pay. The Dacos boys, as you've touched on, in particular with their class. Yeah, they've been really classy around the clearances. Instead of quick kicking, they've been able to turn back inside, use an extra handball out of those stoppages, and then look a little bit more threatening going forward than Adelaide. Adelaide have got back and defended the ground really well, but then they're struggling to cut back through Collingwood with their ball movement. So I think they'll be happy with the way they've started the game, the Crows, but just inefficient on the scoreboard.
Ream Hot Water has built tough additions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a Ream. Here's Jack Heron on Triple M Footy for the second quarter.
Thank you, Brownie. Still to come today, the Gold Coast Suns and the Hawks will do battle in Queensland. We'll take you there as soon as we finish up this one here at the Triple MCG. Now the Pies leading by 5 points. It's Laird with the first clearance. His kick was smothered, so it bounces its way to centre half forward. And Chase Jones being held off the ball by Markov. Umpire said play on. Dawson must pick up at ground level. Now Chase Jones gets it back from 70 metres out. Kicks it long and direct. Jeremy Howe has not missed a beat since he's come back into the team. Takes a good mark inside defensive 50 for the Pies.
Maynard calling for it from about 80 away. Jeremy Howe goes that direction now. Myercheck in from the side, couldn't mark it. Ball on the ground. Maynard went through. Handball to Josh Dacos was good. Back to Penderbury, had a fair bit of it. Nice step. Forward handball. Nick Dacos, his brother's riding shotgun. Gave it to him now. Got a free kick, and now Nick Dacos goes again. Right foot into the middle of the ground, going to be chipped off. Millerer, can he pick it up and go? Here's an opportunity for Adelaide. Dawson slides one wide. Got it to Tex on the point of the square. Tex. Can he pick out a lead? He goes long. He's looking for Fogarty. Fogarty one-on-one, but it goes over the back. Out of bounds of a boundary throw in.
Two-man Red Z lenders, Josh and Nick. How many between them?
26 disposals combined, 4 clearances and a major.
They've had a good start to this game. I feel like we've said that a lot this year. A throw in forward pocket. Cameron stayed in front of Walker. Tapped it down to the front of the stoppage. There's Nick handballing to Josh, so one more each, and up and under ball. Didn't get it outside 50. That's a good grab taken by Scholl. He had to stand under a high ball with traffic coming.
This kid is one of the best kicks in their team, so I'd like to see him just go back here, wheel out when he gets within 55 and let it launch, because they just need to try and get some scoreboard pressure here.
He's a take a good kick, Joey.
He's a good kick, Steve, but he doesn't look confident.
How good is he, Joey? He's a kick.
He's one of their
best. Good enough to kick this?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll kick from right on 50 to the city end into a swirly breeze. It's getting every chance. It's fallen a metre short. And through for a rush behind. Crows 1-6-12. Pies 2-4-16. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Howe brings it in quickly to Quainer. Told us earlier in the year he's never lost a one-on-one contest except against Toby Green.
The pink boots.
They're bright. Towards centre wing. Hoskin Elliott, juggling attempt, couldn't mark it. Ball on the deck. Out of sight of the MCG. Umpire circles, and surely he balls this up now. He does.
Adelaide's got it.
Nick Dacos' numbers, Ash?
13 disposals, 3 clearances.
Umpire balls it up quickly. Good tap down to Hoskin Elliott, to Lipinski. Lipinski's got players darting left, right, centre. Got it out to Bobby Hill, tapped it over his own head. Didn't really need to do it, but it looked good. Bouncing ball inside forward 50. Myercheck on the bounce. Can he pick it up? Adelaide come in with numbers. And the ball goes out of bounds for the boundary throw-in.
You're right, Nath. The ball just sat up. He should have just picked it up, tried to dance around his opponent, but he tried a little flashy tap back, and by the time he had to pick the ball back up, his man was right on him.
Stevie J, Joey Montagna, Triple M C-Bus Super special comments. 35 out from goal. Myercheck trying to bustle his way through. Got boots of ball. Elliott lays a big tackle on Laird. who forces another stoppage inside Collingwood's forward 50. 3.5 minutes gone in this second term. Pies have started to really get going, but that'll be a free kick against Cameron.
Another tackle inside 50 for the Pies, Stu.
Yeah, it's our 8th tackle inside 50. As we said, only averaging 5 over the past month. Elliott, he's laid 4 already.
Miller inside defensive 50 for the Crows. 5 games in a row he's had 20 plus, and it's the short kick to Michael Annie.
So Michael Anley has got players wide. Now they move towards centre wing. A couple of extra syllables.
Good game of Wheel of Fortune, that one.
Free kick.
Silence was eerie, wasn't it?
So the Pies win it back. Pendlebury through the middle of the MCG. Left foot inside forward 50. Looking for Elliott. Looking for Hill. Ball got out the back. Johnson. Elliott. Elliott picks it up and kicks the goal on his left. They had a number of players who could have kicked that goal, Collingwood. And they sorted it out nicely. 3-4-22. They lead by 10 points, Adelaide. 1-6-12.
I thought Adelaide probably could have taken a little bit more risk earlier when they won the footy back. Through the middle of the ground, they took too long. They allowed Collingwood to get set up behind the ball. And then when they eventually did go to pull the trigger, Collingwood were well set up. They got the free kick, and then on the back of that, Pendlebury just smart enough to get that ball in deep, get a contest, and at ground level, Elliott doing what he does best, mopping it up, and little toe poke left foot goal.
It was a big free kick against Jordan Dawson. No doubt the umpires have cracked down on the push in the back in recent weeks. They haven't come out and said it publicly, but a lot more free kicks are being paid for pushing the back. That caused the turnover, and the Pies took full advantage.
They've won 9 second quarters this year, Collingwood. That's been one of their strengths. The way they start games, but the way they put their foot down in the second term. From McDonald's and Ream Hotwater, Triple M Rocks footy. Dawson run down, just got a handball away. Now Miller has a fumble at half-back. Adelaide feeling the pressure as Collingwood swarm towards them. Crisp lays a big tackle at centre-half forward. And momentum starting to turn in favour of the black and white. And a high tackle on Laird. Free kick against Lipinski, but Crows have got to try and find a way to get going. Here's Dawson.
Handball out to Miller. Miller has a tentative bounce and then puts the Jets on. Low ball, looking for Pedler, who's fisted away from him. Here's Joey's man, Hoskin Elliott. His handball was intercepted. Miller kept going. Now he picked it up with the one hand. Inside forward 50, the chipping ball. Collingwood numbers everywhere at ground level, though. Now they pick it up. Hoskin Elliott to Noble. Noble tackled by Pedler on the 50, and Adelaide wrap them up and keep the ball in their half.
Thanks, boys. Thanks, John.
Harvey Norman replay. Hoskin Elliott did Noble no favours there with that handball.
Play on.
Dawson's kick smothered. There's a tackle on Dacos. Keeps him away from the footy. Darcy Cameron at centre half back. Pokes a kick around the corner to Ash Johnson. He goes without it. And Pendlebury with all sorts of space. Kept it moving forward to Lipinski. Ball in dispute in the middle. Dacos comes charging through. Handballs off to Lipinski. From 49 out directly in front. Misses.
He had a little bit more time, or he could have just strolled in another 5 or 10 and maybe even given the handball back to Nick Dacos, who would have made a certainty out of that.
He's like a flash, Nick Dacos, just getting to the fall of the ball. He just took off and was so quick and so clean. That's what set up the opportunity.
But so quick with his thinking to get the handball out as well. Going to come back in. The Pies have won the football back. Josh Dacos, handball to Adams. Adams just looking for someone to give it off to. He's found Crisp. It's a bouncing ball under pressure. Now Adelaide win it back. Fumble though. Opportunity now for Laird. Pick the ball up with Saligo. Got it to Laird in the end. Chase Jones. Underground ball. Puts Rankin under pressure. Murphy came in. Picked up the ball. Couldn't take it with him though. Rankin tried to tie it up. Ball flips out. Dacos chipping ball looking for Lipinski. Lipinski at centre half forward. Couldn't take it with him. Now Adelaide through Hinge. Hinge tackle to the ground. The tackle slipped off though. And now he just pumps it forward. The only man there is Darcy Moore with his headband.
He kicks into the corridor for Noble. They've got runners out at half forward. One of them is Harrison. The 65 make that 70 metres out from goal. Elliott the target inside 50. Hangs on to a big mark. Under pressure from Miller. He's landed awkwardly. He's so good over his head for a small forward.
Yeah, he's a gun. He's been a very good player for a long time. Unfortunately, we never really got to see the best of him for a number of years through so much injury. But the last couple of years, he's such a focal point Chu's already mentioned his tackle pressure inside 50. He's kicked one, and now that ability to take a contested mark in front of a good defender. He's a wonderful player.
Heavy landing on the Harvey Norman replay. Clearance on now. Shop massive savings store-wide. Visit us in-store or online.
Stand now.
He's already kicked one. This was the last goal of the game. This will take his best from 51 metres out. Right forward pocket. He's a star. Never looked like missing. He's kicked the last two, and Collingwood scoot out to a dangerous lead now. 4-5-29. Adelaide 1-6-12 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Yeah, Adelaide, as we've spoken about, they just lacked a little bit of method again with their ball movement, and that probably comes on the back of Collingwood's pressure. But one thing that they've been really strong at is their intercept marking, two men. So Darcy Moore, once again, was able to just read the flight of the ball and then kickstart and generate their attack from that centre-half back area.
Yeah, spot on the back half of the ground. Collingwood have taken 5 intercept marks, Crows only the 1. And just with Jamie Elliott, so he actually leads the clubs for tackles inside 50, second in the AFL for pressure acts inside 50, and he's already laid 4 inside the forward 50 this afternoon.
Here we go.
Collingwood have kicked the last 3 goals at the MCG. 17-point lead. Bounce in the middle for McDonald's Ram Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy off the boot of Dawson. So went towards the Magpies' direction. Picking the ball up was Keys now. Banana out of the pack. It's high, gets inside forward 50. Darcy Moore was up high. Murphy at ground level. He was tackled as soon as he picked it up. With a ball up, 45 out from the Crows' goal.
Thanks. Taylor, Mason.
Umpire elevates it pretty quickly. Walker tried to grab out of the ruck but couldn't do so. Dawson, 55 out. Left foot tumbler inside forward 50. Well done by Jeremy Howard. Just got his hand to it. Was able to pick the footy up, run away and then belted out of the defensive 50, but Adelaide win it back.
Dawson at half forward marks and then gets back over his mark quickly and looks into the pocket, finds Isaac Rankin. What are his numbers, Stu? Red Z Lending.
Yeah, Isaac Rankin, just the 4 possessions yet to hit the scoreboard.
He's got a chance to now. 29 goals last year. That was in 18 games. He's kicked 24 in 13 already this year.
Going to snap from 45.
The change has been a good one for him. Has he got enough legs? No. Too far out, Stevie, to kick a snap?
A little bit too far out to be kicking a snap.
Quainer comes out of defence, but it's coming back in. Marked by Josh Worrell on the wing.
So what can Adelaide do? Having trouble penetrating this Collingwood defence at the moment. Dawson darts one in. Looking for Murphy. Couldn't mark it. Second bite, went back, got it. Tackle to the ground. The umpire said, that's a free kick against you, Lachlan. Free kick goes to Noble. Murphy can't believe it, but they move it quickly. The Pies from half back. Josh Dacos looking for Adams. He'll try and do something unselfish, but he misses it. Got back out to Chase Jones, and he given away a free kick down the field. Jay-Z, very un-Taylor Adams-like.
Go behind.
This is where they need a heap of movement from their forwards. Just create some opportunities, create some chaos. Don't just stand still and wait for it to come in.
Phil Thorpe on the lead. Only as far as Nick Dacos. Read it beautifully. Bounced off his opponent and then ran away.
Handball to Lipinski and Collingwood get moving up to the wing. Here's Adams. Shares it with Myercheck because that's the sort of stuff he does. Myercheck. Handball's back out to Crisp. That handball was just behind him. He had to go back and find it. Chase Jones had his handball intercepted. Adams working hard for it in again. Ball up on the wing. Robbo for Bob Jane T-Marts.
Yeah, Jamie Elliott down here brought himself off. Got terribly winded on the outer side when he kicked that goal. Being worked on now. Talking to the physio. So not well, but he should be okay.
Pies by 17 points as Dawson from the stoppage kicks forward but with no intended target. And Nathan Murphy takes an easy mark at half back for the Pies.
Thoughts on his headband, Stevie?
Yeah, I'd say it's unnecessary.
It's the Pat Cash style headband from 87. One that I believe my former coach Sarah Wallace ran with for a while as well. Now Jeremy Howe to the outer side. The Crows have had it in their half of the ground for the last 5 minutes but haven't been able to put the score on the board. Tackle by Quainer was good. Running away with the football. The Pies go through Harrison. Another handball to the outer side. They've got Hoskin Elliott who kept running. Hoskin Elliott a handball. Lipinski crosses the 50. Centres the ball up. Looking for Adams. And a good kick it was that Adams stood tall and marked that 20 out directly in front. Pies, good football.
Great footy. Started with their pressure again. The tackle from Isaac Quaynor was what forced the turnover and allowed the Pies to head off to the races. It's been a feature of their first half today, Collingwood.
Jay-Z said the most unselfish footballer in the competition.
He should be giving this off.
No, that's what I was about to say, Joey. But from 20 metres out, Taylor Adams has gone back for the Michael Holding run-up. So he starts to 50, and he's going to kick it from about 25. It's a long build-up for Adams. And he kicks the goal. Collingwood have got 4 in a row. The umpire's going to confer, though. He's not sure whether it hit the post or not.
I believe it's goal, just to make sure it
It's this goal umpire, Brownie. I'm telling you.
He loves the airtime.
The same one.
He likes
Always.
The score review.
There's daylight between the goals and that ball.
He's standing right beside the goalpost.
He's on the crypto payroll. Little sidekick, getting a bit of money from crypto to get the little sponsor up on the screen.
So you've got a vendetta against this goal umpire.
No vendetta, just onto something, just observations, Brownie. That's what I do.
Likes to get his head on camera.
This is a goal.
They're going through. They're like, we need a crypto.
Well, I saw one on Taylor for you in the first quarter. It was subtle, but we're keeping up. Is that what you're talking about? Especially when it's a goal.
So here it comes, the score review. And as we thought, it's a goal, but you got to go on TV again.
There was a foot between the footy and the goalpost.
Pies have kicked 4 in a row, 5-5-35. Adelaide 1-6-12. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with a new range of standard to premium switches. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
There's worrying signs here for Adelaide now, Joey. This lead getting out to 23 points, and Collingwood have controlled this quarter again.
Yeah, they have. They've got their game on their terms. Collingwood's pressure is not allowing Adelaide to get that handball game, get from the inside to the outside. Every time they're trying, Collingwood have been able to force enough pressure to win the ball back, either forcing Adelaide a quick kick and mark it in their back half, or their tackle pressure is leading to turnover and they're getting good looks going the other way.
Second quarter numbers, Stu. What are they telling us, Red Z Lending?
Yeah, speaking of pressure, 2:01 in this quarter for the Magpies, and those Dacos boys getting very, very busy already for the game. 33 disposals between them.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. It's a 23-point lead, and it's an alarming one for Adelaide. Collingwood push forward again. Johnson dropped the mark. He's got to go back and retrieve it now. 55 out from goal. Bent down and picked it up. Trying to play for a free kick. Umpire said no. And Brodie Smith sweeps a handball to Thilthorpe underneath the Shane Warne stand. Short kick to Rankin from centre wing. Looks into the pocket. The kick will be perfect. Centimetre perfect. Thank you, Dennis, for Rochelle, who turns around and blazes long across the face of goal. Mark was dropped by Pedler. He kept it in. Scholl went without it. Even when they do go forward, Adelaide, and they've got numbers ahead, they can't make the most of it. 5-5 plays 1-6. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Numbers for Rochelle, Ash.
Yeah, Rochelle, 7 disposals, 1 behind. Just 2 touches in this quarter.
23-point lead to it. Collingwood. The last 4 goals of this game. Adelaide into attack, boundary throw in. Tom Mitchell, quick handball to Maynard. Crisp, underground ball, bouncing one, looking for Elliott. Elliott couldn't take it, but he had Myercheck helping him out. Myercheck's little kick got towards Tom Mitchell, then just his legs went out of him, and then he fell over. Fortunately, though, the Pies have got heaps of numbers, and Josh Dacos is one of those, and he takes an easy mark at half-back. Mitchell's up on his feet, takes the mark. So Collingwood just happy to slow build up here. The field fairly spread. He's saying he's going to go long down the line. He'll look for Myercheck and also Johnson. Johnson, he loves a run and jump at it. He can't mark this one. Ball hits the ground level. Thilthorpe, there's a player hurt behind. Robbo, we'll get down to Robbo in a minute. Might have been a knee, accidental knee in the back of the head. I think that's for Butts. He slowly gets up.
Pain in the butts.
Is that another pun, Stevie?
Foot at the back of his head, though.
But his name's Butts.
Do you get it?
Mm-hmm. We got it.
Yep.
Yeah. we got it. Thank you. It's thrown up on the wing. It's hard to come back from that.
That was sort of pale and pace that.
Silenced everyone. Laird flips a handball over the top to Murphy. Dashes through the middle. Kicks out into space. It was a good one. And Rochelle runs onto the footy. 45 out, almost directly in front. The Crows have not kicked a goal since the 12-minute mark of the first quarter. It's their only one of the game.
Yeah, this will be a score from stoppage. This game's been played between the arcs on the back of turnover, but Collingwood's been able to kick 4 goals, 28 points off turnover versus Adelaide only the 4 points. So they desperately need this one.
Pick 6 in the 2021 draft. Josh Rachele out of Shepparton. He kicks to the city end here at the MCG. It stays left and it was never coming back. 1-7 now, Adelaide. Collingwood 5-5. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
So they bring it in quickly and they got it to Maynard. After a long set shot goal, you'd think they'd have players set up. Collingwood got that ball to 50 so easily. Now it's out of bounds on centre wing. So 35 plays 13. Collingwood in front. What are the disposals telling us, Ash?
Triple M Red Z. Collingwood plus 35 in disposals. Crows going at 55% by foot. AFL average is 66.
Robbo, Bob Jane, Team Marts.
I reckon we've just dropped a couple of degrees. It's got a little colder and dark. I reckon we'll get rain after half-time, Brad.
Bobby Hill on the run. 1 bounce. 2 bounces for Bobby Hill. Crosses the 50. Gave the handball to Elliott. Elliott stands still. Went with the left foot. Looked for Johnson. Couldn't find him. Finish it off, Bobby. Big goal from Collingwood. He's an excitement machine. And they go further ahead. 41 plays 13.
Was that intentional, Joey? That kick from Dacos?
It has to be yes. I want to see the Harvey Norman replay. I'm going to say yes. That was a deliberate kick off the ground in congestion to toe poke it over the defender because he knew Bobby Hill would be out.
That's a through ball, isn't it, in soccer?
Yeah, that's Lionel Messi like.
And then brilliant finish by Bobby Hill to follow up. He tried to do the unselfish thing as Taylor Adams would have done if he had the opportunity. And Johnson misses that mark. Bobby follows up, clean at ground level, and a beautiful little snap and a big celebration from Ian.
Good goal.
28 points. Big problems now for the Crows. Still 6.5 minutes before half-time. There's only 5 points the difference at quarter time, but Collingwood controlling things from McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy. Beautiful tap out, and Pendlebury kicks it out of the air to half forward. Lipinski playing from behind, but Brodie Smith overruns it. Lipinski picked it up and was tackled. Now Sloan flicks a handball back to Dawson. Now Hinge on his non-preferred. Puts it into the third row. Out of bounds on the full.
Starting to unravel here for Adelaide. It feels like now they're just hanging on to get to half-time. If they get a couple more kicked against them, it'll be all over.
Josh Dacos from left half forward. High and long for the Collingwood High Flyers. Myercheck, one of them. Smith tries to keep Lipinski off the ball. Left forward pocket. Elliott bends down and picks it up, and a couple of Crows tackle him. He'll be thrown up. 35 around from the Pies goal. As they kick to the punt road end, they lead by 28 points. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Umpire balls it up. Ruckman do their thing. O'Brien tapped it out into the path of Hill. Onto the ground. Now Adelaide, they need to clear the area. They do. Laird chips the ball, looking for Fogarty. Unsighted so far. Moore's had his measure. Can he get this one out? He can't. And the ball eventually rolls towards the boundary line. Of a boundary throw in. 22 minutes gone. 6-5-41 Collingwood. 1-7-13 the Adelaide Crows. 28-point margin. 5 minutes 36 to go before half-time.
Jordan Dawson in his 100th game seems to be the best Adelaide player on the ground so far.
Yeah, spot on. Number 1 ranked player for the Crows. 19 disposals already, 3 clearances, 11 alone in this second term.
Darcy Fogarty's numbers when you get a second shoot. Collingwood break away from the stoppage. Adams kicks out into the middle. Hill saw Noble running uncontested at centre half forward. The gather was a little bit iffy, but went back and found it. Now Mitchell, 65 metres out, kicks it wide into the pocket. Lipinski, no mark taken. Dawson can butter up and work together with Laird and Smith, but he looks up, he's got absolutely nothing to kick to ahead. So kicks an up and under ball under pressure. Turns it over to Quaynor, who looks back inside for Mitchell.
Might get a 50-metre penalty, Tom Mitchell. He was hit late. The umpires are going to confer. One umpire point. That's 50 metres. And I agree with you, Stevie. I didn't think it was 50 worth.
That was influenced by this Collingwood crowd 100%. One umpire looked up at the other umpire and he's kind of like, no, I'm not going to pay it. But then the crowd got louder and he goes, yeah, pay it, mate. It's a 50.
So Tom Mitchell from the top of the goal square. This is for 6 in a row for the Magpies. And this game is almost done and dusted for the Adelaide Crows unless they can do something just before half-time. This for a 34-point lead. Tom Mitchell, the Brownlow medalist, kicks the goal. And Collingwood out the 34. Beacon Trade scoreboard, 7-5-47. Adelaide 1-7-13.
Yeah, looking at that Harvey Norman replay, Tommy Mitchell made sure the umpires thought there was a bit more in it too. He sort of threw the head back. There was certainly no high contact. It was just a tiny bit late. He only hit the ball. But the umpires did have a little chat and they thought, yeah, we better pay that. You can see there, Hinge just hit the ball off the chest of Mitchell, but he made the umpire see it. And anyway, the came from the turnover again because of Collingwood's pressure. The pressure to force that high kick that Quaynor could sit under and take the mark. It's another goal off turnover. That's been the big theme in this first half for Collingwood. Their pressure has allowed them to win the ball back and hurt the Crows.
This is a big test for Adelaide today. They lost their last 7 against Collingwood and lost their last 6 here at the MCG.
Are they flat track bullies, Joey?
Wow. Well, starting to speak for itself, isn't it, Brownie? It's not looking good for them. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. O'Brien gave a handball to Murphy. Punches a low kick inside 50. Pick up by Thilthorpe. Gave it back to Murphy, who followed up. And he sprays that one across the face as well. 1 goal, 8 for the Crows. Collingwood 7-5-47. As we tick up to 25 minutes gone. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Maynard, a long ball out looking for Darcy Moore. Reaches over and marks it against Saligo. Only a small man, Saligo, had no hope on that occasion. Darcy Moore, bright orange boots, short ball. Tom Mitchell, the goal kicker, under pressure. Josh Dacos handballs it back to Darcy Moore. Just spun out of trouble. Saligo let him go. Nick Dacos, here's trouble again for the Adelaide Crows, but a big tackle by Pedler. And he brings down Scotty Pendlebury holding the ball. Opportunity now. Walker one-on-one. He wants it there. He goes now. Quaynor doubles back. Fisted away. At the front of the pack, Adelaide got the numbers. Saligo to make up for it and kicks the goal for Adelaide. A badly needed one. Darcy Moore saying touch. Collingwood players saying touch. So I figure they'll probably review it, but at the moment, it's a goal to Adelaide.
I reckon the only way it could be touched is if it's come off Tex Walker's back. I think he was the only player between Saligo and the goal.
Well, that's what Darcy Moore, I think he claimed. He was hitting his back to the umpire, telling him obviously it was Taylor Walker's back. So this will be interesting.
So here's the replay, Harvey Norman style.
This was the tackle from Pedler. Yeah, excellent work, the young kid. Tough nut.
And the ball goes in. Fisted away. Keys handballed it off. And the Collingwood players are definitely saying touched off the back. Now it's going to be very hard to overturn from that angle. So I'm going to put it in the book. That's a goal. 47 plays, 20. We're back in the middle. Badly needed goal for Adelaide. How long between drinks, Ash?
Yeah, Triple M Red Z lending stats. They kicked their first major, the 12-minute mark in the first quarter. 25 as we speak into the second.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. The challenge now for Adelaide is to kick 2 in a row on the way to half-time. The Keys' quick kick forward was chopped off by Hoskin Elliott. He kicks to half-back, Jeremy Howe.
It's an important 3 minutes, Jack. You're right. I mean, 27. If Collingwood get the last one and go in at 33 points, it's a big, big margin. But if Adelaide can find one more and get within 3.5 goals, they'll feel they're in the contest.
Robbo for Bob Jane Team Arts, Crows have got a problem.
Yeah, they really have. Not on the scoreboard, but also Nick Murray as well. Left hamstring. He's been struggling out there. As we know, it was quarter time. He could be done for the afternoon if he doesn't shape up.
So thrown up on the wing.
Who's the sub down there, Robbo?
The sub is Ned McHenry.
Stand, please, Chase.
Free kick going Collingwood's way to Noble. 27.5 minutes gone, which leaves us 2.5 left before the main break. There's a 5-point lead at quarter time at the moment. The Pies lead by 27. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Oleg Markov running with Mustaka to half forward. Myercheck was the big fly, couldn't take it. The unselfish one couldn't take it as well. Handball came out to Keys. Keys, right-hand handball. Got it out to Jones. Jones, low ball. Finds Tex Walker. First time in a bit of space on centre wing. It's a couple of boos from the Collingwood cheer squad. Now Tex.
Play on!
Calls to play on now. To half forward. Looking for Thilthorpe. Fisted away from him. Nick Dacos found some space. And the ball wrapped up with Tom Mitchell, and we'll ball it up.
I think in the second half, Tex Walker's going to have to go play deep. I'm guessing last week when he kicks 10, he didn't play at centre-half forward. He's got a lot of his footy outside 50 today. He's just got to go back and give them a target, so when they do go in under pressure, at least they've got their best key forward in that area of the ground. They might be able to generate some opportunities through him.
Stevie J, Triple M, Seabus Super Special comments alongside Joey Montagna. Riley O'Brien's said he struggles against Darcy Cameron in his first half. Gave a free kick away, and Cameron kicks to the outer side wing. Cox was doing some holding with Jordan Butts, and both watch it roll out of bounds. Major ball winners too, Red Z Lending.
Josh Dacos, 21 disposals. Nick Dacos with 20. And for the Crows, 20 to Dawson. You mentioned Fogarty, very quiet, just the 2 possessions. Rory Sloane, only 6 handballs for the game. Still to come this afternoon, the Suns and the Hawks. We'll take you there as soon as we finish off here at the MCG. Simon Black, Richard Champion.
No, Darcy.
Liam Flanagan, Brett Thomas, Belinda Mellon, your call team. Here's Nick Dacos, bends down next to the boundary line, outer side wing. Laird kept it alive. Adelaide walking the tightrope, and eventually Keys will run out of room and it'll be thrown in. Clock stops with 1:12 remaining before half-time.
Hold the meter.
Darcy Cameron and O'Brien to do the ruck work. Not a bad boundary throw in. They sometimes can get them short. We had a recall Friday night. So the umpire to do it again from the restart. Adelaide get the ball towards half forward, only as far as Darcy Moore, who read it beautifully. Takes a mark on his chest. Intercept marks, Ash, for him.
Darcy Moore, that is intercept mark number 3.
There's with a low ball to Isaac Quainer, running down the clock here, the Magpies. A lot of signs down on the bench pointing to how much time is left. Quainer towards half forward. Dawson stands tall. It's been good, Ash. That 20?
Big half.
Big half for Jordan Dawson. 20 disposals, spot on.
Covers the ground really well, Jordan Dawson. Just hasn't had a lot of help at the moment. He's going to get another one here. So they're just running down this clock just before half-time. Dawson, he's got 35 players ahead of him, and one of the 2 players backwards of him they go to. Now Lockie Scholl at half-back. They switch play. Where does he go now? Collingwood so quick into position. He's got nowhere to go.
Play on.
Butts moves towards centre wing. He's got Quainer for company. Quainer at the front of that pack and was going to mark the football, but the siren went at half-time. Very impressive by Collingwood. They lead by 27 points, 7-5-47. The Adelaide Crows, they've got some work to do. 2-8-20 at the MCG for McDonald's Ream Hot Water. Triple M, Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks football. Max, go on.
So there's like a myotherapist to come in afterwards.
What's a myotherapist do?
In between a physio and a masseuse.
Right. So hot rocks, that kind of thing.
Yes. No. Cupping. You know, cupping. Dry needles.
I know all about that, especially going into a weekend. He's a big Friday night cupper.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6 on Triple M. Get the podcast now from the Listener app.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
What are you really gambling with?
At Total Tools, we've got totally epic deals this end of financial year. Check out our 2 massive catalogues with hundreds of epic offers on big tool brands. Save over 20% on the King Chrome 48-piece and 42-piece socket set bundle. Now $299 was $379 when purchased individually. Tax time deals end June 30, so get cracking. Unbeatable end of financial year deals, totally. Total Tools, totally sorted.
Here's something big from your mates at MW Toolbox Vic. Their end of financial year sale is on now, with up to 15% off customised trays and canopies and up to 20% off standard products. Check out their quality Australian-made customised toolboxes, canopies, trays, electrical systems, rooftop tents and slide-on campers. Plus, mention code word MMW for your chance to win a pop-up roof tent and all the gear to go with it, worth $6,000. The MW Toolbox Vic end of financial year sale. On now, ends this Friday. Google MW Toolbox Vic for more info.
How was your day, son?
Oh, tiring. Spent all day getting this erection up.
How's it looking?
Yeah, I'm actually really happy. Here's a shot I took of it.
That could be your best one yet. How long will it stay up for?
A good 3 months, I think.
Oh, reminds me of the good old days.
If you need scaffolding, Precision Scaffolding will come to your worksite and put up a quality erection that meets all building regulations and safety standards. They do it on budget, fully insured, and it's guaranteed on time or it's free. T's and C's apply. PrecisionScaffolding.com.au.
At Stuart Marler. G'day, I'm Alan from Volkswagen. You said Utes occupy a unique space between being a car and a truck. Firstly, I hope you don't speak to your mother with that mouth. And secondly, try ours. With all the next level tech of a car and the 3.5-ton pulling power of a truck, it's a beeping great space to be in. So, why don't you book a test drive today? The all-new Amarok, born from tough love.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy. This halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade.
Half-time in the NCG, the Pies lead by 27 points for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Collingwood 7-5-47. Adelaide 2-8-20. Jamie Elliott's kicked a couple for the Pies, all single goal kickers after that. And Thilthorpe and Saligo, the goal kickers for Adelaide. It's the halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, and get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade. Joey Montagna, Stevie J, Nathan Brown, Jack Heverin. The two-man, Mickey Roberts, is your Sunday call team. Boys, let's have a chat about what we've seen so far, in particular that second quarter where Collingwood got the game absolutely the way that they want it played.
Yeah, they had that pressure on the footy that Joey kept mentioning throughout the call. They were able to then force turnovers. They took 10 intercept marks in their defensive half, and from there they were able to attack back through Adelaide and create some opportunities forward of centre. So that's where the game's, where the margin is. Adelaide haven't been able to convert their chances going forward. They've kicked 2 goals, 8, but equally we've spoken about their ball movement. They just don't look to have the method to be able to cut through Collingwood's defence, which has been so strong.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's been... Adelaide have tried to play a very similar game to Collingwood. They want to outnumber at contest. They want to be able to chain by handball, but they haven't been able to absorb Collingwood's pressure. They've got through a couple of times and they've looked dangerous, but more often than not, and that's Collingwood's method, they apply the pressure. They either win the ball back through tackle and strip, or they force a quick kick, and then Murphy and Moore and Quainer set up behind the football, take the intercept mark, and then reload, and they're off to the races. So, I mean, it's easier said than done. They know what the issues are, Adelaide, but to be able to absorb it is a different story, and Collingwood have just had a bit more class as well when they've had better looks inside 50. So Adelaide have still had 10 scoring shots compared to Collingwood's 12, but they've just been a bit scrappier. They haven't been as classy. You know, Pedler and Keys and guys like this haven't been able to finish their work. Where when it's Elliott or the Dacos boys or Bobby Hill for Collingwood, they've just got a bit more polish and they've been able to put the score on the board.
Jude, Red Z lenders, Collingwood's prime movers in this first half and some of their big numbers.
Josh Dacos, 21 disposals, a major, on target for his PB, which is 31. You look at Nick Dacos, he's number 1 ranked player for the Magpies at the moment, 20 disposals, throwing 4 clearances. Tommy Mitchell's racked up 17 and kicked a major, and Pendlebury also with 14.
So, Stevie, before the game, we sort of had a bit of a joke about Nick Dacos starting on the bench and all that sort of stuff, but when they played in round 7, Ben Keys went to him and locked him away, and you and Joey spoke about how he still got his numbers, Nick Dacos, but didn't have massive effect. Are they doing the same thing today, or has he got more rope?
I noticed that Keys had gone to him in the back half of that second quarter, but at the beginning of the game, Keys obviously played the first 8 minutes when Dacos wasn't on the ground. Dacos comes on when the sting's slightly out of the game and he's fresh, and he just started racking him up. Where he's been most impressive is around the clearances with his ability to drive his legs and find that little bit of separation on his opponent, but then get involved in the chain over and over again. And him and his brother have been waxing a little bit today, but Nick looks like he's just a class above everyone out there on the ground.
So, Joey, when you talk about it, they haven't been able to handle the pressure, Adelaide, how do you change that? What does Matthew Nick say at halftime to try and improve things?
No, well, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, it's just you've got to have the quality and the ability to be able to withstand Collingwood's numbers coming at you, handle their pressure, tackle pressure, keep the arms free, keep the supports. I think it's important to keep your numbers around the footy so you do have someone you can release to, because this is why Collingwood's method is so good. If you don't want to handle the pressure and just want to throw it on the boot and get it out of there, no worries. They'll mop it up, Collingwood, at half back. If you want to try and handball your way through it, well, you'd want to be bloody good at it, because Collingwood will just keep coming. First guy, second guy, third guy, and eventually they will get you. So there's a reason why Collingwood have lost, a handful of home and away games over the last 2 seasons, because they have this method that everyone's buying into. It's working really well. And then they've got that ability to quickly flick the switch when they win the ball on offense. They all run. They all spread. The halfbacks, the wingers, the forwards create some length, so they push forward as well, so they don't get caught high up the ground trying to kick chase. And that's why they can hit the scoreboard. So it's a great game plan. No one's really been able to conquer it as of yet, and Adelaide have just got to have to keep going to work and see if they can find a way through it.
Let's have a listen to our Amy Clanger, who covers Clangers on and off the field. Amy does. 5 games in a row, he's had 20+, and he looks the short kick to Michael Anning.
So Michael Anley has got players wide. Now they move towards centre wing. A couple of extra syllables.
Good game of Wheel of Fortune, that one.
Free kick.
Silence was eerie, wasn't it?
Chew man chiming in. Special. Like it, Chew.
I see the eyes shuffling around the commentary box. Do we say anything or don't we?
No, we let each other sink in here.
I think we got 3 extra letters in there, Brad. I don't know how you managed to do that, but I think we got
Michael Anley.
Chew, Choice Hotels around the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead and book it. Where are we headed to next?
Heritage Bank Stadium. It's the Gold Coast Suns, Jack, taking on the Hawks. It's at 4:40.
And can you give us an update on the Wangaratta Magpies v Wangaratta Rovers, Chew man?
Yeah, there we go. They're off to a good start. Wangaratta 2-5-17. To the Wangaratta Rovers, just the one solitary behind.
Oh, interesting.
First time I think Choice Hotels have covered O&M results. But anyway, that's what we're here for at halftime here at the MCG. It's Collingwood 7-5-47 leading Adelaide 2-8-20 for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. It's time now for a news update with Matty Leighton.
Thanks very much. Foreign Minister Penny Wong is urging any Aussies currently in Russia to leave immediately if it's safe to do so. An armed rebellion by the Wagner mercenary group was called off after forces began a march to Moscow. Canberra says the security situation in Russia could deteriorate further. The Albanese government is cracking down on fake news. Social media giants could face multi-million-dollar fines if they fail to remove misinformation from their platforms. Draft legislation is out for public consultation, giving the public and big tech companies a chance to have their say. 2 swollen dams are being monitored as parts of South Australia experience a deluge. Emergency services warning Hope Forest residents to prepare for possible dam failure. A separate watch and act has been issued for another dam in Basket Range. And the National Retail Body is hoping Aussies will spend more this year than in 2022 on mid-year sales, despite the cost of living crunch. An Australian Retailers Association poll indicates shoppers would spend $9.3 billion on sales this year, up $500 million from last year.
Weight Watchers' end of financial year sale is on now. Get 60% off Weight Watchers' most popular plans. Hurry, sale ends tomorrow. Join now at www.com. T's and C's apply.
Grey skies and a bit windy at the MCG. At the ground, it's currently 12 degrees. It's the Magpies enjoying a 27-point halftime lead over the Crows. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
That halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Every few years, Triple M tests the pulse of the nation.
Well, that fried chicken's really taken its toll, fatty.
This time around, we're almost certain there'll be a brand new GOAT.
Triple M's greatest songs of all time. There's plenty to choose from. And every vote gives you the chance to pick up tickets for you and 3 mates to see the Fooies. Voting's open at triplem.com.au.
Triple M's GOAT 400 countdown is coming. Starts tomorrow, 9 a.m.
For a great end of financial year deal, go to the great guys at Australian Motors. With every used vehicle, choose from 5 great deals, including a $500 fuel voucher. On now at Wayville, Morford Vale and australianmotors.com.au. T's and C's apply. Ends June 30. LVD 80. Our deals are so great, we've even brought back a great jingle.
Get a great deal from the great guys and drive a great Australian Motors car.
You don't have to exhaust yourself at the gym to put your health first. You could ditch the work emails after hours. Put more good stuff in your mouth. Even just drink more water. Whatever health first means to you, NIB is here to help you live it. Enjoy discounts on popular health and wellbeing brands. Have helpful tools and services at the ready. Even earn rewards for healthy living. So what are you waiting for? Start living health first and join NIB today at nib.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Oh, Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll be OT, but not for the other 9. Grab your favourites like Stone & Wood Pacific Ale 4-packs for $16.99 or 2 for $30 for Hump Club members. Or Johnny Walker Black 700ml $59.99 or $49.99 for members. Sign up online or in-store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
Introducing Skoda's 777. It's our complimentary 7-year servicing and 7-year roadside assist with included 7-year warranty on selected models. Curious? Visit your Skoda dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Over 94% of pilot patients report improved performance in the...
Sorry, census say we can't talk about that.
What?
Yep, everyone's offended these days.
Well, apparently we're not allowed to talk about where pilot patients have improved performance in, so let's just use this analogy. Over 94% of Aussie campers using Pilot report stronger, firmer tent poles when it comes to pitching their tent. And we all know camping is a lot funner when your tent pole stays up all night. Take the quiz at pilot.com.au. Pilot. Hard, made easy.
Finding a good price on a top quality caravan can be a hard task. Not right now. It's Springvale Caravan's massive $3 million stock clearance sale. Get in now for incredible prices and amazing reductions on all stock Snowy River caravans. These prices are never to be repeated. Springvale Caravan's massive $3 million clearance sale. Always great prices and great service. 723 Springvale Road, Keysborough or springvalecaravans.com.au.
At Coles, help keep the cost of living down with thousands of specials every week. Like half-price Cadbury blocks of chocolate, 162 to 190 gram, just $2.75. Including our new and exclusive raspberry and hazelnut tart block from Curtis Stone. Only at Coles. Offer ends Tuesday.
Whether it's a construction site, workshop or renovation project, DeWalt wet and dry vacuum cleaners have you covered. Built to withstand the toughest conditions, these vacuums are made for trade. Available now at leading hardware retailers. DeWalt. Guaranteed tough.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy. This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Half-time at the MCG, Collingwood 7-5-47, Adelaide at 2-8-20. Can head to the back row, Triple M, Red Z lending stats. Ash, just give us some of the bigger ball winners in that first half, please.
Yeah, Josh Dacos, 21 disposals and a major. His PB's 31. Nick Dacos with 20, Maynard and Mitchell 17. For the Crows, Jordan Dawson, number 1 ranked player on the ground, 22 disposals, 8 tackles. Laird's had 19, but going at 20% by foot, yet to put it inside 50. Keys 14. But he's going at 50% by foot.
Good work, Ash. Good work, Ash. Bob James, team march, Robbo.
I tell you what you don't see too often, the sub come out before the actual Adelaide team. So Ned McHenry was out by himself in the middle, warming up. And we suspect that Nick Murray with that left hamstring, I can't see him in the main group, Browning. So I reckon that they've actually pulled the switch. So he's been warming up, the number 25 out in the middle, main group on the outer side, Adelaide.
think I've been spending too much time with Stevie James.
It does help.
Talk without a microphone in front of my mouth.
It's an unforced error, Brownie.
It doesn't go that well. Yep. But Titanium Caravans, they'll take you anywhere you want to go. You need Australia's toughest off-road caravan. They're purpose-built to tackle Australia's uncompromising conditions. They have everything you need to stay off the grid and off-road for longer. Look no further than a Titanium Caravan. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au as the Pies ran to the ground. 27 points up at the moment, 7-5-47 to 2-8-20. What can they come up with in the second half? Because you were talking about Tex Walker playing a little bit deeper towards goal, but they still haven't been able to get the ball in too deep.
Yeah, I know, but that's the only way I see them scoring. What they've been doing, Taylor Walker has been playing outside 50, trying to be that link-up player. And then if he does take a mark, he looks up and it's just more. And the defence of the Collingwood Magpies sitting back, just sort of patrolling that defensive 50. So I'd like to see him play a little bit deeper down there with Fogarty and at least keep those intercept defenders accountable and find a way to get that ball to ground and bring their smaller forwards into play, which we know are so dangerous.
It's almost like the Collingwood defenders just allow you to go up. They allow you to get the ball all the way up to half-back to centre wing. And every time you see Darcy Moore and also Murphy, they sit back inside forward 50. They don't really go outside defensive 50 that often.
That's right, and that's why I'm saying just go back, make them accountable, try and beat them one-on-one. But if you don't beat them, at least you're going to bring the ball to ground, because Collingwood have been able to generate a lot of their attack off those 10 intercept marks they took in their defensive half in that first half.
Joey, scoreboard pressure is so important. You look at clubs at the moment, there's not a lot between a lot of the clubs up the top end of the ladder. Yes, I mean, West Coast, North Melbourne, there's a big difference. Between these two clubs, there's not a huge difference. Adelaide in the first quarter had 5 behinds before they kicked the goal. They had everything over Collingwood. Collingwood couldn't get to their half of the ground, but Collingwood kicked the first goal of the game. Now, Essendon did a similar thing last night against Fremantle. First 15 minutes, I thought they bombarded the goals without really putting Fremantle away. They could have been 4 or 5 goals up. So could have Adelaide today. So important to put scoreboard pressure on, because then it makes the other team change the way they're going about what they're doing.
Yeah, spot on, Brownie. It's the most obvious stat and sometimes the most important that we overlook. It's just the ability to actually kick the ball through the big sticks instead of the points, because a lot of teams, and when you're right, when good teams play against each other, both teams have their periods of momentum, but the key is to be able to put the score on the board. Adelaide, to be fair, have been very good at that all year. They have been a team that when they've had the momentum have been able to pile on a score, but early in this game, whether it was the conditions of the MCG, whether they were a bit fumbly, whether it was just Collingwood's defence that held up, they weren't able to get the goals. They were missing them and dropping marks, and that just invited Collingwood to continue to work in the game until eventually Collingwood got the momentum and they were able to pile the score on the board and kick 5 goals, and that's been the difference in this game, a little bit of class between the two forward lines.
Robbo, Bob, JT Martin.
Yeah, McHenry on the outer side, Brownie, half forward flank, southern side, in front of the Shane Warne stand. So they've made the switch. McHenry on and Nick Murray out with that hamstring.
Robbo for Bob, Jane T. Marts this end of financial year. Bob, Jane T. Marts have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T's and C's apply.
The Crows have got some work to do, no doubt about that. 27 points in arrears they find themselves. Here we go. Third quarter underway for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy. That is an absolute shank from the umpire. He's bounced that ball and it's gone pretty much straight over his shoulder the other way.
He apologised though.
Just get rid of the bounce altogether. We wouldn't have to worry about it. This time he throws it up. Pays a free kick to Adelaide. Jordan Dawson. Big first half. Good kick inside 52. That's exactly the start they're looking for. Laces out Pedler. 40 out, 45-degree angle.
He's one of the best kicks in the competition, going inside the forward 50, Jordan Dawson. He's had a very good start to the game. That was his 23rd disposal.
What are you seeing there, Brownie?
He's just had a real good liberal application of the baby oil at half-time.
Oh, yeah.
Pedler.
Nice and shiny as the lights take effect here at the MCG. He's kicked it. Crows get a goal inside the opening minute of the third term. Is this where the momentum starts for them now? 3-8-26. Collingwood 7-5-47. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
A lot of baby oil on the arms. Your mate, Tom Hawkins, I think he's the clubhouse leader.
He loves it, doesn't he?
He glistens.
And he needs a bottle of it just to cover his arms.
Big arms.
Yeah, well, it's actually not a bad little tactic because you slip off your opponent, or it's hard to tackle you, and he grabs it out of the ruck. They try to tackle him and slip off the baby oil, and he turns around and snaps the goals.
The only problem, if you get some of that on your hands, it's not great.
No, but you have the grippo too. Did you rub on the front of the jumper? Did you use the grippo?
No.
So is it performance enhancing?
I didn't like it. I didn't need it.
So is the baby oil performance enhancing? Give you an unfair advantage? Give you an unfair advantage? Tackles?
I'm not too sure, Joey. It probably is performance enhancing, but I don't think it's illegal.
Just trying to throw it out there. Something a bit controversial.
Okay. McDonald's Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy. The Crows. Pedler. Can't mark it. Trying to take a slips catch off the ground towards half forward. Opportunity for the Pies. Myercheck held the football. Couldn't get rid of it though. Dawson was there as well. He lays a tackle on Myercheck, who went up and another go at it. Chase Jones tried to soccer it through. He couldn't get there. Malera on the outside. This is better from the Crows. A good start to the third term. They move the ball towards half forward.
That is, they won that critical contest. They're the balls they've got to win more of in this half.
Fogarty. Right foot looking for Rankin. Rankin turns around and marks the football just inside 50 on the boundary. Will take his very best. Tex offers up a lead. But he doesn't go there. Umpire now brings him back around his mark. So we've seen many goals kicked from this pocket, so it's not impossible.
But we know what Taylor Adams would do in this situation, Nath.
Yes.
And that's exactly what he should do. This is a 2 out of 10 kick. He's got to look for something late.
Now, I like a little bit of left to right here. He's holding it for a left to righter. He'll kick it in on the breeze and try to bring it back. Not going to be a goal. Top of the square. Can't mark it. Noble at ground level. Trying to reef it out. So too is Rochelian. The ball now for a ball up.
Look out for Tex here. Grab it out of the ruck.
Thrown up at the top of the goal square. Tex tried to take it out of the ruck. Cameron was awake to it. Now he picks the footy up. Loose ball. Scholes kick smothered. 4 metres out from goal. Noble dropped to his knees and Keys caught him high.
Stand. Thank you, mate.
And we'll get the Pies out of jail. It's only been 3.5 minutes, but some better signs early from the Crows. Trail by 21 points. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
John Noble. Long ball looking for Quainer. So too. A good mark taken out there by Jeremy Howe over the top. Bounces to his feet, chips the ball to Tom Mitchell. Mitchell does a 360, chips the ball into the middle of the ground. Opportunity now for Adelaide to win it back. Rankin was there, so too Dawson. Got it back to Rankin, needs to make the right decision. Looking for Fogarty, couldn't get him, fisted away. Opportunity now for Rochelle on the go. Can't kick the goal though. Misses to the left. Had a couple of opportunities now, Rochelle. 3 for 1 behind.
Really good energy to start this quarter from the Crows.
47 plays 27. Sorry, Stevie.
They've had the majority of the ball in their front half.
Exactly like the first 10 minutes of the game down this end.
3 behinds for Josh Rochelle, 1 in each term. Collingwood play the members' side. Adams, unselfish handball. That's the sort of player that he is, and it's the type of stuff that he does. Now Crisp, 2 bounces down the wing. Has a runner inside in Dacos. The handball misses the target. Had to go and get it.
Well done.
Great work there by McHenry, the sub. He beelined the footy, knocked it loose. Now Laird can share with Jones. A careful short kick to Dawson. He's away. He saw that he had Mason Cox and tucked it under the arm and ran to half forward, where he pinpoints Riley O'Brien. 65 out from goal. Got it back. Now Chase Jones. It started with him at half-back. Fabulous kick back inside. It's as good as Adelaide's looked all day when they move their footy. And Scholl shares with a short kick to Rankin. 25 out.
Well, I wasn't sure what Keys was doing, running onto his opposite foot under pressure, but they were good enough to get out of it and then lower their eyes going inside 50, which was a real problem in the front half, in the first half, beg your pardon, and then unselfish play again there to set up a player in a better spot.
Hasn't kicked a goal as yet. 8 times this year, Isaac Rankin has kicked 2 or more. I'd love for him to start to get going in this second half. He's kicked his first. Adelaide have got 2 in a row, and the first 6 minutes of this third term has belonged to the visitors. They've got it back. to a more manageable 14-point deficit on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, they've been able to get their easier looks inside 50, Stevie, because it's been off the back of turnover. So the first one was Rory Laird, who picked off the kick into the corridor, got the spoil on it, which gave Adelaide a shot at goal. And then Ned McHenry left his man. It was a critical ball. We know Collingwood love to come through the middle, and he was able to affect it and force the turnover. So at the start of this quarter, Adelaide's pressure's up. They've been able to turn over the ball in the middle of the ground where they know the Pies love to go, and that's giving them their chances the other way.
They've had 90% time in front half to start this third quarter.
Haven't seen Adelaide live too many times this year, only on TV, but live watching Jordan Dawson, the way he goes about it, he is a star.
He's a beautiful mover too, isn't he?
3 goals in a row for the Crows. It was 34 points, now it's 14. They're coming at the MCG. The Pies out of the middle, looking for Hill. Can't mark it, fisted away from him. Chris tried to run through. Chase Jones got him. It was just a big brick wall, and the umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt. Better from Adelaide.
Easy, Chase. Thank you, mate. Easy. Let it go.
Bit of a push and shove. Hill and Sloan. Sloan is a big boy. I don't think you worry about that. Trying to work his way through with Saligo. And the umpire's going to ping him for that. So Chris did the same thing moments ago. Didn't get pinged. And Saligo does.
Third quarter numbers too. Red's Ed Lending, what are they telling us?
Yeah, Crows pressures, Joey touched on, really ramped up. 210 opposed to 185 in the first half.
Red's Ed Lending, loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com.
Stand.
Some slow play from Collingwood. Josh Dacos with a short kick to Crisp.
Play on.
To a heavily populated forward 50. Tugs the kick. Cox was in the vicinity, but it was Cameron who marks.
Move away, Bobby. Stand.
20 out, almost directly in front.
Just there.
But what I liked about that is before the contests come in, the Collingwood forwards were all constantly moving, and that gave Cameron an opportunity to get a run and jump at the ball, because O'Brien was just flat-footed, standing still, waiting for that ball to land in the drop zone where he was.
This had hurt the Crows for all of their good work and for all of the attacking that they've done. Collingwood take it up the other end, and Cameron misses. A let off for Adelaide, 4-9. Pies 7-6. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
So the big boys on this side of the ground, that's where he likes to go. So a long ball coming in, looking for Thilthorpe. It's going to go wide, it's going to be out of bounds on the full. The umpire says throw it in.
It should be out in the full, that, shouldn't it?
Nobody touched it, but because he played on out of the goal square, it's not. But it should be, Stephen. It's a boundary throw-in. Keys on Dacos at the front of this pack. O'Brien wins the ball. Down to Dacos. Socket off the ground. Hill, clean. Josh Dacos. Right foot was out of bounds. Good call by the umpire. Myercheck's taken the mark, and Collingwood fans will be upset, but it'll come back on the boundary throw-in.
Out of bounds.
So it looks like it has become a full tag now. The Keys, Nick Dacos match-up. They've seen enough of Nick Dacos and his first half, so we'll see what sort of influence it has on this contest.
Harvey Norman replay.
Didn't look completely out.
Is he out?
I'm not sure.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Shop massive savings store-wide. Visit in-store or online. Throw in 70 out from the Pies goal. Saligo kick from the base of the stoppage. Up to the wing. Thilthorpe dropped the mark. Darcy Moore desperate on hands and knees. Tapped it back into play, but Pendlebury's got some work to do. He's surrounded by Crows, one of them Rankin. First kick was smothered, second time went and kicked it off the ground. McHenry tried to tap it on, but it wasn't to the advantage of Thilthorpe. Now Collingwood go back the other way. Chris handballs into the corridor. Ball sits up for Lipinski. Runners everywhere at half forward. One of them Pendlebury. His handball smothered. Crows did well and they win it back.
Did really well to stop that chain of handballs from Collingwood. Now Saligo's got it. The handball. Players out everywhere. Thilthorpe's got it. He lets it bounce. He's on his left foot. Elects to handball. He gets it out towards Keys, who fell over. And in an opportune time, the throw came out. Still an opportunity. Thilthorpe's going at 1k an hour. Everybody else is going at 5. Collingwood get the free kick.
Stand.
He's a bit sore getting up too. Not too far away from Robbo. We'll keep an eye on him. If you have just joined us, Robbo for Bob Jane T-Marts, just recapping that sub news at halftime for Adelaide.
Yeah, McHenry was on because just before half-time, Nick Murray, left hamstring, had 2 goes at it. I reckon he nicked it landing, so precautionary, he's off the ground.
Here's Pedler from the wing. Walker's got 2 to beat. Murphy and Moore. Murphy floats across. Moore did the body work and allowed for an easy defensive 50 mark for the Pies, who lead by 15 points. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Now, the reason he was hobbling around Thilthorpe, so Murphy just got off him quite easily, got back to help out. Middle of the ground goes Lipinski. Lipinski, short ball, Maynard. Called to play on, wasn't 15. Jeremy Howe under pressure now. They swarm on him. Tex has got it. Can he battle it out? He can't. They do eventually. Rankin, right foot inside forward 50. They've got some space. Fogarty, can he get the ball and reel it in? He needs to get around Darcy Moore. He got the handball out. Murphy, and the Crows have got 4 in a row. Here they come. It's now a 9-point game. 48 plays 39. Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, same theme of this whole quarter. Again, Collingwood came into the corridor. It was a bit lucky that the call was not 15, so it was play on, but it was a peddler tackle that created a contest. Rochelle went and whipped it out, and once you turn the ball over in the middle of the ground, it's always a chance to score against Collingwood. You can get out the back. They've done it 3 times now, and they are well and truly back in this contest.
Inside 50s this quarter, a 6-1 Crows way, but Adelaide have kicked 3 majors from those 6 entries, which is 50%.
Are they all off turnover?
And for Triple M Red Z, Joey, you were 2 out of the 3 from turnover.
That ain't bad. Robbo, Bob, Jane, teammates.
Thilthorpe, right patella, knee knock, in a lot of pain. So he's going to have to hobble this out, have a fitness test. It's the right side, right on the patella, the kneecap.
A bit dismissive there, Brownie, was it? McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. Sort of batted that one away quickly. Here's Nick Dacos. Back of the centre circle, pokes a pass to centre half forward. Pendlebury with one arm marks. Pure class. Too far out to score, kept it low going in. That's a good mark taken by Hinge for the Crows. His kick though, a bit iffy, rushed it. Collingwood had the wall set up on 50. Josh Dacos, that's gone about 4 metres to Taylor Adams. He looks back inside and that kick not to the advantage of Nick Dacos, and Rory Laird has it.
Laird chips the footy. McHenry, give him a bit of bite since he came on. Chips the ball again. Dawson on centre wing.
Stand, play on.
Looks to see what's on offer. Tex offers up. That's a great kick. Looking for Tex. Marks the football. Should have given it off. He had players running out. Tex from 55. He goes bang. Can he bring it back? On the kick. Tex. And Adelaide got 5 in a row. And it's a 3-point margin. 48 plays 45. Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, that kick from Dawson was the one that set it up. He looked up. Tex just got in behind Darcy Moore on about the 55-metre mark, and he just was able to kick a 55-metre kick to his advantage. Tex takes the mark, knows he's got the range in him, rolls around, probably could have given a handball, but the bloke would have been running towards the pocket and would have been a difficult kick, and he just backed his own ability to finish off, and he kicked it straight through the middle.
What I love about Jordan Dawson, Stevie, and that's what a good player does. He rolls and then makes a decision when he's got the ball in hand. He just waits to see what unfolds, and he saw that the Collingwood opponent was just too far ahead of Walker, so he kicked it over the top. Like, it's just brilliant play what he's doing at the moment. Jordan Dawson, 26 disposals, 10 tackles, and he's dominating.
They led by as much as 34 points, Collingwood. Midway through the second term, it's now back to a 3-point difference for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. And McFeast is back. You can't keep a legend out of the lineup.
Stay out at the back.
Mason Cox having a turn in the ruck, wins a free kick for a hold. He kicks it long and direct. Darcy Cameron playing from the back. Big fly from Johnson. Saligo to clean up the mess at fullback to Hinge. He'll have to be clean. It's a tumbly ball coming out of 50. Pedler knocked it away from Quaynor. Dacos had a fumble. Smith has to be quick by hand, as does Laird. Defensive 50 for the Crows. Sloan starting to run out of space. Jones did well. Works together with Saligo.
All of a sudden, the running game's going for Adelaide, and Butts has got it. Slows it down. Injury back behind play. We'll get back to Robbo. It might be just a boot issue. Quick ball. Finds Pedler centre wing. He's lifted as well. Left foot by Pedler. Rory Sloan. 70 from home. Got it to Smith. On again. Here they go. Fogarty. Fogarty's a good finisher. Up to the top of the square. O'Brien. Good movement from the back end to the front end to Adelaide. And this to put them in front.
Well, their ball movement is now back. They are just picking holes through this Collingwood team defence at the moment.
Gives the handball to Tex. Tex kicks back-to-back goals. O'Brien not too confident from 15 metres out. Gave the handball off to his skipper, who was very aware and very hungry too. 51 plays 48. All of a sudden, that is 6 in a row. Adelaide in front.
You're right, Joey. They're picking holes in them because the Collingwood defenders, they're still sitting right back protecting that defensive 50. And on 3 of these occasions where they've been able to go forward, they've just lowered the eyes, slightly risky kick, but on the back of that little break up in play, they're able to then generate a handball receive and then run inside 50 with the Collingwood defenders sitting back and then kick that ball to advantage nicely like they were able to do there to O'Brien. And I mean, that was extremely unselfish to give that to Tex Walker. He was would have kicked that 99 times out of 100 from where he was.
That's now 6 times this year that Adelaide have kicked 6 in a row. That's second best record in the league, Stu.
Yeah, spot on, Jack.
From McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. The game has changed in this third quarter. Now the Crows in front as Murphy is taken to the ground by John Noble. What do Collingwood need to do here, Joey? What do they need to do to change the game?
Got to get back to getting their hands on the footy around the contest. That's their go, the outnumbered game. And if they don't win the footy, they apply that awesome pressure they had in the first half. Because at the moment, Adelaide have been able to apply the pressure and turn the screws on Collingwood.
A quick throw up, still inside the centre square at the MCG. Cold and windy Sunday afternoon, but great crowd. Magpie Army have voted with their feet. There's Taylor Adams around the ball. Left foot snap to centre half forward, but Crows back half have had the answers, and Michael Annie marks.
And they push the ball wide to McHenry. Chips the ball into the middle for Dawson. Used it so well. We've spoken about the Crows 6 in a row, and they lead after trailing by 34, 27 behind at half-time. Miller up. Every player ahead of him. Short ball to Butts. Almost run down by Bobby Hill. Now he chips to McHenry again. McHenry, 80 out from goal. Pedler offers up a lead. So too does Fogarty. Fogarty with the strong hands. Everything turning to gold for Adelaide at the moment.
Looks like a clear plan.
Yep, lower the eyes. How many marks this quarter, Shoeman, for the Crows?
Yeah, 21 uncontested marks in this third quarter alone, opposed to 30 in the first half.
So Fogarty yet to kick a goal. Very good shot at goal. You have to give it his very best. He'll kick from 52. To the punt road end. Kick on the way. Umpire does not move. Adelaide 7 in a row. And they lead by 9.
So Collingwood's pressure numbers have dropped well down. They just can't get their hands on the footy. It's about plus 40 possessions at the moment, isn't it? Adelaide are absolutely dominating this quarter, and we just see that Adelaide forwards working together. Collingwood do that little zone defence. Jeremy Howe dropped off Fogarty. He ran past Murphy, who then had to try and cover, couldn't get there in time.
First half, Collingwood's pressure was at 196, Joey. This quarter, dropped down to 162.
It's because Adelaide are controlling the ball, though. Collingwood haven't been able to get their pressure game going. So maybe that was the plan, Stevie. Take away Collingwood's pressure by controlling the ball.
7 unanswered goals for the Crows. Their lead is now 9 points for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy Sunday afternoon at the MCG. Keys is lifting as he bangs it to half forward. Walker presents and marks. Arms out in front.
Back here.
Man on the mark, 52 metres out.
The umpire called stand, and then Darcy Moore ran off. Now, normally that's a 50.
Yeah.
The umpire's told Darcy to come back.
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Walker, with a bit of a breeze that almost have the distance, instead decides to punch it low towards the goal square. Marks uncontested.
Because you know who was disappointed, Brownie? Who was going to take the mark?
Who?
Big Mason.
The old crouching tiger.
Yes. That was going to be the set play.
Hoskin Elliott.
Tech should have had a shot.
Yeah. And half back for the Pies. They trail by 9 points. Triple M, Titanium Caravans scoreboard. Titanium Caravans built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
So Taylor Adams from half back. Collingwood being challenged. More than challenged. Adelaide have actually got them on the ropes at the moment. Free kick to Collingwood. Advantage paid. Now goes Josh Dacos. Has a bounce. Feeds the ball to Harrison. Harrison from 50. Centres the football. Crisp in the A1 position. And he marks it, Crisp. Just stayed down. And took the mark. Bobby Hill. Or was it Elliott at the front? Flew high. But Jack Crisp read it best.
Well, the Collingwood midfielders, Joey's touched on it, they need to get back winning the ball. They've been extremely quiet to start this third quarter through the midfield. The two-man, I'm not sure if you've got some numbers on a couple of their midfielders.
Yeah, spot on, Stevie. Josh Dacos only the 3, Mitchell 3, Pendlebury 2.
Tom Mitchell put them 34 up. They're now 9 behind. He's missed that. Jack Crisp. Normally a nice left footer, but that one to the left. Through for 1 behind, and Adelaide lead by 8 points.
In the first half, that was going straight over the goal umpire's hat. This game has been turned around off the back of Adelaide's work. Dawson on the wing was run down. And Cox had that tackle linger a little bit too long. He's not happy about it, the big boy.
He's telling him to come on.
Coxie.
Come on, Coxie.
Want a slice of
He
this?
wants to duke it out, does he?
Jordan Dawson just looked at him and said, Mason, please.
Coxie switched off here.
Here's Dawson on the wraparound. Drives long, Walker in position, got it! 45 out, 45-degree angle. Distance won't be an issue. This to make it 8 unanswered goals for the Crows.
Stevie J did call for Tex Walker to go deeper. That's what he wanted. He wanted to see him be the focal point coming out of the square. And he's now starting to take some big, imposing marks and having an influence in this quarter.
This for his third of the term as he kicks to the punt right end. Never look like missing. They are unstoppable. 3 for Tex, 9 for the Crows, and they lead by 14 points. The Magpie Army are stunned.
It's what you asked for, Stevie. It's what you're getting. Tex, big, big term.
Yeah, not only are they winning the ball around the contest, and they are... We spoke about their ball movement in that first half. They had no method. Now it looks like they're going, righto, let's try and pick a hole through them. Let's try find an uncontested mark. Let's try and engage their defenders ahead of the ball. And when we get an opportunity, we either look to lower our eyes or we hit a short and get a handball receive. And on 3 occasions here, we've seen Tex be able to present up at the football and take a mark and kick 3 big goals. Probably could have kicked a 4th if he wasn't trying to be so unselfish with his last inside 50.
So just with the Crows, first half only 6 marks inside 50. In this quarter alone, they've taken 7 from only 11 entries.
So for McDonald's Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks football. Adelaide taking a flamethrower to the Pies at the MCG. 7 in a row. At half forward again. McHenry being good. Can they get the handball free? They're wrapped up and will have a ball up.
He has had some influence, Ned McHenry, coming on as the sub. Sure, what's he had this quarter?
Yeah, he's had 6 disposals, Joey, and 3 inside 50s.
That's what you want from your sub, impact.
Dawson again.
Play on!
Inside forward 50. Tex called to play on. Able to get his foot to it. Rochelle will be the flyer. Great mark by Murphy, though, in from the side. A rare highlight for the Pies in this third term.
A terrific contested mark. Needed that. Adelaide had the numbers at ground level. Rochelle was lurking.
Play on!
They've got 4 minutes, or 3.5 to be exact, to try and negotiate Collingwood, but shallow entries like that aren't going to give them much of a chance. Rory Sloane has it. Right half forward. Hugs the boundary line. It goes straight back to Murphy. That time he dropped it. Quaynor took possession. Rochelle tackles him. Cry of ball from the Adelaide fans.
They're really well done by Rochelle. Sometimes as a forward, you just have to do that. Get the fist in, not allow the intercept mark, and then he followed up and kept the ball inside 50.
Tossed up right forward pocket. Mitchell goes to ground. Maynard's kick smothered. Now Sloane in the forward pocket. Tried to take on the tackle and was caught. Jack Crisp hung on and wins the free kick.
So 25 gone, third term, all Adelaide. 7 goals in this third term. Saligo kicked the last one of this first half. So it's now 8 in a row. 49 plays, 63. Adelaide by 14 points. Ball at half forward. Picking the football up out there. again was Chase Jones, and he's tackled to the ground. We'll have a ball up.
They are really protecting the corridor, the Adelaide Crows. You can see their shape and their method around these contests. They are not letting Collingwood get that handball through the middle of the ground.
We know Collingwood love a grandstand finish, so they'll be confident going into the last quarter, but it'd be nice if Adelaide could get another one here.
Picked up by Josh Dacos, had a big afternoon himself, but like a lot of the Pies have gone missing in this third term. Adams needs to beat his unselfish best to get him back in this one. Josh Dacos to half forward, looking for Johnson, but just strangely stopped and let the ball go through his legs, and now Adelaide pick it up again.
Chase Jones kick underground, the Keys. A high up and under ball, Walker will fly. Made a contest at least. Rankin had it bounce off his chest. 40 out from goal, his handball intercepted by Quaynor. Pendlebury gets it back from Darcy Cameron. At left half back, kick intended for Cox. No mark taken, but little handball forward was okay and kept it moving to Crisp. Now Ash Johnson snuck out the back. He runs to 50, sets sail for home and poked at it in the end. That bounces across the face. And out of bounds for a throw in, right forward pocket.
Looked like he was in two minds. Didn't know whether to pass that ball to Lipinski or to go for goal, and he sort of done an in-between kick and didn't get anything out of it.
14-point lead, I should say, to the Crows. Chuck back in next to the right point post. City end that Collingwood attack in this third term. Keys kicks quickly, gets it out of defensive 50. The ball bounces over the head of everyone and to the advantage of Rankin, who gets it back, and now third time around. McHenry's had an impact as the sub. Back to Rankin. Kick didn't travel 15. Miller misses the target by hand. Pendlebury goes to ground and was pushed in the back. Collingwood free kick, a minute 20 remaining in the third quarter.
Quickly moves it on to Markov. Markov 55 out, has to go back over the mark. Cox is in the goal square. Short ball to Tom Mitchell. He's 55 out still. Just straightened it up a bit. Mitchell, he's got a player in the pocket. If he could hook it, it's Joey's man, Hoskin Elliott. Sets it up, looking for a big mark. Nobody can take it. Fisted away. Adelaide clear the area, only as far as Darcy Moore. Again, 55 metres out. He's a big kick of the football, Darcy Moore. Does he go back and take the moment for his side?
Yeah, I reckon he should. I reckon he should just load up here, depending on what the breeze is doing. Robbo, how breezy is it down there? Can he get this journey?
It's going to force him to kick it fairly tough. It's sort of into him, but it's pushing that southern side, Joey.
This would be huge to get the Pies involved, the crowd, the players. They haven't kicked a goal in this third term. Darcy Moore from inside the centre square. Not going to be a goal. It's going to land in the goal square. Adelaide need to get it through, and they do. So a rush behind. Collingwood 50, Adelaide 63. 16 seconds to go. Mitch Hinge having a bit of a chat to some of the Collingwood faithful.
Less than 30.
Barring any sort of major error, the Crows are going to take a lead into three-quarter time. Dawson goes long. Thilthorpe stands under it and has paid the mark.
Roll.
Back 2 metres, Will. 1 more metre. Stand.
What a quarter from Adelaide. One of their best of 2023. They've kicked the last 8 goals in the game and turn a 27-point halftime margin into a 13-point lead at three-quarter time. Joey Montagna, Stevie Johnson, the Tuna Man, Mickey Roberts, Nathan Brown and Jack Heaven is your Sunday afternoon call team. The Pies have got some work to do for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M, Roxford.
That quarter, the Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
the McFeast is back. You can't keep a legend out of the lineup.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. It has Marty Sheargold.
Firstly, hello.
A man who knows what he loves.
I love footy. I love biscuits. I love a cocktail, Frankfurt. I love camping. Yeah. Haven't done it for a long time because no one else in the family wants to do it with me.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. It's a show for grown-ups.
I mean, it's not as dramatic as it sounds.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
Ringwood Mazda's end of financial year 5-day sale ends Sunday. Get 3 years free scheduled servicing on new X-Demo and Mazda Executive passenger cars and 2 years free scheduled servicing on X-Demo and Executive BT50s. Plus, get a minimum $2,000 trade-in, $250 aftercare voucher and a $250 fuel voucher when you finance with Ringwood Mazda. But only during their end of financial year 5-day sale. T's and C's apply. LMCT 11143.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Have you got a dream? A dream renovation? A dream man cave?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
with 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies. If there's one thing better than watching the footy, it's watching the footy with your mates. Talking about footy with your mates. And raising a gym beam with your mates. So here's to winning together, losing together, but hopefully winning. And here's to you, grabbing some Jim Beam before the game this week. But remember, everyone can benefit from a spell on the interchange. Drink responsibly.
Spin bowling is a magic trick.
Over 2 big nights.
I became famous as a great magician.
Tonight and tomorrow on 9.
I was the golden boy.
The Australian drama event of the year.
Absolutely brilliant from Shane Moore.
Celebrating the life of an Aussie adored like no other.
You're the guy. You're the one everyone wants to see.
Warning starts tonight at 7 on 9 and 9 now.
This exploding bath bomb situation has got me thinking, Sarge. You can really relax knowing you're insured with Budget Direct.
Aye, especially with their sum insured safeguards added to your home insurance policy.
Add Budget Direct's optional sum insured safeguard to your home insurance policy and we'll increase the sum insured up to 25%.
Insurance solved with Budget Direct.
Terms and conditions apply. Issuer Auto and General Insurance Company Limited. Read PDS and TMD at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if products suit you. Individual circumstances and policy terms may vary. Compare for yourself.
Ram Truck's red hot DS 1500 run out with a red hot 3.99% finance rate ends June 30. Stock is limited, so see your Ram dealer today. T's and C's apply. Approved ABN applicants of Ram Trucks finance only.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with their new range of standard to premium switches. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
What a quarter of football we've just seen at the MCG from the Adelaide Crows. 9-9-63. They lead the Magpies 7-8-50. But what was impressive, they trailed by 27 points at half-time. Then they banged on 7 goals in a row. Walker got 3 of them, and they lead by 13 at three-quarter time. Robbo, Bob Jane T-Marts.
Fair distance now, Adelaide. It's good, isn't it, Brownie? There's a switch too, so Bo McQuarrie, they've got to do something. So I'm going to bring the sub on, Collingwood. And we just found out it's Ash Johnson, who was surprising. We thought it was going to be Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill make his way to the boundary, but Ash Johnson out of the contest. McQuarrie gets his chance in this last term.
Triple M Red Z lending.
Jordan Dawson, number 1 ranked player on the ground, 30 disposals, 10 tackles, which is an equal PB, and 7 inside 50s.
Red Z Loans, the loans for the self-employed, REDZED.com. Triple M CBUS super special comments, making hard work pay off.
Starts in the contest here for Collingwood. They need to get their hands back on the ball, get some territory battle. And McQuarrie down there, he's going to offer a fair bit of pressure.
Thanks, Levy.
Well, you were not talking, so I thought someone's got to say something.
Really awkward sort of last 45 seconds then, wasn't it?
Well, it's a Triple M super special comment.
Yeah, I'm liking McQuarrie coming on now because Collingwood's pressure dropped away. That's our job, Stevie. Special comments. McQuarrie's pressure is going to be important, I reckon, in this fourth quarter. A bit like what McHenry had in the third term. They need him to have an impact.
Don't fracture, lads. Stay together. We've got a quarter to get through.
No, we're good. Stevie gave us the first at Werribee today.
Must have missed that one for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. There's Dawson, who's had such a big game. That time couldn't take the footy away, and Matt Stevic thought about holding the ball. He's
no one's tackled.
Going to let it go for a bit.
Back in.
Matt Stevic, Hayden Gavin, Brendan Hoskins, Simon Meredith, our umpires. Collingwood, we know, finished strong. Dawson with another disposal. High and long to centre half forward. Darcy Moore knocked it away from Walker. Now Lipinski gave it to Hoskin Elliott. They try and get some run going off half back. He tumbles the ball to the wing. Cox's tap on was clever. Chris tried to take on a couple of tacklers and couldn't find his way through completely. And here goes Brodie Smith.
Smith bites a bit off towards centre half forward. Pedler was first there, knocked away from him, went back after it with good pace, but Pendlebury held the football up, then got the handball out to Crisp. He's got runners. Nick Dacos. He's got Josh. Now to Lipinski, but Adelaide get back in numbers again, and they wrap it up at centre half back. They'll have a ball up.
So what is going to be fascinating this fourth quarter, what did Adelaide learn only 7 weeks ago when they led by 16? They got the first goal, 22 points up against Collingwood. They played safe. They played safe and invited Collingwood into the game. What do they do in this fourth quarter?
Joey Montagna, Triple MC Bus Super Special comments. They trailed by 16 points at three-quarter time in that game.
Hold the meter.
Round 7 at the Adelaide Oval. And the Crows in a winning position again. Pendlebury kicks from a standing start. Long inside 50. Myercheck should have marked on his chest and didn't. Bodies fell over everywhere. And eventually Worrell dives on the footy.
Coming from the 50. Here we go, Darcy.
And he's thrown up. 30 metres out from the Pies goals. They kick to the punt road end in this last quarter. Crisp got boots of ball, kept it moving forward. Now to the tip of the goal square. Out the back. Harrison snuck out. No one had a body on him. It's as simple as that. Collingwood get the all-important first goal of the last quarter. They're 8-8-56. Adelaide 9-9-63. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Nothing fancy about it. Just Crisp getting boot the ball, keeping it moving forward. Myercheck tried to move it forward. Got to the square. And little Harrison, who's kept Ginnivan out of the side. He's kept McCreary as the sub this afternoon. Gets a nice little finish on that one, and we know this is going to be setting up for an epic finish. So don't go anywhere. This is going to go down to the wire.
Jordan Dawson comes off 2 minutes into the last quarter. I might get down to Robbo in a minute and get an update on what he saw on that one, but Collingwood get the first one of the last quarter. 7-point margin. It's going to be a fascinating last term. Can Adelaide reverse the performance from earlier on in the season? They go forward, and Maynard took the mark quite comfortably at half-back in front of Murphy. So here's Maynard from half-back. He pumps it towards half-forward. Myercheck couldn't mark it. Pendlebury socket off the ground. Hinge gets back, under pressure Hinge. He wants his left, he's got his left. It hangs in the air a little bit, but good enough to get it out towards Saligo. Saligo chips the football. Here go Adelaide.
That's Butts at left half back. Kicks inside, it's okay. Rory Laird, what are his numbers too, Red Z Lending?
26 disposals, yet to record an inside 50, 140 metres gained.
Down on his numbers across the season, particularly metres gained, the three-time best and fairest winner.
Sounds like Ash isn't too impressed with his gun. 26 touches, but.
Two sort of said, yeah, they don't mean much to me. Lipinski goes back the other way, takes the advantage. Elliott just ran under the footy.
He might have got a bit of feedback at that Red Z Lending lunch on Friday. Just a bit more in depth, Stu. Don't just give us the numbers, tell us the impact. And I think that was excellent, Stu, because you're right. He's got a lot of ball, but not as much impact as he usually does.
Robbo, Bob, Jane T. Marts.
Yeah, Dawson off, and you said he got it a whack, so they've checked his jaw, but also all game they've been rubbing the right side, Corky on the right side, but they definitely checked his head.
Good work, Robbo, to half forward. Go to Adelaide Crows. O'Brien stands tall and marks. He wants Tex. He goes to Tex. The kick is brilliant. It was just around the body, Darren Jarman style kick from the big O'Brien, and he laced him out.
No, back with me.
And the Texans got 3 so far. This for number 4.
From the bloke, Riley O'Brien, he wasn't confident to kick a goal from 10 metres out. And he's just drilled a bullet to Tex.
Good as it gets.
Well, one more. Thank you.
He's a big-time performer, this man. Kicked 10 last week. This for number 4 on the premier defender in the competition. Tex to the city end. Slides it through. Adelaide get the goal back. And it's now a 13-point margin again, 10-9-69. Collingwood are 8-8-56, Tex has 4.
Stood up in the second half when they've needed him. Their star, I think he's now equal leader in the Coleman medal, Two-Man, hasn't that? Just come out of nowhere. He's like he's followed the lead of Taylor Walker. Of Tommy Hawkins, Steve. He's just getting better the older he gets. He's having a cracking season.
Yeah, spot on. 42 majors now for Tex, so that puts him level with Charlie Curnow. And 578 career goals, that puts him level with Jared Roughhead.
Well, I think someone on this coverage said that he needs to kick 4 or 5 for the Crows to win today.
Who was that, Stephen?
Backing over your own work, Stevie.
I can't really remember who said it, but
that's the other
spot
boxes.
on.
The other boxers do that, back over their own work, but that's good. That's all right.
What, you're saying we don't?
You could have taken the credit for it if you wanted, Joey.
No, it was a good call by you. Said he needed to kick 4 or 5 for Adelaide to win.
The bouncer's going to come back. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating.
That's why you're a chance to win the best new emerging talent.
No, they've closed the market down, Joey. He's that far in front. It's game over. It's Cameron. High and long out of the middle. Cox camped under at marks. I'm not sure he meant it, but he's happy to tell everyone he did.
Well, I can't wait to see if he kicks this because he's fired up, the big Coxie.
He's taking his tough pills today.
Well, isn't that the biggest afternoon? I think that's why a bit of frustration. What's he had, Stu? What are his numbers?
It's just his second mark, 7 disposals, yet to hit the scoreboard.
You watch the carry on if he kicks this.
If he kicks it, I reckon he runs straight at the man on the mark with a full chest.
Don't lose it.
From directly in front, steers it home. And a bit of feeling between both teams now as well. It's going to go right the way down the wire to the wire here at the MCG. Collingwood 9-8-62, Adelaide 10-9-69, Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, I was wrong there, Joey. He didn't give much at all.
Very sedate for Big Coxie. But important goal. I mean, the quick response, it's so important just to stop that momentum of Adelaide. They're up and about, but Collingwood, they just keep coming. So back to 7 points, back in the middle.
Robbo Bob J&T Marts.
Hello, Robbo.
Speaking of the middle, Dawson straight back in there. They need the skipper in there. He's going to start off. That's good.
Bob J&T Marts buy 3 get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T's and C's apply. Good finish looming here at the MCG. Adelaide by 7. Bounce in the middle. That's a good 1-2. Cameron straight down towards Mitchell. Mitchell got his left foot to it. Taylor Adams couldn't get his right foot to it. Picking the ball up was Jones to Hinge. Going to run into some trouble, Hinge. Affected the kick. Maynard went out of the square. High up and under ball towards centre half forward. Hinge went back in. Bodies flying everywhere. Collingwood moved forward. Bobby Hill couldn't take it with him. Lipinski on the bottom of that pack had popped out. Opportunity now for Thilthorpe. He missed the target. Jones has to go back. Sock it out of the air again. Inside forward 50. There's bodies flying everywhere again. Cox, can he pick it up? Tapped it out. Quick handball over the top. Can they get it onto the boot? Collingwood into the goal square. Dacos misses.
What a
the
passage.
ball's still in play.
Wow. There were bodies flying everywhere.
Beautiful work, Brannick. That had everything, that last 60 seconds.
And almost a miracle from Nick Dacos.
Joey, I reckon I heard you go, about 10 times during that bit of passage.
Feeling it up here. Great contest. Both teams desperate. This is what we love about footy.
7-point lead to Collingwood. And Darcy Cameron from the outer side wing.
Look at the barrel.
Holding going on off the ball. Mason Cox is going to win a free kick.
I reckon this is the one, Stevie.
He was a long way off the ball too. I know they're feeling the height difference, young Worrell, but he probably didn't need to hold there. Cox wasn't going to be able to get to that contest anyway. So that's a bad free kick to give away. They've done that a few times to Big Meso.
Harvey Norman replay. Clearance on now. Shot, massive staving store wide.
15.
Was it there?
Yeah, looking at the replay, not a lot in it, but Coxie stuck the arms out and it does draw the eye of the umpires.
For back-to-back goals.
He's into it. Cox.
And there he goes, Cox. Happy to tell anyone who'll listen about it. They've ripped his glasses off.
Starting positions.
They're ripping him to ground in a minute.
They are.
Here he goes. He's
got
down.
Bruce Dool on us.
Bobby Hill.
Cox goes to ground.
Bobby Hill.
starting to now just disband at the moment. The umpires and Cox lays on the ground, but he's happy. He's kicked the last two. He's looked up. He's looking for his spectacles. His jumpers all over the shop. Big Mason makes a big statement at MCG. It's a point the difference.
Well, all the Adelaide forwards have got to get down the other end. The 6-6-6 rule's in play here. 5 of the Adelaide forwards got involved in that melee down the other end of the field, so that's going to take a bit of energy out of them.
All the Collingwood defenders stand there and wait for them to come back. Said we weren't doing anything of that.
It was Ben Keys that came from behind and ripped the goggles off Cox's head.
So Mason Cox, back-to-back goals. Collingwood trail by a point. Feeling in this game. It's goal for goal in the last quarter. Out of the middle goes Dawson. Had a stack of it. Left foot. Normally uses it well. It got out the back. Can they pick it up? Rochelli's onto it. Rochelle back to Dawson. Sidestep. Brilliant. High ball. Murphy's the only one back there. Collingwood should get it through. And they do for a rush behind. 2-point lead. 70 plays 68.
Oh, this is my man again, Brownie. This is my man again.
What is he calling for a score review for?
There is nothing that he's score reviewing, but he just needs to get his quota in.
Was Rankin's boot touch this last?
Well, the goal umpire was 30 centimetres away, so he would know best.
So we've got the Harvey Norman replay at the moment.
Umpire's call is touched.
Oh. Umpire's call is touched.
That might be off Rankin's shin.
Yeah, they'll go with the umpire's call because it's tight.
They'll decide, mate.
So it comes off John Noble. Rankin's coming through. Very hard to overturn. Rankin thinks it's a goal. He's got his hands up. He's celebrating. As we see,
it's too close to call.
It's not definitive, Stephen, so the umpire's call should stand here.
Look at this angle. There is insufficient evidence to determine if the ball touched the ball crossing the goal line. Decision on scoreboard.
70-68. Adelaide by 2 points.
I could see Rankin or Rochelle having a big moment in this last quarter. They're the type of players that stand up. They haven't had huge days, but when the game's on the line, you're looking for that player with X factor to stand up, and those two both have plenty of that.
Well, it's Maynard out of defence for Collingwood. Kicks it as long as he can down the broadcast side. Thilthorpe flew, but Meyer check marks. And then kicks the footy twice, I reckon, with his left foot. Miller had to back with courage, didn't take the mark. McCreary, the sub, handballs back into the corridor. It's all Adelaide, though, at the 4. Fogarty off by hand to Miller. Now Thilthorpe on the wing. It's going to come back. Walker had a 2-on-1. Inside 50, but...
It's a downfield free kick.
It's down the field, so that goes to Tex, right?
Thilthorpe.
Not against you.
It's going to come all the way back to the wing.
It's downfield. No, you want to stay mid-1?
Which means that Collingwood can get all of their numbers.
Stand back on, stand.
Inside defensive 50.
Play on.
The Crows lead by 2 points. Thilthorpe looking for Walker.
Play on.
He couldn't mark. Here's Rochelle. Drop the footy. Quaynor's going to need to be clean, as is Howe. Got a handball off to John Noble. Kicks a banana from the back pocket. Interesting decision. Dawson dropped the mark, and there goes McCreary.
That's his first mistake today, Dawson. Is it a costly one? No, because Adelaide win the football back. But McCreary tackled. Hinge needs to stand up. The ball eluded him. Collingwood come in with numbers. Underground handball. Miller stepped through a couple. Had the cool, calm collection. Towards half forward now, and Rankin chips the ball inside forward 50. Keys goes back, and well done by Fogarty, protected his back, and Keys on his left foot. He's missed a couple of snaps today. Can cover himself in glory here.
A critical contest in the middle of the ground there. McCreary did everything he could. Miller up, Hinge and Chase Jones stood up, and they were able to get the ball from the inside of that contest to the outside to set up his shot at goal. Really well done.
Benny Keys, heart and soul player, gives everything he has. Starts left. It's not going to be a goal. They're looking for a mark. Fisted through. And it is one behind. A rush behind. Adelaide by 3 points. Beacon Trade scoreboard, 71 plays 68.
A reminder, they played in round 7, these two teams. It was a 1-point game. At the Adelaide Oval, we're headed there again. Here's Maynard, a scrubby kick. An exit from defensive 50. Put it up to half-back. Lipinski, little left foot kick. He pulled his kick late. It's like he changed his mind. And Max Michaelani, he made his debut in round 1, has played every game this year. Round 5 Rising Star nominee, Marks on the wing. Sends it towards the paint of 50. Maynard dropped the mark, got it back. His kick going forward was only to the advantage of Rory Laird, who's got it 70 out from Adelaide's goal.
Laird's got one short, chips it to Philthorpe.
Dawson drifting down there by himself.
Philthorpe will kick it to the top of the square. Texas there. Collingwood players everywhere. And another rush behind. That's the third rush behind in a row. Adelaide bombing the football in, 4-point margin halfway through this last quarter.
Yeah, I just reckon they're kicking in too deep, aren't they, Stevie?
Yeah.
It's too deep. Just get it to the top of the square, about 10 metres in front of it, so that if it does fall to the ground, there's still a chance to get some ground level representation.
That's Joey Montagna and Stevie Johnson. Triple M Seabar Super special comments. Seabar Super making hard work pay off. This time it's Jeremy Howard, blasted up the wing. Adelaide had all of their numbers at ground level. Thilthorpe handballs into space. Hot one for Laird, who ran past it from McHenry. Maynard sticks that tackle. 4-point Adelaide Crows lead. 16 minutes gone in the fourth term. One team looking to take back their position at the top of the table, the other to consolidate inside the top 8.
Away or it's 50.
Free kick for incorrect disposal.
Let's see if they've learnt from these other entries.
It's Laird.
Better.
Much better kick to the advantage of Fogarty. Double fist came from Howe. Hasn't cleared the area. Sloan got a handball off to Saligo. Left foot snap, and they've kicked another behind.
That's what you were after, Joey.
Yep.
Put it to a spot 20 metres out. Bring your crummers into play. If Collingwood pick up the ball, you can put them under pressure.
Is that 5 behinds in a row, Ash?
Triple M Reds had 4 behinds.
And Adelaide at one stage were 1 goal, 7, yes?
Spot on.
So now 10-13. Straighten themselves up in that third quarter. They banged on 7. Tex got 3 of those. Dawson tackled on centre wing. Ball up. Harrison got the first goal this last quarter. Then Tex answered, and then back-to-back goals to Mason Cox. Collingwood go forward. Getting back with numbers as Adelaide. That's well judged mark in the back end. Under pressure for the young man Worrell.
Dacos has been off the ground. Nick Dacos for 8 minutes again, Brownie.
It was set play.
Worrell looking for Fogarty. Couldn't mark it. Mitchell tackle to the ground. Josh Dacos is in there, underground handball. Quainer. Saw Rankin coming at the last minute, then went back and got the football and will ball it up again. From the logo, centre wing, Adelaide 73, Collingwood 68.
When he comes a little champ, Nick Dacos. 9 minutes now to run amok, see if he can win the game for the Pies.
He runs straight to the stoppage on the wing. Doesn't have an opponent at this stage. Laird flicks a handball back, and Lockie Scholl from hard against the boundary line just pulls his kick. Good decision for Sloan, who had McHenry driving by low inside 50. Not a good kick. Quaynor marks for Collingwood. Rankin nearly run him down from behind. Now it's Murphy, who waits for the Sharon to sit up and clears from defensive 50 to the wing.
It's a 50-50 ball out there. Hits the deck. Collingwood with the opportunity. Crisp. Left-hand handball. Went forward. Adams taps it on. Dacos goes even more forward. Hoskin Elliott. Right foot inside forward 50. The lead from Myercheck. 45 out directly in front. And Brody Myercheck, he's a man for a big moment.
Well, it was one of the few times in this second half. Adelaide, they're going to pay a 50-metre penalty against Adelaide for a hold on Nick Dacos. It's a very, very late whistle. A very late call.
Nick Dacos just talked the umpire into
that. He did. He went and told the umpire.
Yeah, it was after he got rid of that left-hand handball, the sweeping left-hand handball. He went to run on and he was held. So it was definitely, the 50 was there, but it's been paid about 25 seconds later.
So Stevie and Joey call for this man to come back on the ground and make a difference. To put the Pies in front, 25 out directly in front, keeps it low and keeps it good. The young superstar puts his side back in front by a point, 74 plays 73.
Well, it's the right call because that's exactly what the rule was brought in for. When a player tries to get the 1-2, the hole, we take a look at the Harvey Norman replay. So Nick Dacos gave the long handball. And then there was a little bit of a hold from Rory Sloane, who no doubt would have felt the pressure of the speed of Nick Dacos. The play kept going. Advantage was paid, but Nick Dacos went and said, I don't want the advantage, I want the free kick because I get a 50-metre penalty.
The umpire called advantage in the background on the Harvey Norman replay. So it should have been Brody Myercheck's kick. Might have kicked the goal anyway, but it was 20 metres closer.
That's why he's a smart footballer, Nick Dacos.
The smartest IQ in the AFL, and he's only 19.
The Pies back in front. Seesawing affair Sunday afternoon at the MCG for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy. Keys had his kick ricochet back in the arms of Taylor Adams, who steps back inside. He's got Dacos driving by. Nick gave a handball to Josh from just outside 50. Good kick to space. Hoskin Elliott marks right forward pocket. Devastating out of the middle, Collingwood. Now about the finish for Will Hoskin Elliott. From just inside the boundary, punt road end, a couple of steps, kicks on the left foot. Collingwood Army going crazy. The Pies have kicked the last two of the game, and it changes again. They lead by 7 points. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard, 21 and a half minutes gone.
The Dacos boys, hey? How good. Both involved, both being probably the two best Pies today. What are their numbers, Stu?
Look at Nick Dacos. He's only played 72% of the game. Number one ranked player, 32 disposals, 6 clearances, 7 score involvements and a major. And Josh Dacos, equal PB for him with 31 and a major.
That's a PB, 31 disposals.
Equal PB today, yep.
They just give it to each other, even if there's a player right on their tail.
Yep.
They back each other to make the right decision under pressure.
So Cox got a couple. Nick Dacos, Hoskin Elliott, 7-point lead to the Magpies. For McDonald's Ream Hotwater, Triple M Rocks football. Time for Adelaide now to respond. Keys in the middle of the ground, picks the football up, found Dawson. Dawson with the left foot looking for Fogarty, leads out. Great spoil by Murphy. Brilliant stuff, inspired stuff. Opportunity for Quainer, can he pick it up? Underneath the pack and the umpire ball it up.
It's over to the Crows now to find a goal. Let's see what they're trying to set up with.
Cox and O'Brien. Pendlebury. Nick Dacos fell over just inside the boundary line, so handballed in hope. Coming through hard was Darcy Cameron. Quick give up to McCreary. McCreary, he tried to put it through the legs of Butts and he was having nothing of that. We'll have a ball up.
He did, Brand. He tried the nutmeg and handball under the legs and run onto it. It
would have been good.
Some sort of play. Just hit the foot. Jordan Dawson looms large here. He's the most likely one for the Crows.
What are his Red Z lenders? 2-man, the Crows captain.
34 disposals, which is a PB. 12 tackles, also a career high.
Loose ball on the wing. Tom Mitchell handballs over his shoulder. McHenry went crashing through, has been excellent as the sub. Sloane had to be quick. McHenry got it back. Broadcast wing. Arches the back and runs away from both the Dacos. Some fresh legs showing the benefit of that. And a great kick to half forward too for Fogarty. 55 metres out. Gave a handball. Brodie Smith on the run. It's got to bend back and it doesn't. One straight kick the difference.
They're going to get Walker back on the ground. I don't know why you'd have your number one most dangerous player in your front half on the bench when the game needs to be won.
And Dawson's come for a spell as well.
Just play the full quarter out. If you need a little bit of a rest, go back to the goal square. You're still going to get a dangerous matchup.
Steve Johnson, Triple M Seabus Super special comment. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Ball to centre wing. Crows have got the numbers, but they misjudged the football, and Elliott tries to keep it in, but it's now out of bounds. Robbo, Bob Jane, T-Marts.
Tex has been pacing here. He's water tracking the bloody boundary line. Seriously, just wants to get on. Can't get on. Just run on. Tex.
Can't do that, Robbo.
I'm not on, Robbo.
No, Robbo, you can't do that.
Too many on the field, Robbo.
Your free kick. So boundary throw in. O'Brien wrapped up in a tackle. Jars free. Still the ball in dispute. Nick Dacos wins it. Left foot was brilliant to Lipinski. Lipinski marks the football off to Pendlebury. Pendlebury left foot, lowers the eyes to Mitchell. Mitchell crosses the 50, left foot, and he's hooked it.
Could have given the handball back to Nick Dacos, who would run on. and he would have finished and absolutely blown the lid off the MCG.
7-point lead, 81 plays 74.
In front of a crowd of how many today, Tube? Red Z Lending?
It's 65,930, record home and away between these two sides.
Collingwood fans have found their voice. They were silent in the third quarter when Adelaide kicked 8 in a row. The Pies are charging towards the finish line. Isaac Quainer had Scholl holding the ball. Collingwood free kick on the wing. Members side here at the Triple MCG. They lead 81-74. Less than 5 minutes remaining. Quainer into the pocket. O'Brien couldn't access the ball. It slapped towards the boundary line. The Crows get away with it. It'll be thrown in.
Nick Dacos, front of this pack. Ben Keys has got to him. Watch Pendlebury for a little block.
Pack of players around the footy. Collingwood lead by 7 points. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Here's Dacos off the back of the stoppage. Keys was hanging on for dear life, but Dacos runs away, kicks a snap and gets the belly of the Sharon. Elliott marks right forward pocket.
You called for it, Joey. That was really smart. Pendlebury went to Dacos's opponent to put on a block. Pendlebury had already told Mason Cox, try and move O'Brien out of the ruck contest, let the ball fall, and Dacos swept on it, almost kicked a miracle goal.
Go closer.
He steps in for the boundary line. 2 steps. Left foot snap, that's across the face of goal and out of bounds on the full. So Adelaide, Brownie, get the footy back.
Boundary throw in.
In fact, it hit the line.
That's what the umpire said. I'd like to see the replay of it.
Yeah.
So Collingwood another opportunity. Pendlebury will try the same play here and get Dacos free. Dacos runs now, gets the football again. Outstanding stuff, but he's tackled by Keys, who was just as good in that exchange, and they clear the area. Now the Adelaide Crows, they'll go into the middle of the ground. Hinge, been good all day.
Tex
middle
out.
of the MCG. Tex one-on-one. One-on-one Tex. Got it. Play on. He'll have a bounce. Run in. And he'll get him back to within a point. 5 for the Texan. Well done to Ben Keys. Laid the big important tackle. And it's a 1-point ball game.
Stevie J wanted me just to say, he said get him back on there, get him deep inside 50. That's exactly what he did, but it was the charge off half back from those Crows. And Ned McHenry has had an exceptional second half. Coming on as the sub, Sloan. So they have to play to win now. Adelaide, they're not trying to save the game by being behind, so that's why they all took off. Great passage of play. Big centre clearance.
3.5 minutes left. Adelaide looking to go 8-6 on the season. They've now got themselves back within a point. All of the stars inside the centre circle for this stoppage for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy almost went outside the circle. Dacos won it out. Pendlebury tapped it forward to half forward. A fumble. Lipinski gathers the loose ball. Kicks to the outside of the boot. Mark's dropped. Myercheck picks up the crumbs and misses. A couple of errors for Adelaide. It almost cost them dearly.
3 minutes to go. Long kick in. Looking for Dawson. He'll get a free kick. He's been everywhere, Dawson. Best man on the ground along with Nick Dacos. 3 votes will be hard to split. Who's got the votes for Case IH?
We haven't worked that out yet, Brownie, but
we'll do them together.
Move the ball to centre wing. Brodie Smith, always good with the football. Got it to Laird. Laird's got Rankin running. Rankin receives now. Right foot inside forward 50. O'Brien! 1 bite, 2 bite. Couldn't mark it. Pies with an opportunity. Darcy Cameron picked it up. He's tackled. Noble under pressure. Gets it out of bounds. Boundary throw in. Adelaide in attack. Maynard down hurt. Boundary throw in.
if you're worried about Dacos at the other end, you've got to be worried about Rankin here for the Crows.
They'll block for him.
He's broken hearts already once this year. Isaac Rankin from a stoppage late in the game. He was there. He ran past the footy. Chris picked it up.
Free kick will be crucial here for both sides as well. So umpiring important. Still got 2 minutes 25.
Umpire Matt Stevic throws it up. Walker doing the ruck work. Laird went to ground. No push in the back from Josh Dacos.
Taylor.
Clock stops at 2 minutes,
Thanks,
18.
Yeah.
So Craig McRae down to the bench, telling Mason Cox to push into the back end and just clog it up a little bit. Josh Dacos out of the congestion. Mason Cox, where he was told to be, he was able to get the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, spot on, Brownie. That's a big call from Craig McRae. Otherwise, Brodie Smith marks that 60 out and it reloads to the top of the square. Instead, Pies get a stoppage and can set up.
2 minutes 10. Collingwood by 2 points. 82 plays 80. Boundary throw in. O'Brien laid it down looking for Dawson. Lipinski tackled and we'll have a ball up again.
So Collingwood have got the spare inside defensive 50 right out the back. It's Jeremy Howe. So they'll be happy with this setup.
Robbo, Bob Jane team up.
Yeah, Maynard winded right shoulder as well. May not get back on, Brownie.
Jones out of the congestion. Left foot into the pocket. Fisted away. Quainer doesn't try to keep it in. And the umpire calls for a ball in.
They've got one behind the ball, Joey. If I was Adelaide, I'd be trying to free up Dawson. So I'd send the, I think it's Jones into the stoppage and free up Dawson. So he's the man using the ball back inside 50 if they win it back.
Pack of players around the footy. 30 out from Adelaide's goal. O'Brien tapped it forward. Fogarty got boot to ball, but it goes laterally. He was tackled as he kicked. Pies fans wanted...
Collingwood supporters calling for deliberate.
Yeah.
So Jordan Dawson is sitting off the back of this stoppage on his own.
He's done that right now as we speak.
So too Chase Jones.
Reload and go again. Walker tried to take it out of the ruck. Pedler got it on the boot to the top of the goal square. Hoskin Elliott with dash and then bangs it out into open spaces. But the Crows should get there first.
McHenry's your man, been good in the second half. Can he pick it up inside the boundary? He does. Noble tried to wrap him up. Noble did a really good job. Smith was there for support. High up and under ball with the left foot, and the Pies get it out of bounds again. Well done by Noble. 1 minute 18.
Darcy, Riley.
Finding it hard to get it out of congestion at the moment, Adelaide. So the boundary throw-in.
Minute 17 left. Adelaide lead by 2 points for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy. Pendlebury trying to make something happen.
You're actually smarter to not actually jump on them and tackle them here. You'd rather the ball be knocked free and give yourself a chance actually to get onto a loose ball.
Outer side wing here at the MCG. Adelaide just throw all of their numbers around the ball.
Jack, sorry, just quickly, Jordan Dawson's taken himself to full forward, which means Adelaide have a spare player in the forward half. They've adjusted so that Rankin is free. Collingwood trying to scramble to get organised.
Darcy Cameron got it on the boot. There's not much ahead for Collingwood. It bounces end on end on end. Mychek taken out. Brodie Smith dropped the ball. Picked up now by Hinge, who did okay. A handball was in the air for a while. Keys dispossessed. Noble comes charging in and tackles him. Underneath the Shane Warne stand. Ball up, 33 minutes gone. It's Collingwood 82, Adelaide 80.
A couple of huge tackles from John Noble in this last minute and a half.
He came up big, Noble. So what have the Crows got left? Hinge receives the handball. It goes as high as it did long. Get underneath that one and mark it. They can't. Quick handball out. O'Brien, the ruckman. You never handball to a ruckman who's running past you. They tried to do it. And the umpire calls for a ball up again. Down to 23 seconds.
Collingwood get one more mark and they win this game.
Adelaide need a clearance. They need it big time. O'Brien lays it down. Keys, Lipinski underneath the football. Flicked it out the back. O'Brien pushes it forward. They need a mark. A bouncing ball. It's a 50-51. Adelaide with an opportunity. Quainer had a cool head. The Magpies prevail. Out come the Pies. Hoskin Elliott will mark it. They were challenged again, the Pies, but again they prevail. By 2 points at the MCG. But boy, did Adelaide come to play. 12-10-82. Adelaide 11-14-80. They led by 5 points at quarter time, 27 at the half. Then Adelaide banged on 7 to lead by 13 points. And in the end, Collingwood by 2. And since round 10 last year, Collingwood have now won 11 from 15 when trailing at three-quarter time. Here's Craig McRae.
Sorry to all our fans out there. We made it hard for us today, but I felt we went away from what we've been doing. Third quarter in particular, just a bit fancy, if you like, and then we get back to what we are and take territory, turn up, and here we are.
It's more than that, though, isn't it? The will to win. I mean, you can feel it. You can
see Johnny Noble's 2 efforts. That's what we want to be. It's fantastic. Just never give up. And I'm sure all our fans at home will wish it wasn't like this every week, but will to win's awesome.
You had a guy with number 35 on his back sitting next to you for the best part of 10 minutes on the bench. He would have been like a caged lion trying to get back out there. But what does he do? I mean, what does he do to this team?
Oh, well, he's an incredible athlete. So when everyone else is getting tired, he's running and running. And we just put him in a position where he can influence the game, and he did that in the last quarter.
It's building, mate.
Oh, it's awesome, mate. Well done.
Craig McRae on Fox Footy with David King down there. Collingwood by 2 points. Tex Walker's kicked 5. Cox kicked a couple of big ones in the last quarter. Nick Dacos was off the charts again. Jordan Dawson was outstanding. Big moments in Collingwood. They get it done again.
Well, you just never write them off, do you? Three-quarter time, we spoke about it. The belief they have in their ability to come back and run over teams. And, the Dacos boys, they stood up today, didn't they, Joey? Nick Dacos, unbelievable. Just the sheer amount of time he has, the IQ that he possesses and the skill level is extraordinary for a 19-year-old kid.
They just get most things right, and they do in the fourth quarter. How they use Nick Dacos, some tackles, some moments. They just get everything right, and that's what gets them the wins. Let's take a listen to Nick Dacos, courtesy of Fox Footy.
Yeah, no, it's a great win. I hope so. I've been trying to play mid for a while now, so hopefully I get the opportunity there. But what a win, and so great to have Jeremy Howe back fit and firing.
What's the belief like in the group? We feel the whole, the crowd's huge, the support's unbelievable, but we can feel it when you guys get the momentum going your way, the start of the last. What's it like?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling. I looked up one point, it said there was 65,000 here. I just couldn't believe the support we're getting at the moment is amazing, and it really is an extra man for us out in the field. So we definitely feel it during the last quarter, and it helps us get over the line.
What happened in the third quarter? It just come from nowhere. The Crows played some pretty slick footy.
No, they're a good team. We knew coming into the game that they like momentum, and they got a bit of momentum in the third quarter. Tex was clunking everything and kicking them from everywhere, and we had to regroup at three-quarter time. I think we did that really well. Go back to our process, fight territory, and got the game back on our terms.
That's the boring stuff. More about you. You're in fantastic form. What's it like? You're basically dictating terms to your opponent, going forward, going mid. What's it like?
It's been good. Good start to the year. Team's going really well. I think we're 12-2 now, so I'm the beneficiary of team going really well. The likes of Scott Penderbury, Tommy Mitchell, Crispy in there, digging the ball out. It's been awesome. But, I really like going mid-forward. I think it gives us a different look, and hopefully it can continue when Geordie's back.
Go and enjoy the post-match, mate. Well done again.
Thanks, Kingy. Appreciate it.
Nick Dacos, superstar today, 37 disposals, and he kicked the goal as well. Collingwood have won by 2 points at the MCG, 12-10-82. Adelaide, 11-14-80. We'll be back after the break with the Collingwood song. Robbo's down in the rooms. We'll get the votes for McDonald's Remote Water. Triple M, Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Straight after this game, join the Temper Mattress call team for Gold Coast and Hawthorn.
That's a big one for the Suns.
The Hawks are right up and about. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Campbell Brown here with Andrew Shea, CEO of Builders Academy. Andrew, Builders Academy have won multiple training awards recently. Tell me, what's the secret?
Thanks, Brownie. We're really proud to have added over 8,000 graduates. We offer online, classroom-based and worksite training, and most of our students are able to study with subsidies from the Victorian Government. We're really proud of our industry-leading completion rates and the outcomes we help our students achieve to become registered building legends.
Thanks, Andrew. Get in touch with Builders Academy on 1300 Legend.
RTO 21583.
Apply for 7-Eleven's award-winning Fuel Pass before June 30 and save 7 cents per litre at 7-Eleven for 11 months. 7-Eleven. Wonderfully easier. New applicants only. Not available with fuel price lock or other fuel offers. 7-Eleven Wex Motor Pass T's and C's apply.
With source code, syntax and subnets. As a business, Sentinel Software seemed like a bit of a snore. Mike from marketing had to bring sexy back to their brand.
Welcome to Snap.
Simple. He got his local Snap Print Solution Centre to design and print a full suite of brochures and pull-up banners that got them circling his stand like sharks at the software show. Sensational stuff, Mike. Whatever business you're in, visit snap.com.au and go from business to brand in a snap.
G'day, Cam Mooney here. Werribee Mazda have plenty of stock ready to go now with offers you can't refuse. Take advantage of the instant asset write-off and boost your bottom line. But hurry, time is running out. Visit the team at Werribee Mazda today. Open 7 days, Heath Road, Hoppers Crossing, LMCT 3919.
Want more bang for your buck this end of financial year? Switch to Aussie Broadband's great value mobile plans with awesome coverage and super speeds. Plus, get your first 2 months free. New 4G mobile services only. Offer ends June 30. T&Cs apply.
G'day, Howie here. Want sports talk that's on point? Well, grab the Footy Talk podcast every day for the AFL opinions that matter.
I'm going to drop the F word here. Go. Flag pies.
Grab Sports Bazaar with Mick Malloy for a truly weird and wild ride.
I can't keep up.
Or grab my podcast, The Howie Games, for chats with sporting legends like James Hird.
Those dark moments, as long as you keep on moving, you're not going backwards.
Lift your game with Listener. Download the app and search Sport to listen.
Listener. It's the final call to save on your American adventure with the Qantas North America Redtail Sale. Whether you want to go wine tasting in Napa Valley, stargazing in Hollywood, or hop across the Big Apple's rooftop bars, now's the time to do it for less with Qantas. Don't miss great sale fares to LA, San Francisco, New York, Dallas, Vancouver and Honolulu, and experience the Qantas difference at every step. Book now at Qantas.com.
I've been everywhere.
Sale ends 26 June unless sold out prior. Conditions apply.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M! Straight after this game, join the Temper Mattress call team for Gold Coast and Hawthorn.
That's a big one for the Suns.
The Hawks are right up and about. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy. Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Review. Amy. Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy.
Another nail-biter for the Collingwood Footy Club at the MCG, 12-10-82. They held off the Crows by 2 points, 12-8. 11-14-80, I mean. McDonald's and McPheast is back. You can't keep a legend out of the lineup. Let's head down to the rooms. Collingwood have just got down there. Robbo.
Thanks, Brownie. And as you'd expect, the amount of people that get into a dressing room, Collingwood's unbelievable, but they tend to do it. And Jeremy Howe we're going to speak to after the huddle, after they get around and get the song, because first game back after breaking his arm in about 3 or 4 places and the infection, whatever. So a first up for him, sensational. But they love to come from behind the pies and they win it. They do it so well. It's almost like theatre. And this is what they do down here. They hush, they get everyone's attention, and then they belt out the song. They're never beaten, Brownie, so we'll throw back to you and I'll get hold of Jeremy Howe.
This is the Triple M Amy review. Well done, Robbo. Who covers clangers on and off the field? Amy does. The Maccas I'm loving at the moment. Tonight it happened in the last quarter, and here's how we called it on Triple M Footy. Adelaide needed clearance. They needed big time. O'Brien lays it down. Keys, Lipinski underneath the football. Flicked it out the back. O'Brien pushes it forward. They need a mark. A bouncing ball. It's a 50-51. Adelaide with an opportunity. Quainer had a cool head. The Magpies prevail. Out come the Pies. Hoskin Elliott will mark it. They were challenged again, the Pies, but again they prevail. By 2 points at the MCG. I think Leroy might have put the robot layer on that one.
Did you call that from the bottom of the ocean, Brandy?
Yeah, Leroy
turned into a robot.
Bubbling one up again. The Triple MVP award for Case IH end of financial year tractor deals are on now. Visit a dealership today. Would have been hard to pick them today.
No, it wasn't really. Not as difficult as
What
usual.
about the 3? I reckon the 3 was hard.
There was. In the end, I've just gone with the team that won. That was the only thing that split the two. But one vote, I'm going to give 2 shout-outs to Tom Mitchell and Tex Walker. I thought they were both excellent for their teams. But I thought the 3 best players on the ground were pretty clear. Josh Dacos, the 1 vote today. Where are his numbers, Stu? What do you have? 33 disposals, a goal, kicked that goal to settle them early in the game when they were under the pump. He was awesome. 2 votes to Jordan Dawson. That was a magnificent game from the skipper. Almost got his team over the line. 35 disposals, 12 tackles, 5 clearances, 10 inside 50s. He did everything. He was enormous. Probably deserved a 3, but I didn't want to upset the Collingwood fans, so I've gone with Nick Dacos. 37 disposals, 9 clearances, which is a PB for him, playing more as an inside mid now. Kicked the goal and had a huge influence in the fourth quarter. And all that, Brownie, despite starting on the bench.
He
so
did.
Nick Dacos, BOG.
8 minutes on the bench. You could have ended up with 45. Triple MVP award for Case IH. Case IH end of financial track. The deals are on now. Visit a dealership today. Choice hotels around the grounds. We've got a big game up next with Liam Flanagan, Brett Thomas, Simon Black, Richard Champion and Belinda Mellon. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest prices guaranteed when you book direct to Choice Hotels. So go ahead, book it. Ash, who we got coming up?
We've got the Gold Coast Suns taking on the Hawks at Heritage Bank Stadium, 4:40, Brownie.
Hawks have been playing good football, Ash. Do you think they're any chance?
I think they're a very good chance, the Hawks. They've had some very good wins.
No James Sicily at the moment. Just quickly, talk about Adelaide because they look gone. 34 points down. They played some really good football in the second half.
Sometimes you can, or not sometimes, you can often lose and go forward as a football club. And I thought today they have taken a huge step forward as a football club. If you look at their run home, they've still got a lot of winnable games at Adelaide Oval. They've got a showdown as well. So I think if they can continue to play anywhere near like that form, they will be playing finals. And I thought it was a huge performance.
And I know he had a fill-up against West Coast, but Tex leads the Coleman medal now. Like, Taylor Walker's 33 years of age and he leads the Coleman medal. There's some good things happening with Adelaide.
I thought the first quarter, he could have hung on to a couple. They went through his hands. He probably could have ended up with 7 or 8 today, but started to clunk them in the second half. He played on Darcy Moore, who's a hell of a player, but I thought he beat him. Darcy Moore was brilliant in the first half. Tex turned the tables.
He did. Tex won the battle. As soon as they got some more better ball from their turnovers, he looked like a threat, so he's firing.
So tell me, what did they do after half-time? So from an analyst point of view, they were completely out of it in the first half. What did Adelaide change?
Well, they turned the screws in regards to getting after Collingwood with their pressure game. They turned the ball over. They were winning the critical contest. And the most thing that... So you've got to look at, okay, why have Adelaide only gone down by 1 point and 2 points against a team no one else has been able to beat? They protect the corridor against Collingwood. The few times Collingwood were able to get that handball chain through the corridor, they scored, but Adelaide took that away from them, particularly in the third quarter. And in fact, when Collingwood tried to go through there, they turned it over, turned it off them. And we know you can get looks against Collingwood if you turn the ball over. So I thought that was a huge quarter. They just couldn't sustain it for long enough.
Ash, Triple M Red Z Lending, just give us some of the bigger ball winners.
Nick Dacos, as we mentioned, only played 78% of the game, yet racked up a lazy 37 disposals and 9 clearances. Josh Dacos, as you mentioned, PB for him with 33, but also throwing 600 metres gain the goal. Tommy Mitchell busy with 28 in a major. And Jeremy Howe, his first game since round 1, 20 disposals, 8 marksmen at 80% efficiency. And just recapping, Jordan Dawson, career high all round, 35 touches, PB in terms of tackles with 12. And he also racked up 666 metres gained as well.
There's only one man you want to talk to after a game like this, and I believe Robbo's got him.
And he's quick, and he's Nick Dacos, and he's a star, and he's only a young kid. And I tell you what, there was a couple of times where you're off the ground for 8 or 9 minutes, bursting and wanting to get back on. What was going on there?
I have no idea. It was definitely frustrating. You don't want to be on the bench during those times, but no, we got there in the end, which is all that matters.
Now, Collingwood's all theatre. Seriously, you get in front, you wait till three-quarter time, the opposition climb into you, and then away you go. It's as though you actually plan it, the fly and you guys.
No, we definitely don't plan it, but I think we have great confidence knowing that we've done it before, we've been there before. So when we get in those positions at three-quarter time where we're down, I think we've got that great belief that we know we can come from behind and run over the top of the opposition.
Nick, you must well and truly know you've made it when you're in the last quarter and there's 2 boundary throw-ins and every Collingwood player, including Scotty Pendlebury, the superstar, is trying to block for you to get you out.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that means I've made it. I think that talks to the selflessness of my teammates, always looking to help others, and Scotty is first class at that for such a superstar over a long period of time. He's the first to help others and block for others. So, we love him for that, and we're very lucky to have him.
Hey, well done today, little champ. Dominated again. But let's talk about your brother. I thought he was just as important. He had a significant game as well. You must just love, and we know how often you give the ball to each other, but you must have loved his game today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I thought he was awesome, especially early. Some of his fight efforts, getting the ball going forward for us was awesome. And we love getting the ball in his hands. He's a good ball user, and he's having a great season, so it's been great to see it.
Late in the game, there's probably only a minute and a half to go, but the ball was out on the outer wing, the Shane Warne stand, and John Noble had to come up with two big tackles. If they had got through him, there was players out everywhere, but stuck both the tackles.
Yeah, it sort of reminded me a bit of Marty Matner in the 2012 Granny when he did it on that outer wing. It was very reminiscent of that. But Johnny, some of his efforts late in the game are just extraordinary, so he was awesome again too.
You've just shown us your footy IQ. We know you're a footy head, Nick. But tell us, can you talk us through when you got that 50-metre penalty? Because we watched the replay. The umpire paid advantage. Did you go and say to the umpire, no, I don't want the advantage. I want to take the free kick and a 50-metre penalty? Did you sort of be able to manipulate that to get the 50?
Yeah, well, it sort of happened in past weeks where I'd give it, get held, and they'd pay down the field to who I gave it to. But I said, Scotty and I quickly went up to him and thought the rule was if you give it and get held, it's 50-metre penalty. So, the umpire was good enough to let me take it and get the 50-metre penalty, which is huge.
Well done. That was a heads-up play, mate. It was an important part of the game as well. So, a super effort. Just quickly, what was the message at three-quarter time? Because Adelaide had a hell of a third quarter. They were all over you blokes. So, what did Craig McRae say? How did you go about resetting for that fourth quarter?
Yeah, I think during the third quarter we felt like we went backwards and sideways a bit too much. We wanted to get the ball going forwards, and we thought our tall forwards gave us a great aerial option all day. So we thought in the last quarter we better take it. Our smalls got to the drop of the ball and we ran over them, which was great.
Nick, go and enjoy the post game. Thanks for giving up your time for Triple M Footy.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Star.
Always Robbo at the end.
Thanks,
always speaks so well too, doesn't he?
He's a beauty. He absolutely, him and his brother, they are two of the best. Well, just the
and
best
they know everybody. They say you by name as well. So very, very nice kids. The dad's obviously a ripper as well.
Yep.
Who's
Whole
better,
family.
the kids or the dad?
Well, I had a crush on Peter as a kid, Collingwood supporter, but now I love the two boys. So I think the two boys have gone past Peter for the Gen Ys. Jack, maybe the old generation still might like Peter better, but
when's the last time Marty Matner got a mention on Triple M Footy all the way through?
How good was that?
That was the play of the day. Coming up not far away is Gold Coast up against Hawthorn, but it's now time for a news update with Matty Leighton.
Thanks very much. Russia says the head of a private military company who staged an armed rebellion will move to Belarus and won't face prosecution. The Wagner Group commander, who ordered his troops to march on Moscow, reached a deal with the Kremlin to go into exile. Aussies in Russia are being told to leave immediately amid fears the situation could deteriorate. Two swollen South Australian dams are being closely monitored, with locals being told to prepare for flooding. The SES has issued flood and watch warnings at Basket Range and Hope Forest in the Adelaide Hills. A missing mum and daughter have been found following a 2-day search across harsh terrain in rural Queensland. The alarm was raised when the 36 and 54-year-olds failed to return home and a locked ute had their phones inside. After being located, the women were airlifted to Kingaroy Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. And there are hopes the dormant Melbourne observation wheel could spin again. A potential buyer is reportedly doing due diligence on a sale for the Docklands attraction.
Harris Scarf's 5-day Friends exclusive sale ends today with 60% off selected homewares and blankets, plus 50% off quilts, underlays and more. That's great brands at great prices.
Sunny and 22 at Heritage Bank Stadium on the Gold Coast, where we're off to next. That's as the Magpies enjoy a 2-point win over the Crows at the MCG. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Review for Amy. Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy.
For Rain Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Time to lean into the radio.
Featuring...
This is the bit you can easily remember.
Marty Sheargold.
Martin Sheargold to reception, please.
A man that isn't afraid of asking the big questions.
I hope my boobs look okay in this top when I dance.
They were moving as well.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
got a life of their own.
A real ladies' man.
I'm a doctor of the bedroom.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.